You're on mute. You're on mute, buddy.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Real Hawk Talk. I'm Brian Emhauser, coming to you live from the VMAC as we get ready for day 2 of the NFL draft. And you'll be hearing not just my voice, not just Jeff Simmons' voice, and not just the rest of the Real Hawk Talk crew's voice, but you'll be hearing Softy pretty clearly, probably through my mic. I'll do my best to mute along the way, but man, that guy's got a boomer. So first thing we're going to do while we bring Jeff in, I'm going to ask everybody to give us feedback on how the mic levels are. We'll make some adjustments at the beginning here. Hopefully we'll get it closer to the right settings. Jeff, man, we missed you yesterday. How are you doing on this second day of the draft?
I'm excited, man. I never get to come on these shows. Like, I've either had like side jobs or like last night I had to help out with my 3-month-old son, and I got to watch a lot of the draft with him, but didn't get to watch the stream. So I'm fired up. I haven't been on here, and this feels like one of the bigger Seahawk days in draft. Like, I love day 2 of the draft, so I'm so excited to be on here. I think this is one of my favorite draft days every year. 4 picks tonight, maybe more, maybe less, but I think this is like day 1 is for like all the casual fans. Day 2 is always my favorite.
So how did you feel about day 1? Seahawks go in there and they draft a guy we've talked a lot about. What did you think?
I was really happy. It was the least nervous I've ever been when the Seahawks are on the clock. My brother came over to help out a bit last night with my son, and when the Seahawks came on the clock, I saw him like hide a little bit because he's like, if they do something stupid, I'm gonna throw something, or he like kind of hid a little bit. And just how the draft fell, I was just like, it felt so like obvious, like just take Zabel. I was just yelling that at my TV. And when the pick came in, like I didn't have like a crazy reaction. I didn't have an Evan like reaction. Just felt like in golf when you hit a drive down the fairway, like you don't have a visual reaction like you do when you drain a putt. It just felt like hitting like a double in baseball. Like it was a solid, exactly what they needed to do. It felt good to make the right decision. Based on how that draft fell, I started to get really nervous around that Miami, Indianapolis, Arizona stretch. And when all the other O-line came off the board and he was the one left, I was just yelling draft Zabel at my TV for like 3 picks in a row. And when they did it, it felt great. No, not as stressed. I was weirdly not stressed. The last few years, I've been so stressed when they've been on the clock. This one just felt obvious to me at the time because of how the board fell.
Yeah, well, it's nice that I will take a double over a strikeout any day. And that's spoken as a true Mariners fan who's watched quite a few of the strikeouts over the years. But, it's not just the guy that they picked, like the player that they picked. It's the guy. I mean, I don't know how much you've listened to his post-draft press conference call, when he was on with Brock and Salk this morning, but they've added a great personality into that locker room.
Yeah, and kind of the thing about this offensive line, we've talked about it. They don't have a lot of personality. And like when you see some of those like bigger offensive line personalities in the league, like I know the Eagles have had a lot of them. Creed Humphrey has that personality, which made that so painful. Some of the Lions guys, like they have that O-line personality. Like Chris Gray and Tobeck had it back in the day, and like this team's been lacking it. Like the younger Sweezy Breno had like the ass kicker kind of side, but like the dudes with the mustaches who slam beers, who are like at games like chugging, they haven't really had that. Like a lot of their O-line picks have been either like freak athlete projects that have to learn, but they haven't had those like dudes who just feel like interior offensive linemen. And they've passed on so many. Quinn Menners from Denver, like that dude with the gut out is just like a classic guy. And like the Eagles have so many of them. And again, we've been saying this for years. The O-line doesn't just need good players. They need personality. They need leaders. They need guys who like are the face of the team. And the more I get to hear Zabel talk, and there's some other guys tonight which even add to it, he just feels like one of those dudes. It's been way too long, really, since they've had a guy like that.
100%. I mean, there was a conversation I had with, I can't remember exactly who, but talked about the fact that he reminds them of a little bit of Max Unger and that personality. And Max Unger was, if you hear Tom Cable on with the Get Got pod, talked about the tone setter that Max Unger was. And I think that, especially in that offensive line room. Jeff, real quick, I think we're getting that little static that happens.
Do you need me to come in and out?
Drop off, come back in. Hopefully that will clear it up like it's done in the past. So we're going to go through it with Jeff talking about not just the player that the Seahawks picked, but who's available and how we feel about those guys. And we'll go through ESPN's best available, and we'll go one by one by one. We'll talk about each of those guys, how we feel about them, and whether or not those guys are going to be good fits for the Seahawks. So, Jeff, what I was just saying is I want to go through with you. Like, we'll talk about Zabel more. We got all night. But I really want to talk about, we've got half an hour till the draft starts. I think there's a decent chance the Seahawks are going to try to trade up. And I want to go through the best available players, and each of us kind of give our perspective on, is this the guy the Seahawks should be targeting? How do we feel about this guy? So I'm going to share that list of best available from ESPN. We'll kind of go through it together. But before I share that list, who entering day 2, now that Zabel's on the books, he's on the roster, who are you hoping the Seahawks call today? Oops, we don't hear you, Jeff. There we go. Oh, we almost had you.
Here?
Yeah. You got the right mic set?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I was cut off by the draft gods right when I was about to. I would love for them to keep adding to this group. I saw your tweet that just went out now that Steve Hutchinson said they got slotted left guard. Jared Wilson or Tate Radlich to me would be, if you can fill out this line even more and build this into a strength and come away with 2 offensive line in the first 3 picks. I've been talking about that on our shows. That's been my dream scenario for a while. So either of the Georgia players, another offensive lineman, some of the guys have been mentioned, that would be really exciting to me. I think wide receiver or tight end makes a lot of sense. The 2 tight ends we thought would be day 2 picks, Mason Taylor, Elijah Arroyo, both on the board. Wide receiver, I like those Iowa State receivers. Jalen Noel, he was on your show. I think he's one of the coolest players in this round. He might go earlier than I think. And Jaden Higgins I really like too, is the pure X receiver. I think both of those guys are one of the tight ends with an offensive line. But there are some dudes who slip. Like Nick Emmanori, people thought would be an option at 18. He's still on the board. Will Johnson's a guy we thought might go in the top 10. I don't know if he has a knee injury, but like at this point, like, and then Siobhan Ravel would be a pretty cool guy. So there's so many guys here out there. The defensive tackles, like there's a long list of defensive tackles. Tyleik Williams was someone I was shocked.
Yeah.
I thought he was like, we locked him at 50 to go at 28 or 27. I know some people love like the edge rushers, like even Azaraku in round 2. I'm still iffy on it. Like,
yeah, he's not. I don't want them to go that direction. You know that from our conversations. But I want to play a little bit of Jared Wilson for people that don't know him. Hopefully, I tried to do this yesterday. Hopefully, this will work out a little bit better today. Let me know if you guys can hear this okay. Here's Jared Wilson at the Combine.
Who's the center that you really respect, and who's a defensive lineman you've gone against that you respect?
Offensive lineman in college?
No, in pros.
Pros
on the center, and then
I always watched Jason Kelce, man. Even though he was a smaller body, I just loved the way he moved out in space. He pulled around, always leading the pack. He was athletic, in close quarters, moved his feet. I just love that. And then defensive lineman in college.
that you played against, yeah.
There's a lot of great ones in the SEC. And Walter Nolan, he's a beast. His body control is out of this world. He's definitely the best guy I played against this year.
Do you have a preference, gap scheme, zone, anything that you like the most?
I definitely say inside zone. It's just so fun moving my feet. You know, it's going square over, securing the gap, bumping over 3 tech, the 2-eye, and then getting square up on the linebacker and getting physical with him.
And have you met with the Seahawks this week?
I have met with the Seahawks.
How did that go?
It was cool, man. I love the Seahawks. I love Steve Hutchinson, man. He's a cool dude, good dude to learn from. They tested me really well in there, and then I did well.
When you were young, did you get to go?
So, Jeff, I mean, I played that because what did we hear yesterday from Gray Zabel?
Called his parents the minute he met Steve Hutchinson.
And this is a guy that, you know, we've kind of talked about the fact that not all players are good talent evaluators. And I'm not ready to declare Steve Hutchinson a great talent evaluator yet. What I am ready to declare is he is affecting offensive linemen's perception of this team, which is pretty important as well. And the fact that he's made his way back to this organization after his storied kind of history, I think is kind of a cool thing. I'll admit it was not easy for me to get over it. And over to my right here, I'm looking at the coach who was not happy about it either. But I think Jared Wilson would be a really interesting add to this group and shake things up in ways that maybe another guard wouldn't.
Yeah, I think John kind of talked about it. This is not a deep center class. There's not a lot of guys. I know you've talked about Jonah Mannheim as an interesting player on day 3, but really, like, he's like the one difference-making center in our mind. I love his mentality. You guys were down at the combine. You guys got really good vibes from him. I think if you had that left guard center group just completely revamped and have those 3 other guys to compete at right guard, that's a really interesting group all of a sudden. And I like the idea of just keeping on building the strength. And if you read John Boyle last night or you saw any pictures, like John Benton was like through the roof. He's like hugging Schneider. And like he's like my new favorite coach on the team. Just good thing that he got them to draft interior offensive linemen. So, man, that's my number one dream. If they stay at 50-52 and one of those is Jared Wilson, I might have an Evan-like reaction.
All right, so let's do what I said. We're going to go through what ESPN's got as their best available players. We're going to go player by player, and we're going to talk about how we feel about if the Seahawks were to get this guy. And we're not going to talk about what it would cost. We're not going to talk about the trade and all that. But this is just like, if this guy, how do we feel about this as an ad? Will Johnson's number 1 on their list. This is a guy that for a lot of people was a top 10 pick for a lot of this draft. There's now rumors about, obviously medical questions, and then he didn't run the 40 and he still is recovering from an injury. Will Johnson also played for Mike Macdonald. How would you feel if Will Johnson's a name that the Seahawks call?
Pretty good. It's funny. I had him in the show we did of players we like lower than consensus. I didn't love the idea of Will Johnson at 18, given that I didn't know he had some medical issues then. But I just thought he was a little. I didn't think that was the position they need to add early. Him at 50 or 52, to me, is an absolute no-brainer pick. And he was a guy who was a top 10 talent. He got hurt. And so if he's still on the board relative to his medical in the 2nd round, that would be an unbelievable pick because corner's a sneaky need for them. Like, they don't have a lot of depth. Rick Woolen's in the last year of his deal. They need another outside corner. Will Johnson's not the perfect prospect. He's better in zone. He's not the best tackler. But if you're talking about like a top 10 talent that goes at 50, I'm pretty excited with that.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned. I mean, I guess I'd be comfortable with it because Mike Macdonald knows and Jay Harbaugh knows. That would make me comfortable with, breaking my own rule here. If they traded up for him, I'd be less comfortable with it.
Yeah, that seems aggressive.
But if you end up with a guy that has some medical concerns that was formerly a top 5, top 10 pick, yeah, and you get him at 50 or 52, then that's a different conversation entirely. So let's talk about Mike Green, edge rusher. What are your thoughts there?
I'm out. He's a good prospect. There are some serious questions off the field. I don't see the great fit. I think you said that he rushes really well from one side of the field. I haven't loved this edge class to begin with. I think you're kind of trying to fit bodies in where you're not really sure. I think this group needs like the top-notch difference-making edge. I thought Mike Green was kind of overrated by the media. He is a productive sack guy, but that's not who I want at this point.
Yeah, referring to what you said before, what I mentioned is that he in the Senior Bowl was only effective from the left side, and that if you're drafting a 1st-round edge rusher, generally you want them to be able to go against a left tackle from the right side, and it's not a deal breaker, but and it doesn't mean he couldn't learn it, but he was much different rushing from the left side, the defense's left side against the right tackle than he was going against right on the right side against the left tackles. But there's also these, off-field incidents that he's had, and he's also he's small, and so I just have real questions about the fit with the Mike Macdonald. So he's not really on my not a guy I've been looking at. He's super talented. So I don't question that. I just question whether or not he's going to be a good fit for the Seahawks. Next guy is a guy we've talked about a lot, and Emmanori ends up sliding out of the first round. That was interesting, and there were a couple other safeties that went, or at least Malachi Starks. Was there any other safeties that went?
No, unless you compare Jade Barron as safety,
maybe.
But
Yeah,
I think he's playing slot corner. And
right. So I think Starks was always expected to be the first safety. I don't think that's crazy, and he went end of the first round.
Yeah.
Safety is not a particularly highly valued position at this point in the NFL. Nick Emmanori, is this a guy that, if the Seahawks traded up for, you think you'd be okay with?
if they grade him at that level, I would be okay with it because the talent is there. The things I've heard is there's some off-field questions in terms of like character, and I haven't said that. I know Rob's pointed out things like Bob McGinn has said. I can't remember another reporter that said that. But if they felt good enough about him, that I think Albert Breer wrote that he was in consideration at 18 in like that blurb earlier in the week. Like I did wonder last night if they ended up trading down and got it, like they missed out on Jackson and Zabel, would this guy have been their first round pick? That was my wonder last night, where if they traded to say the Giants. And so if they grade him high enough, like character wise, they had a visit with him. I wonder if that was what it was about. The talent is freaky. We're talking about chasing blue chip talent. I think in this draft, I had one of two goals. It's to build up the offensive line and to find some difference makers on defense. And Emmanori has the body type. He has the skill set to be an absolute difference maker. So it would not surprise me if he was high on their radar, considering that reportedly he was in there at 18.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be real excited. I'm not gonna lie. I this is a guy that I think is an amazing athlete, and no, I don't think he is an amazing athlete. I think that the question is, does that kind of safety fit in today's NFL with a split field safety? Can he cover half a field? I hear people kind of questioning some things about him in space. And look, this guy is a former cornerback, so it's not like he hasn't had to defend one-on-one receivers in the past. And I think he's got the movement skills to do it. I think he is a physical player. I think he's a fast player, and I think he's an athlete that I would love to see added for Mike Macdonald to work with. Now, again, this is cheating, but it is honestly how I look at it, Jeff. If Mike Macdonald gives the thumbs up to this guy, it's a totally different thing than, if he just goes somewhere else, whatever. But like, Mike Macdonald knows that position as well as anybody in the NFL. And if he chooses a linebacker, if he chooses a safety, I think we should be excited about that. We have not seen him really the cornerback position. I think we could argue that wasn't such a good start. DJ James, Nehemiah Pritchett.
Yeah.
I don't think he's proven that he is as good of an evaluator of the cornerback spot. And it's not all on Mike Macdonald, but I'm just saying, I trust him at safety. I trust him at linebacker. I don't know about cornerback. And so that one gives me a little bit more pause. So next guy that's on the list, we've talked about Donovan Ezraku. Your question on him, I'm the same way. And I got to say, my gut instinct is I don't think the Seahawks are going after these edge rushers. I think they're looking elsewhere. I think these guys, they're fine players, Jeff, but in a vacuum, if you were to say Donovan Ezraku compared to Boye Mafe, Derek Hall, Uchenna Nwosu, and DeMarcus Lawrence, that's a very different question than if you've got nobody rush the passer. So I just don't think that he adds enough. I would not be happy if his name gets called.
No, because the opportunity cost is pretty big. And I know maybe we're just looking 1 year out, but he'd be the fifth edge rusher on the team. And the opportunity costs of other positions you can adjust are pretty significant. And to me, it's too much of what you already have, unless you're planning not to re-sign Boye Mafe. My issue always with Ezraku when there was talks, maybe he's at 18, was I think what this group needs is like a difference-making edge rusher. I think he's a lot like what they have. He's a little redundant to what they have, and I don't think that makes enough of a difference. I think it's just adding depth when I think you need other positions. There's not a great history of second-round edge rushers, and they already have two of them. So this was always to me what he felt like, the second-round guy. So he feels a lot like what they have. I was saying that to you for months. The NFL agreed. So don't think they're a second-round edge rusher away from being different.
So then we get down to some more interesting names we haven't talked about as much. Let me give you 5 names.
Yeah.
Darius Alexander, defensive tackle from Toledo. Travion Henderson, the running back from Ohio State. Savon Ravel, even though it's SH, it's Savon Ravel Jr., cornerback from East Carolina. Shadur Sanders, the quarterback who's still available. Elijah Arroyo, the tight end from Miami. How do you feel about any of those guys? Any of those guys, players that you would be interested in the Seahawks making a move for to trade up to get any of those guys?
Ooh. Arroyo would be really exciting to me. So would Mason Taylor. I think there's a big drop off at tight end after those two guys. And I think tight end in this offense is going to be really important. The amount they can do different personnel groups. No offense in the last year of his deal. I think what Arroyo can do is just like a seam stretcher. I think Taylor's just like an all-around guy with really good hands. I think the drop off after those guys is very significant. And I think one of those guys with Barner creates a really interesting group of 12 personnel.
Well, if we let's talk about Mason Taylor and Elijah Arroyo, because we've talked about those guys a lot. And I've gone back and forth on those two. And I'll admit, like, Arroyo was sold to me as this, special athlete. And I was not blown away by his movement skills when I saw him in person, and moving relative to the other athletes out there.
Yeah. I
am not super sold on his history, like his injury history and his staying on the field. And so I look at him as a guy that more on reputation than what I've seen.
Sure.
It has maybe more upside as a field stretching tight end, but his floor for me is lower. Like, he could end up being a bust. Mason Taylor, he's not going to be a bust. Mason Taylor, I think, is a first round talent in the sense that what a lot of NFL teams do, Jeff, you and I talk about this, they mitigate risk in the first round. They want to make sure that the guys they take are going to be contributing members, because you're going to have these guys being paid a lot of money to be a first round pick. Mason Taylor's going to be a good NFL player. Don't know if he's going to be one of the best tight ends in the game, but I don't think that's out of the question. So for me, I am much more comfortable with the Seahawks moving up for Mason Taylor than I am them moving up for Elijah Arroyo.
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with that. I think Mason Taylor's definitely a more complete tight end. I think his hands are very special. I think Arroyo's got a superpower in terms of like his potential at stretching a seam, which is what Noah Fant was supposed to be, but he really hasn't been that. So I can get into that, but Taylor just like, I thought he might go in the first round yesterday. There was a lot of buzz that I know Pelissero, I think, went 0-4, and all those guys who might go in the first round, I don't think any of them did. But Taylor's a really cool prospect. Like, you were talking about him after your week down there, and then the buzz just like started taking over on him. You're like, everyone's talking about these tight ends. I like this Mason Taylor dude. And that was a time where he was supposed to go in like the third round. I know there's the Oregon tight end in the next group. That he's an interesting guy for round 3, but if you don't like those 3 guys and you want to add a tight end to this group, there's a pretty big drop off after those guys. And they already moved Brady Russell off tight end. So tight end's jumping out at me in terms of like a long-term need. But man, I really like Mason Taylor. I really like Arroyo. And then there's some cool receivers too.
Yeah, I like Terrence Ferguson. I think he's a guy that I think, for me, Elijah Arroyo is closer to Terrence Ferguson than he is to Mason Taylor. So there's a gap for me between Mason Taylor and Arroyo. That's my view. But I think Terrence Ferguson belongs in the group with Arroyo, but I understand like his top end athleticism is not going to be the best, although he was the fastest 40 time at tight ends at the combine of the guys that ran.
Yeah.
So
no one ran the 40 at the combine.
Yeah, that's part of the challenge. Let's broaden this a little bit, Jeff. I've kind of asked you if any of these guys you'd be comfortable moving up for. Who would you be comfortable with the Seahawks moving up for? I'll scroll through the list here. You let me know if there's any names that jump out at you.
Like guys we have not mentioned already?
Including guys you've mentioned. So tell me the guys we've already mentioned that you'd be okay if they moved up for.
Wilson or Ratledge.
You'd be okay with them moving up for those guys?
Yes, I like them that much.
Okay. I am not there with Ratledge. I would be excited about Wilson.
Fair. I would take one of those guys, Higgins or Noel.
Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, the Iowa State receivers. Jaden Higgins, the ex-receiver, taller, 6'4", but he played a lot in the slot. And there's some, like, I talked to Matt Harmon from Reception Perception. He's not convinced he's really an ex-receiver, which gave me some pause. He thinks he's more of a slot. Jalen Noel, who everybody loves, universally everybody loves, but he's definitely not an ex-receiver. A little bit more of a question of whether he's additive in terms of positionally to the wide receiver room. There's no question he's additive in terms of being an explosive playmaker and a downfield threat and just a great overall receiver.
Yeah, I think in the Shanahan offense, you can have a lot of those similar skill sets. Like San Francisco has not really had like the big traditional X guy. Like Juwan Jennings can do a little bit of that stuff, but they can move guys around. I don't know how long Cooper Kupp's going to be in Seattle based on his injuries. And I like Noel that much where I'd be willing to take a shot. And I think he's that special. Just hearing him on your shows, he just seems like someone who's not going to fail. And then the other guys for me, Emmanori, I think absolutely would be worth the risk. And then one of the corners, I think if you thought, it depends on the medical. I don't have this information, but Will Johnson and Ravel, their medicals are everything for them. Ravel's coming off an ACL injury. They're first-round talents. So if you can move up in the second round, to me, it's worth it.
I want to share a something that's important that all of us get, because I think this guy is another possibility for the Seahawks. I think that I wouldn't be surprised if Jonah, Big Jonah from Arizona, as I think Mike Salk and Brock Hewer, like, everyone wants to know how to pronounce his last name. I'm going to let you hear him tell you how to pronounce his last name.
4 letters, which is 7A. That's like the most common one I heard. So, but it's actually pronounced Savainaya.
Savainaya.
Would have got that wrong.
Savainaya. Okay, everybody, Savainaya. The two I's in that name is an E. Savainaya. I think you know, I talked to you about this before. There's a list of linemen that have run a below 5.0 in the 40 that weighed over 315 pounds. That list of guys is kind of crazy, Jeff. You remember this list? Have I told you about this?
I think you were researching it I think Todd McShay brought it up.
Yes. So the list of guys that have done that historically, this isn't just in this draft. Jason Peters, pretty good. Robert Gallery, he was good. Like, he had his moments. Alex Barron, not so good. Jared Gaither, not so good. Jermon Bushrod. Trent Williams, pretty good. Greg Robinson had some years. Jessamine Dunker, don't know who that is. Jylan Ware, Tyler Gadboy, Andre Dillard, Tristan Wirfs, Trevor Penning, Jonah Savainaya, Armand Membu, Will Campbell, Dalton Cooper, and Marcus Bryant. So not all of them are hits, but the ones that are hits are some of the best linemen that have ever played.
And they have Jason Peters in the building now doing evaluations for them.
Something tells me he would not run under 5 in the 40 right now, based on what I've seen.
Not at this point.
Well, you know, another name we have not talked a lot about, Jeff, is Carson Schwessinger. That's another guy that was getting first-round buzz at inside backer, and people are like, this guy is different when it comes to being a coverage backer. Like, again, we've talked about Mike McDonald. If they move up for Carson Schwessinger, I'd be excited about that. It's not like my top choice, but if they're excited enough about him to do that, I think that would be a pretty good sign.
Yeah, like he is a guy that like it's just a really clean evaluation. I don't think there's too much there. You had Griff on last week talking about him, and the first round buzz always seemed a little much to me, but he seemed just like a day two kind of player, and he's just really solid at what he does. He's a rare player that could like it's clear he can cover. He's a run and hit player. Again, Knight had a really good rookie season when he played, but they still need another linebacker in there. If they can upgrade that spot, he's not someone I would be mad about at all because I think that's just a really clean evaluation. It's a lot like last night where you're just hitting a double. Given the other positions I would like them to hit, it wouldn't be my favorite pick, but in terms of just a player who's clean and it's an easy fit, it'd be hard to dislike that pick.
Anyone else, as we're kind of going through this list, that you say, yep, trade up for that guy?
Not really. I think what I love about 50 and 52 is you go through this list, there's so many names I like here. And so I don't even love the idea of them giving up one of their picks at all. I think I'd be happiest just sitting and picking, but there are just so many names here. The one I can tell you I don't want are any of the quarterbacks. That would be
Yeah.
That to me would be like I might panic, but like I do not love. I think the only quarterback I can like convince myself into, even though I don't even think he's good, is Milrow. At least it's like he's got one special skill, and at least like there's some sort of rationalization that is insane, but you could make it work. But like a Tyler Shuck, Quinn Ewers, Will Howard, who I would be totally fine in the third round, but any of those guys, I'm gonna go Abe. I'm gonna lose my mind. So I think this is the worst quarterback class to move up for someone.
I agree. It's not the class to do that. I'll add like Omar Norman Lott. You know that I've been on him. I've been on him forever, but I think there's been a lot of validation of that. He had so many visits around the NFL, and in fact, crazy. I think the Seahawks wanted to have a visit with him. He was not able to work that into the schedule of how many visits he had, but he's met with them virtually. And if they moved up for him, like this guy had the top pass rush win rate of any interior defensive lineman. He was underutilized, 300 snaps. I think he's got a lot to offer. I think he's a disruptive playmaker. I like Jaron Reed, as much as I love that guy, he's not going to be around forever. I think Omar Norman Lott would be a great addition to that room. And honestly, like he'd push Mike Morris, which is not a bad thing. He'd push other guys on that defensive line roster. Not your nose tackle, but I think he's legitimately top of the second round talent. And that would be a guy I'd be excited about as well. I'm not as excited about Alfred Collins, but talk about a guy that Byron Murphy knows, literally like was on the roster with him last year in Texas or the year before. That is a nose tackle, 330 plus pound run stuffer. That is a really important position in Mike McDonald's defense. They've literally got nobody to play it right now. So if they made that move, it wouldn't be like my favorite, but I'd feel optimistic that they knew what they were doing and they had the right expertise to make that kind of decision.
Yeah, like nose tackle in round 2 is a little like again, I can hate on. I've been saying for years, trenches. Since Mike McDonald's got here, they've taken a defensive tackle in round 1 and a guard in round 1 and a guard in round 3 last year. So I like where this is going. I couldn't hate on after complaining about that for years. But just how the board shapes up and where the depth is, I don't love the idea of like a non-pass rusher in round 2 as a defensive tackle. Again, it's a pretty easy thing to put together. Like him and Murphy were a duo. They had Sweat, obviously, but like it's an easy duo to put together. They don't have a nose tackle. They cut Cam Young. It's a giant hole in their roster right now. Murphy's going to have to do it. I don't know if I would do it in round 2.
So let's switch here to looking at what's going to happen, or like at least what the list of teams are that are about to start drafting in the next 4 minutes.
So do you want me to turn my TV off at all?
Nah, not until we get closer to the Seahawks. It's fine.
Okay. So are we just going off? Okay, I won't spoil anything.
Yeah, don't say anything out loud. Don't react. Like as best you can. If there's a Seahawks related thing, then we will turn off all notifications. We will all look just at our computer monitors. We'll turn off our pause TVs. All
There
that
were some struggles, it seemed, last night.
You know what? It's a family. We got everybody on there.
I
Not
know.
everybody.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
Not easy. But the interesting thing here, Jeff, if the Seahawks do want to move up, you've got two teams, the Browns and the Bears, that have two top 10 picks in the second round. The Browns have the first pick and the fourth pick. The Bears have the seventh pick and the ninth pick. Those would seem to be the teams that you could potentially have a conversation about moving 50 to as high as maybe 36. That might be where you'd have to go to get, like, if there's a first round graded player you've got, you're probably talking about moving up to that spot in order to do that.
So based on the charts, what's the move up cost from 50 to 36?
I knew you were going to ask me that. Let me
Is that the high third?
Okay, so read to me. So we're talking about the 36th pick.
Yeah, versus 50.
So the 36th pick is worth 540 points. The Seahawks 50th pick is 400. So that's a 140 point difference. The picks that the Seahawks have that would equal 140 points. The 92nd pick is 132 points.
So you're giving up the Geno pick essentially to move up.
You're going down to 1/3 round pick in order to move up to 30. What would be 36? I don't like. Okay, let's make that real. If that's for Nick Emmanori, if that's for Mason Taylor or Elijah Arroyo or one of the guys that you like, how do you feel about that? Giving up a third to do that?
I would be okay with it. I would be okay if it was the one in the 80s. I'd feel a little more uncomfortable. But when we get to that point, there's usually a bit of a draw. Like, I know analytically it's a giant mistake to make a move like that. The more, and then it does create a pretty big gap in their draft. To go from the 80 to the end of the fourth round, it's a pretty big. You're taking a big gap. Ideally, I stick at 50 and 52. Like, the more, I think you're taking away one of your biggest strengths. But again, if you have a guy that's graded in like high first round, it's pretty hard to argue not going up and getting that guy.
Well, and to kind of make it real, the Bears pick at 41. You know, that's 5 picks later. It's only a 50-point difference in value, and that's not going to be that much. Like, I don't think you're going to be able to get away with your 4th round pick.
No, it's too low.
So then I think it's either probably you go up to 34 or you don't do it. Like,
yeah.
And the good news about this is the Browns are a very analytics driven organization. If there's a team that's going to be willing to trade down and get more picks, it's likely to be them, especially since they have the first pick of the second round and they already, added some other picks. They might be willing to like bank some more, maybe it's a 2026 3rd round pick. Who knows what they would be willing to take for some of those things. So I don't think it's out of the question that they do that. I think the Seahawks 100% are trying to move up in the second round. And by the way, every time John Schneider's done that, it's worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it has. Historically, other than Darryl Taylor, who they bypassed some really good prospects for.
And even him, like, we didn't love Darryl Taylor, but he had more sacks than almost any player that they've drafted, like, in his first few years. Like, was not a bust, I guess is what I would say.
Wasn't a total bust, but I think just when you looked at who was available in that draft and what they gave up, that was one that didn't. But you're right. Historically, when they've identified a player, go up and get the guy. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I just think the strength of their whole offseason is this 5 picks in 92. I think that's the whole strength of what they've created. I've loved that. Today feels like the make or break day of their offseason. I've been more favorable than some of the other fans, but it's always come down to, okay, now you have this draft capital. Let's take advantage, and they can reshape their team. And so that just puts a huge amount of pressure on that pick if they move up, because if that doesn't hit, that's costing you 2 players. And so the player they would have got plus someone else. And so I've loved just having this 5 picks. I almost like the idea of moving back in round 1 and then having 6 picks. But the strength of this draft was always the depth of it. And we've named like 12 names we'd be comfortable with. And so if corporate quarterbacks go, they're going to get one of those guys. So it makes me a little queasy, I'll be honest. But at least John has the history of doing that where the moving down in round one thing has not worked out for them historically. It's actually worked against them. And the 2017 draft was the worst version of it. And that's why I hated that Giants report the other day. It made me so uncomfortable. It reminded me so much of that. And so I'm hoping a couple quarterbacks go early and guys get pushed down to Seattle where maybe it's a cheaper move up. Maybe you don't need to jump all these teams, but the Browns are about to come on the clock, and I really don't know what they're going to do here.
All right, so we're getting someone saying, Albert Breer saying the Hawks are looking to trade up.
Yeah.
That's not a surprise. That's not new news. I mean, it's new news that it's being reported, but we knew that from last night. It was 100% clear. John Schneider saw players that they wanted to get and that they weren't able, that they're going to try to move up, and that he's talked about that he's got stuff to be able to be active, and he likes to do that. And just to really quickly recap, when he's traded up in the second round, historically, you mentioned the 2020 trade, he moved up to get Darrell Taylor. 2019, he moved up in the second round to get DK Metcalf. 2016, he moved up in the second round to get Jaron Reed. I would say that's essentially 3 for 3. You can argue the Darrell Taylor thing. I understand it, but I think, he was not a bust. That was not a terrible move. So it's definitely been more effective than when they've traded back. So I should get to some of these super chats before we get going, because the draft is now underway.
Yep. The Browns on the clock.
The Browns are on the clock. At least based on what I'm seeing. So Hawk Scoot says trading up for Mason Taylor would be epic. I'm with you, Hawk. Will Fries, I love that. Michael Williams will absolutely positively be a bust. Yeah, what's your take on Micah Williams with the 49ers? How do you feel about that pick?
I felt pretty good. He was always a guy that I thought the Seahawks might take at 18, and I never felt great about it. And he's a good prospect. He's a really young player. But I was so stressed about them getting one of those top offensive linemen. And we've talked about the impact of Trent Williams. There was other defensive linemen that would really make me nervous there. I know you weren't the biggest Jalen Walker fan, but I think Jalen Walker off the edge with Bosa would have been a pretty cool thing. Mm-hmm. We just thought with that 11th pick, they were going to get one of those surefire.
Kelvin Banks or
even Tyler Warren would have made me uncomfortable.
Uh-huh. Yep.
To me, it was always there's nothing wrong with Michael Williams. I don't want Niners fans to clip this and be like, this guy sucks. But he was not the guy who scared me. Mm-hmm. And there were so many guys with that 11th pick that scared me. It felt just very hitting a single in softball. It's fine. But of all the guys they could have got, that felt like a really good outcome for the Seahawks.
The thing I'll say for him is he is already a good run defender. And that's a team that really struggled to defend the run. And so they've now got 2 physical edges. He's also 20 years old and he's already 260. And there's a reason to be optimistic about, if you're a 49ers fan, that could develop. But I'm not I didn't see the twitch in his play.
Yeah.
I also didn't see the speed to power that I saw when I watched Jared Verse. Jared Verse, I watched him walk back tackle after tackle after tackle in ways that I just don't see ends do. And he did that in the NFL. So I think Michael Williams is a good prospect. He feels like he's probably got a higher ceiling than maybe some of the Seahawks ends right now, but I think his floor is lower. So we'll see how that turns out. Italian Knight has done it again. 50 Hawk Blogger memberships he's given away. Thank you so much for your generosity. If you want one of these, all you got to do is do the research on Google real quick on how to turn gifting on your YouTube account. Gifting has to be on to be eligible to get a free membership. And then all you got to do is click subscribe, watch the show, comment on the show, and YouTube will gift you a membership. So thanks to Italian Knight. Really, really appreciate it. Jake and I says, would they trade K9 to move up? What are your thoughts there, Jeff? I mean, I think they would absolutely be willing to trade one of their backs. What could they K9's the most valuable of those guys. I think we'd agree, right?
Yeah, I think the problem with K9 is he's more valuable to the Seahawks than he is to another team. And so he's in the last year of his deal. He's been like I think running backs historically don't have, and this is a great running back draft where you can get a guy on a 4-year contract for nothing. So I think K9's value would be like a 5th or 6th rounder, which to me, if you're the Seahawks, you kind of just keep him around, and maybe that's a comp pick if you don't sign next year. I don't see him having much, unless it's like Pete Carroll operating the Raiders trades. I don't think there's anyone who would give a significant. I don't think you get a significant price for him at all.
What do you think you could get? What's your guess?
A 5th rounder at best.
Probably, right? Like
5th rounder at best. There's just
and,
too many running backs available.
Yeah, it's like one of the most running back rich drafts, and I just I don't know, man. I agree with. I think it was Evan maybe who was on with me yesterday on this topic. Like, are you really gonna better your team by trading a starter quality, maybe one of the most explosive backs in the NFL for a 5th round pick? I don't see it. I don't see it.
No, that's what I mean. He's more valuable to the Seahawks than he is to someone else at this point. I would just let him, if you just have him for 1 year, see if he works in the scheme. And if it doesn't work, he'll sign somewhere else and you'll get a comp pick. Like, I don't see what trading him for a 5th or 6th really accomplishes.
Yeah. Hello, Deryck. How are you doing, man?
I'm all right. I'm exhausted. It's been
You're exhausted.
Been not fun last couple of days of work, but this is a good reprieve. So I'm here.
I'm sorry about that. How are you feeling the day after the draft, the first round?
Good. I'm excited to get started. This is where the action is. Like 4 picks today. Serious chance to improve the roster. They can go any number of directions. I don't think I don't know if we're all in agreement or, have a clear path that they should go down to take these picks today.
Do you have a perspective? What's your point of view?
I like the safeties on the board. I like the interior options, potential to double dip. I know we talked about Jared Wilson last night or Tate Ratledge, double dip interior. Probably going to be some receivers there. Not a bad place to take an outside guy to complement JSN and Cooper Kupp. So I don't have a strong take. I don't even think there's anything wrong with taking any position probably. So I'm excited.
I'm trying to figure out the best layout for us because I didn't like the way that
it gets too narrow with that thing. There we go.
We could do this, but that's kind of lame as well. I don't know. We'll go with this for now. So Deryck, are you on team trade up or not? You're an analytics guy, so I'm guessing I already know.
Probably not. I could get in. Like, I wouldn't be mad about it, but would I do it? Probably not. I know that's hedging and that's fence sitting, but
is there any player that that would lessen the pain if they did trade up?
Will Johnson. That said, like, there's a reason he's slipping, and it's probably the knee. I really like Will Johnson though. Outside of that, no, I don't. I wouldn't be on board with doing it for Emmanori. I wouldn't be on board for doing it for Makuba, who I would probably take over Emmanori, and I think he'll probably be there at 50. So yeah, the answer is no. I don't see anyone that I would get really excited
about. There he goes. First pick of day 2, Carson Schwessinger, linebacker from the UCLA Bruins. Player that a lot of people thought might go in the first round. So he is now part of the Cleveland Browns. And that, by the way, ends the Hawk Blogger draft prediction show. So I can announce the winner for that. How do you guys feel about Carson Schwessinger?
Cool player. Jeff, I'll let you go. I've been speaking a lot here. Oh, Jeff, I think you're muted.
Oh, you keep going on and off mute. You go, Deryck, while we get Jeff figured out.
I think he was a cool player. First round felt a little strong, and I think even this is a little early for him, but that's my perspective. Is I don't think he's quite that player, but it seemed like the league was pretty high on him. So I did hear those rumors of first round also. So I'm just surprised Cleveland didn't go quarterback or tackle, or it's just I was kind of surprised to see Cleveland take him here.
Yeah, I put a bet out there they were going to take a tackle because I thought with Houston they were going to take an offensive line, and they don't have really a left tackle. Schlesinger I like. I said he was as clean as an evaluation as you can get, and I thought he was just an easy fit. It's a good player, but like they have a pick.
We lost you again, Jeff.
Jeff, you cut out again.
Hey, Nathan.
Or
How you
Jeff.
doing?
Pretty good. How are you guys?
Good.
Everything going smooth right now?
It's perfect, man. It's
Cool.
perfect. So we've had Carson Schlesinger go off the clock, and the
I
Texans.
got another one right.
The Texans pick is in, and they are at number 2 in this second round. But congratulations, Nathan.
Nathan, did you pick him at 33?
Sure, nailed it. Yeah. Spot
Oh,
on.
picked team and player?
I mean, I
You
think it was
called
Browns, yeah.
Schlesinger?
The trifecta? The trifecta? That,
I wanna
that
give
should be
you-
worth like a.
I want to give you some good news.
What's that?
That pick
Yeah.
Oh no.
pulled you out of the basement. You will not finish in last place for the Hawk Blogger draft prediction show or draft prediction game. I will not embarrass the person who did finish last. Everybody's a winner in the draft prediction game. There's just degrees of winners. And Nathan, I'm just happy for you that you are not by 3 points. You are no longer last on that list.
The smallest
is-
degree
is-
of a winner, but I'll take it.
Is he still last in terms of us?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
He's last. He's
Okay.
last in terms of everybody but one person.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a small victory, but it's a victory. Ryan Pittman.
Oh, Jaden Higgins. Good for him, though. That's so cool. That's awesome. He's a cool dude.
Jaden Higgins, the receiver. The X is gone. So how do we feel about that, guys?
I'm okay with it. Jeff, you are muted again. I'm sorry. I'm okay with it. He's a good player. I wasn't too excited by him. I thought he wasn't a great separator. Like he can move pretty well, but I didn't think he was really a great separator. And I thought I'll probably take Jalen Noel ahead of him.
I was more into Jaden Higgins as an idea as an X until I talked to Matt Harmon from Reception Perception, and he pretty much sold me on why he's not sure that he's really an X receiver, that he sees him as a big
Hey.
slot.
Brian,
Yeah.
did that just pop up Seahawks on the clock on ESPN? You closed it,
did.
right when it switched. Seahawks have
It
moved up.
Did the Seahawks have moved up?
All right,
The
turn
Seahawks-
off chat. Turn off chat.
Everyone turn off chat. Turn off your notifications. The Seahawks are on
God,
the
I caught
clock.
that at the last second.
What did they give up? What did they give up?
No, you guys
Don't look. Don't look.
don't
Don't
look.
look on
Don't
Twitter.
look. Turn off
Twitter,
your TV.
it's going to tip the pick if you look.
The
I have TV paused. Phone
Seahawks.
down.
Who do you guys think is the pick? Who do you guys think is the pick?
It might be Emmanori. Brian,
Trade
was
up.
it your
Seahawks just
question?
traded
That,
up.
yeah. Brian, was it your question last night that caused John to pause when he was
Yes.
like, "Oh, I had to catch myself there."
Yes, it was.
He was like, "Oh man," he was about to say there's some really good football players still on the board.
What did they trade? Anyone know?
Not yet. I would
And
say
we don't want to look. We don't want to look on Twitter.
hospitals
because-
are. Yeah, pause your TV, Jeff.
Pause
Do
your
not look
TV,
at chat. Everyone turn to private chat. Don't look at normal chat. Don't turn your phone over. All that stuff. But I think this could be Will Johnson. This could be Nick Emmanori.
I
This could
have the details if folks want the details because I
Okay,
am
yeah,
brave.
yeah.
They gave up 52 and 82 to go up to 35. That feels good.
52. They kept 50.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they kept 92.
Yep.
So they gave up one of their thirds. This is roughly what you and I talked about, Jeff.
Yeah, that's what we said. Holy.
So I think the guys that this could be Will Johnson, Nick Emmanori, maybe Darius Alexander, Savon Ravel Jr., the corner, one of the tight ends, Mason Taylor, Elijah Arroyo, Jared Wilson, the center, possible. Maybe Jalen Noel.
Trading
Maybe-
up for OL here feels weird. Like there's a lot of offensive linemen still out there.
Unless they're really wanting
A
Wilson,
specific guy.
and they're like, he's the only center that they want.
I also have heard they really do like Jonah Savainaya. So it could be, that would be odd to me to get a second guard unless they really are going to say, well, you know what we said about Grade Zabel being a guard, he's now going to be a center.
They might also just say, well, actually, we hate Alan Bradford. So that wouldn't be a huge surprise.
Look
What's
at
the biggest?
Nathan, when you started talking, I thought you were going to say we actually hate Grace Abel.
I know.
It flipped overnight.
What's the biggest fear? Quarterback?
Oh,
yeah, that
Shedeur.
would not
Shedeur.
feel good.
Oh,
That
Shedeur would be insane.
QB would not feel good. Also, Evan, I don't know if you can see my little subtitle under my name here.
Oh my gosh,
for
what a
you.
brand shift.
Oh
That's
my
for
God.
The brand.
One day only.
the pick is in. The pick
It's
is in.
Trevion Henderson.
Well,
Shut. You're not looking, are you? You better not be looking.
Trevion Henderson. Oh God.
No. So people that are listening, the guys are not serious. They're just joking around. So
Yeah, guys.
I don't know. I don't want it to be a running back. I don't want it to be a quarterback. I honestly, I think I'd be fine with most other options.
I'm just grateful they didn't overpay. Like,
Don't be Donovan Ezeraku. I don't want to pass rush.
Schneider's I was gonna say Schneider's a terrible poker player. Like he made it so obvious.
Yeah.
You could tell he was like, oh man, there's some guys that I don't know if they'll have like first round grades on or what, but
For what it's worth,
he
this is a little
cannot
bit.
hide it.
This is a little bit of an overpay. Like it should be 92 that they gave up, not 82, and so they gave up the more expensive. Like that's how much John Schneider wanted to move up. For what it's worth,
Hey, it's not the Falcons trade, so
it is not.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess in terms of, we'll see what they trade up for.
Well, I mean, and we'll see what happens for the rest of today. I don't know that they're done trading. Like, it's possible they could add more picks.
they could definitely move down from 50,
Potentially.
maybe a fourth rounder or something. If they really feel they need a full, whatever, 10 picks that they walked in with.
Something tells me we're not going to get the same reaction out of Evan for this pick that we did.
What, Evan? What could do that for you? Like, what could make you that excited?
Alcohol.
Sanders would make me really the opposite excited.
All right.
What is going on?
I don't know. Are you
Is this
watching,
the one that?
Jeff?
No.
The
All
calm
right.
before the storm.
I'm like, there's TVs in here, and I'm having to block my vision. Other people are seeing the pick before me. I can't.
Oh, no.
handle this.
Man, it's got to be any second here.
Oh my God! Come on, update.
It's
Oh
gonna
my
be
God.
so funny if it's Trevion Henderson.
I'm gonna hear this before I see it. So I'm gonna try, guys, to not pay attention to anything else in here.
What is Emmanori is your guy here, right, Brian? Like that's the
That'd
one where,
that'd be the most exciting to me for sure.
because you were happy, you wanted him at 18, right?
Well, I would have understood him at 18. Like I think he's that.
Oh my God! There it is.
Wow.
There it is.
No. Hell, this is the best athlete at safety in the history of measurement. There has never been a player. He's number one out of thousands of players at the safety spot. So you got to feel excited when Mike McDonald, who had cultivated Kyle Hamilton and then came here and made Julian Love, and then, made Kobe Bryant. You've now got the best athlete on the defense in the middle of that defense. I'm excited. Where are you guys at on this? Deryck, I don't want to hear from you. Not yet. Nathan, go ahead. I know you're a Makuba guy. How are you feel? I'm a Kevin Winston guy.
I really like it. I mean, I would have told you like 3 days ago that this is a pipe dream and you're not getting him in the second round. And maybe they overpaid slightly by the trade chart, but I think this is a good deal and everything. I do feel like the athleticism doesn't show up on the tape though. I've gone back and watched him multiple times since the combine, and I'm always looking for it, and I just never quite feel like I see that next level athleticism. But
He's not. Go ahead.
yeah, I was gonna say he's still like an All-American, and like the production's there, and he's a good athlete.
Yeah, agree with all that. I think what you don't see on tape is an exceptional mover, like in terms of agility, flipping his hips, turning around. That's what you don't see. And his testing was explosiveness, right? It was incredible vertical, incredible broad jump, right? Fast 40 time, all amazing things. Doesn't really show up when you're, roboting or whatever term you want to use. Those are things where agility really plays a role, and I don't know if he's the best mover in that sense.
Guys, I want to play a little sound for you in just a second. Before I do that, Evan, before I get to Jeff,
whoa, second round running back.
Interesting. Evan, do you have any reaction to this as someone who's got no priors on these guys? What's your reaction?
I mean, I'm seeing comps to Kyle Hamilton and Cam Chancellor, so I can't be upset about that. I just hope it's not a Marquise Blair round 2.
Okay.
That's the last time I was very excited about a safety. So,
I was gonna say, are you finally off the Marquise Blair train? Because last I heard, you were still a big fan.
You know, there's a practice squad spot that is available.
Yeah.
That has his name on it.
Marquise Blair will always have a practice squad spot in my heart.
I mean,
yeah.
Like, this is, you guys seeing this? This is Kentley Platty, the RAS score. I just want to go back again. He is the number 1 safety ranked out of 1,079 in the history. Like, he is a 100th percentile athlete, 6'3", 220, jumps 43 inches, 11 foot broad, and a 4.38 40-yard dash. Like, he was insane. He's an insane athlete at that spot. This is him at the combine when I asked him about, safeties that he's, and Cam Chancellor in particular.
No. You're one of the bigger safeties. How do you think Cam Chancellor compares to your game?
My college coach actually coached Cam Chancellor in college, so he used to compare us a lot. I remember him telling me like a lot of dudes trying to say he was a linebacker coming out of college and all this other type of stuff, but we had a lot of comparisons. So,
have you met with the Seahawks?
I have met with the Seahawks.
How'd that go?
Great front office, great meeting. It was great.
What do you think about?
So, Jeff, how are you feeling about this?
It's cool, man. Like, he's a fun player. Like, Breer reported during the week that he was in consideration for 18. And that always seemed a little high. I was a little uncomfortable with that, but I guess that adds merit to that. I said on our pregame show before, if they missed out on the old line, I wondered if he would have been their pick. Say they got to the 20s last night, and so this adds merit to that report. It is a fun. We're talking about trying to chase blue chip players, blue chip athletes. This defense needs some of those to be great. It's not like I would have sat at 52, most likely. I like the idea of 5 picks. I said it the whole time. But I don't know. It's hard not to get excited about that.
You guys sound kind of not so excited. That's okay.
I wish I loved him a little bit more. I want to like him more just because of the athletic testing. But I think the thing that's really exciting to me here is, one, I've wanted them to get a safety forever. I felt like I was one of the, not to pat myself on the back, but I felt like there was a while there where I was like, this team should get a safety, and I wasn't hearing anybody else talk about that. So and the thing that I love about it is he's a weapon for Mike. And they, you can say whatever you want about trading up and whether you should trade back and how you want to handle talent cliffs and all that stuff. But they traded up and had other safeties that I really like on the board. And this was the guy they wanted. This was Mike's guy. And so to go get his guy, who's the number 1 athlete of all time at the position, that is the part that's really exciting to me. I wish I loved the tape a little bit more, but also I'll defer to Mike McDonald on this one. I'll give him the tip of the cap on safety play and understanding that. So that's the part that's really exciting to me.
So the Dolphins just traded up with the Raiders. This was supposed to be Pete's pick, where people thought Shador was going to go. I wonder if it's one of the O-linemen coming.
Yeah, it could be Jonah.
Yeah, I wonder if
Could it be Shador?
I get Miami's weird. Like they could do it.
Is Shador that much different than Tua, or but minus 18 concussions?
Well, it is interesting that it's a similar trade. They traded their second to go to 37. They got a 5th round pick. So they got a 2nd and a 5th, and they traded back like a 4th and a 5th. I don't know.
It's a 2, 3, and 4 for a 2nd and a 5th.
Yeah. I don't know.
Look at this. Look at the best fit here. It's your guy. We are in Ariante Earth 3 territory. It's official.
Let's hope he gets off the board soon.
So who do we want 50?
Mason Taylor.
Oh, it is Jonah.
Oh, wow.
You called it.
Yeah, he's a fit for that. He's a fit for that style of offense, and the Seahawks could have had him. So clearly, they wanted Nick Emmanori more. I gotta add a couple more notes on Nick. The reason that part of the reason I'm excited about him is if you look at when he's a playmaker on the field, a lot of the time it's coming in zone drops. He has really good instincts in zone, and he will undercut passes because quarterbacks don't think he's going to get to that depth. Similar like to Bobby Wagner, when he was just like, he could get downfield and get to such depth on his drops that people weren't expecting a middle linebacker to be able to do. And so I think the Seahawks have some good man cover guys. I think they've not always had the best zone instinct players in the secondary. And I think Nick Emmanori can be one of those guys. And so I think he gives them a weapon. He also gives them, people talked about, hey, maybe Jihad Campbell or an inside backer. Nick Emmanori's big enough that he can play in some sub packages next to Ernest Jones if they want to take
Right.
I know what's his Mr.
Tyrese
Knight.
Knight.
Tyrese Knight. Tyrese Knight off the field. So I think he is a Swiss Army knife, and you've got a guy in Mike McDonald that's going to know how to use him best. I think this is potentially this could end up being the best pick of the draft for them. Like, I think that's how talented this guy is. I agree with you. He has not shown all that talent in school, but this isn't a Shamar Stewart situation where he's got unreal athleticism, but he's literally done nothing production-wise on the field. This is a career.
That's a very good point, Brian. That's a valid point.
Yeah, the guy Bruce Feldman compared him to was Derwin James in terms of style.
Yeah,
and
heard that too.
That was a guy that we hated that they were this close. I know Evan went crazy for years. And obviously you're not getting Derwin James in the 2nd round. There's obviously some flaws there. But that body type, like I've seen comparisons to Adrian Wilson, the old Cardinals safety as well. That is they needed a 3rd safety. I know you guys were big Makuba guys. That would have been a fun one, Winston. But like this guy is just a freak athlete. And again, this team has needed those blue chip athletes. They haven't had those guys. And we're hoping this is the coach to unlock them. But it's a pretty exciting pick, man. Like if they got Derwin James in the 2nd round, that would be pretty wild.
Yeah, there's a lot to work with and a lot to like. I think if some of the tackling issues weren't there, I would feel a lot better about this. I think especially if you're going to talk about him as being more of a box safety, you really want him to be a strong tackler in the run game. And I think those issues showed up from time to time. So if Mike can get him set straight there, then this is a fantastic, exciting pick if he can fix those issues.
So we mentioned a couple names at 50. Who else? Who's on the list for you guys of who you'd like to see them take?
I guess not Makuba anymore. I would definitely say Jared Wilson or Tate Ratledge. I would probably lean toward Wilson.
Jalen Knoll. Is Luther Burden still on? I missed.
He is.
Still available. Yeah, I think there's almost assuredly going to be a pretty solid receiver at that point. I don't know how you guys feel about Trey Harris. Luther Burden's still on the board, Jalen Knoll, Jack Besh, Jalen Royals, Kyle Williams, who's been talked about as maybe a second-round pick.
A lot of those guys
There's
I
gonna be
like
some guys
more
there.
third rounders than second rounders, but Knoll and Burden for sure. I thought Burden was a clear-cut first rounder. So.
I want them to go offense. I absolutely want them to go offense. I think offense is the biggest hole in this team right now. I don't know if there's a defensive position group unless they get one of the corners, I guess. But I would
Johnson? Is Will Johnson going to be there at 52?
He might be.
Or 50, I mean?
He
I would
might
take it. I would take it, even if his knee's gonna self-implode in 2 years. Like, he's so good.
I want them to go offense. I want receiver, tight end, or one of the interior linemen.
Who? So I'll be honest. I did not watch either Arroyo or Taylor. Who of those two would you lean towards?
Taylor, hands down. I don't quite get the Arroyo hype.
Why?
Yeah, I don't think he's a true tight end. Like he's definitely the more of the joker or the move tight end or whatever. And I just don't think he's that special as an athlete. So yeah, he just kind of, it's not like I think he's like a third round. Sure. Like I'm interested, but Mason Taylor to me is more interesting. Just a little bit more complete. I think a little bit better athlete, just fits the position more just of a tight end. Yeah.
You know how part of the reason I fell in love with Mason Taylor was watching Jalen Milroe at the Cedar Bowl have the worst 2 days of practice I've ever seen a quarterback have at any level. I mean, it was hard to watch. It was harder to watch than Sam Howell was last year here, and that was really hard to watch. And there was finally a play where Milroe, after holding on to the ball for another 10 seconds and almost getting sacked again, throws it to the flat. It was only like 5 yards down the field. It was off target even then. And Mason Taylor makes this crazy out of body frame catch that he had no business making. And he made it look like very natural and easy. And I was like, that's a big man moving that way and having that kind of body control and that kind of soft hands. Like there's something there. And then I started watching him more and I'm like, oh, I didn't even know. Honestly, I didn't know he was Jason Taylor's, the Hall of Fame edge rusher's son. I didn't know that. And so I like learned more and more. And I'm like, this guy's built like he could add 15 pounds.
Travion Henderson.
Like, I don't know. I think Mason Taylor's a really interesting guy for the Seahawks. I'm not sure he's going to last till 50.
So just thinking about this a little bit now, like I get where you're coming from, Jeff, that like add to the offense, that's where the need is, like, or that's the weaker side of the ball at this point. If they can get Will Johnson, or it's Savon Revel, it's not Siobhan Revel.
It's Savon
Revel. That defense is kind of ridiculous and extremely complete and kind of deep and now you're like, and you can get into the roster building thing. Like you shouldn't build defense. Defense is unpredictable. It's not stable. It doesn't last. Like all that. Sure. But like, dang, you kind of have a thing now. Like I think at that point, the only thing you're really like missing is like a nose tackle, I guess. But that's a fixable problem. And so, I mean, we'll see who's on the board. But the idea of adding maybe one of these, especially with those two being, and we'll see, like Will Johnson's thing might be worse. I don't know why I feel like Savon Revel's maybe a less of an injury risk, but suddenly you're talking about really good players that are falling for kind of different reasons and filling out a real strength. That starts to get kind of appealing to me.
I'd kind of be shocked if Savon Revel falls that far. I mean, Jeff, like we talked about tight ends, receivers. Jaden Higgins now gone. There's Jack Besh. There's Jalen Knoll. Trey Harris is a guy that Matt Harmon, for example, had him as a pretty high up there as an X. Any of these other guys at the receiver position, like Savion Williams is a guy that they met with. I think that's a huge risk, but
I don't like that.
he's a playmaker. I agree with you. I think the Seahawks are missing a dynamic playmaker, at least at the receiving positions. So who can they add that would fit that bill?
Jalen Noel, number one for me. Mason Taylor to me. I think one of those two guys. I think Jack Besh would be pretty cool. Trey Harris makes me nervous. He feels like a very gimmicky offense. I think it's a big projection. I don't know if that's the clean fit in who you're missing here. I think there's just way more polished options. I like Kyle Williams as a third-round guy. I think he's probably not going to make it there. I can live with Jack Besh, although it's kind of redundant to what you have already. But I think Trey Harris is the one I feel the worst about. But one of those guys or one of the interior O-line to me is like, I'm very happy with those guys. But there's a big run of picks here. We'll see.
There's a couple other guys, Jalen Royals, and then
I love Royals.
Yeah, Royals is fun. I'm more of a fan of Io Minor, I think, than anyone else here. He's definitely that big-bodied receiver. He's 6'4", and actually ran a 4.4, so I think he showed off better long speed than what we thought. I thought he was going to be more of a 4.5 guy anyway. So I think those are two guys that will probably be there in the third round. Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
You went deep on receiver. I'd love to hear from you. I don't know if you've got it written anywhere, but just even off of memory. But like, what were your kind of receiver rankings that you ended up with, and which kind of guys are still available that you really like?
Yeah, I would take Noel. I think he's probably going to be gone though by 52. I would have no problem taking him at 52 or 50. Sorry, they're not 50. Yeah, all those other guys I mentioned, I think are more third round fits. Trey Harris, I wouldn't really be a big fan of. Like Jeff said, it's a pretty simple offense. Like he wasn't asked to do a full route tree, run a full route tree, so it's a big projection there. In the same way, not that I think he's the same, but like Gary Jennings coming out of West Virginia, right? All he did was basically run go routes to West Virginia and, couldn't cut it in the NFL. So I have some worries there. The other guys I think are great third rounds. Kyle Williams, Savion Williams, I think is more of a day 3 guy for me. But Io Manor, Royals, I think all those guys would be great fits at 92.
Apparently the two teams that traded down, the Titans and the Raiders, both wanted to take Jaden Higgins, and that's why they moved out.
Interesting.
The Raiders are weak at receiver for all like the investments they made.
Well, and that's for as much as I like as much as I like the receivers in this draft, I'll kind of just be clear that I kind of feel like there was a couple of dynamic players and then a lot of, I don't know, projects, guys that have something that they do well, but not everything that they do well. I love Jack Besh. I don't think he does. There's a lot of holes to what he provides. He's certainly not the most dynamic player. Certainly a physical player, a good blocker, a good run after, like breaking tackles after the catch. But like, talk about Jalen Royals a little bit. That's a guy that
there's Burden.
So there's Luther Burden.
Oh,
the Bears
is one of the guys. Is one of those dynamic playmakers.
Wow, a receiver there.
Oh, I gotta run, guys. I'll be right back.
Okay. That's a fun pick for the Bears.
So they've gone Loveland Burden.
Loveland Burden, Odunze from last year. That's
still got DJ Moore.
Good skill set. Yeah. If Caleb can figure it out or Ben Johnson can figure out Caleb.
And they're up again and after. So is this the quarterback here? Saints are going to take a quarterback? Is that going to actually happen?
It's the thought.
Tyler Shuck time.
That was the rumor, right? Earlier today that.
Oh, was it?
Or maybe just an hour ago that Shuck could be the first quarterback taken tonight.
Wow.
So is Shedeur going to get drafted? I don't want to make this a Shedeur show though.
I know Brian asked about Royals. I don't know, Nathan. I think you were on him before I was. I
like him a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good mover, 4'4" and like 6'1", so he can play that outside role and complement what you also have on the roster.
Yeah, I think there's a lot that he can do. Because he's a little bigger too, right? Like, I mean, he's not like huge, but he's a little thicker, and so I feel like he can hold up to the physicality and maybe play a little bit of bully ball. And Really good mover. So there's a lot of different stuff that he can do. Stretch the field. Like I feel like he's really complete. So
he can stretch the field. He also pretty good on the screen game. I think he had a fair amount of screen targets. I mean, JSN was like overly used that last season. So if they need another guy that can take that, he's probably actually maybe even more talented when it comes to run after catch ball in his hands than JSN.
Yeah, I think the two, like if you're looking for a playmaker, and I don't know if they need a playmaker exactly, like Trey Harris really might fit the offense better, like for just need, but I think Noel and Royals are the two that are like dynamic players.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to see like who in front of them needs a receiver, but I wouldn't have guessed the Bears. Like they didn't sign Keenan Allen back. They've got Colson Loveland, so he might be their fourth target. But I don't know. It's
the Bears are again at 41.
Wow. Yeah, there's not a lot of receiver teams. Dallas is actually up pretty soon. That could be a receiver.
Dallas needs one. Niners?
The Niners, the Rams.
Do they need a Debo replacement?
They have so many guys investment there.
Raiders are at 48 also, so that could be another receiver.
So that's probably that might be. They're probably going to get sniped there.
Yeah.
So is Will Johnson is he that bad medically? Just off boards?
The knees.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Are we going to tip picks here?
You know?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what Brian said.
We can do anything we want now that Brian's not here.
Brian's gone.
Yeah, Mod's asleep.
We'll stop.
Yeah.
We'll stop at like 45.
Yeah.
Before the Seahawks get close. It's Tyler Shuck.
For real.
It is.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I'm happy he's not a Seahawk. Oh man. So I did say in our chat today, like Derek Carr might not play this year, so they kind of need someone who's ready to play quarterback. He's 26 years old. It's like 2 years younger than Darnold.
So Jalen Milroe, I think very possible he goes ahead Shedeur. And then after that, if there's another quarterback taken before Shedeur, does he get drafted?
Who would it be? Well, he'll get drafted, but who would it be? Who would be ahead of after Mil? So okay, if Milroe goes,
Riley Leonard or Will Howard?
Oh come on, no.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if at that point, if he's not like, if there are more than two quarterbacks that go before him, I mean, like the floor is the basement, or I
guess Quinn Ewers could hypothetically.
I do wonder.
Seahawks might take Ewers at 50. So.
Oh God. Brian will go from the happiest guy on the show to.
Did you guys see that article about John Schneider was talking to some agent who was at an 8th grade football game, and it was Quinn Ewers from like 2016 or something?
Oh boy, that would be.
There's a show popping up. Yeah. Well, the Seahawks play the NFC South this year, correct?
They do.
So I think it's NFC South and AFC South.
AFC South. So you're going to see Tyler Shuck probably start against them.
I know it's AFC South for sure.
So they have a Tyler Shuck, Spencer Rattler QB battle. Oof.
Let's see. I'm looking up the schedule.
Do you think the Seahawks move out here?
It is the NFC South as well. Saints will be in Seattle. So.
Man.
Bears back on the clock. Go ahead, Brian. Or go ahead, Nathan.
I'm kind of getting my heart set on these cornerbacks, and I probably shouldn't. Every year I fall in love with the guy who's missing two knees. So but I do. I'm starting to love this.
Though.
I know. I'm starting to love this idea of Will Johnson or Savon Revel. Like that's exciting to me.
Because Revel's just the ACL, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's say those guys are just off Seattle's board for whatever reason. What other corners are you guys interested in? Like Trey Amos or the guy from Florida State?
What, AC Thomas?
Me and Brian really soured on what's his name? Azariah Thompson.
Azariah,
Is that his name?
yeah.
Yeah, his combine was rough. We maybe over pivoted on the combine performance, but I know he was a guy that we were both like watching and trying to be like the poke in the dead thing with a stick meme. Like, please, like we want to love you, do something, and it was just not happening.
Gotcha. So Bills traded up here with the Bears.
Wow. Did they take a corner? They took a corner last night.
Bills took the Kentucky corner, I believe.
Yeah.
That's a big move. That had to be. Who could they be going?
Wide receiver.
Oh
Could be
boy,
Noel.
this could be Noel. No, not one of the tight ends. This could be Noel.
Yeah, I think it could be Noel here.
What else? Why did Judkins go so early?
Yeah,
that was a shock that he went ahead of Henderson. We didn't really get a chance to digest that.
So what did the Bills trade?
I'm looking.
Well, that trade 56 and 62.
62. Oh, for 41.72. 240, and they gave up 109 also.
So basically, move up 10, move down 10.
Up 10, down 10, and then lose your fourth rounder for a seventh rounder.
That seems very reasonable.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem terrible. Yeah.
No, I didn't realize they had those 2 picks there.
Who are you trying to go get, though, is, I guess, the big thing here.
I think it's got to be a receiver.
Mike Green could.
I think Mike Green is going to keep slipping. What about defensive tackle for the Seahawks at 50? I mean,
I was just going to say the Tyreek Williams pick still bums me out. I was all about that dude.
Sucked. Can you believe he went 28? Like I think you wrote us a few weeks ago. You're like, why is this guy different than Kenneth Grant?
Well, Kenneth Grant's like what he went 11 or something like
that.
That
was nuts. I saw you guys react to that. That was nuts. Like they have holes everywhere, and their only pick was a nose tackle.
And just him, like that, the player, I don't.
Yeah, I like what you said. Like he didn't seem like a first round pick. Brian, have you been able to wipe the smile off your face yet?
Oh man. Oh dude, like this is not about me at all. But I just gotta say, it's you guys have been on this journey we've done this together for how many years, right? And to Nathan, you and I were at the combine talking to these guys, literally being right next to them, watching them like say that they're going to do something, then watch them on the field actually do it. You and I were there when he ran the 40. We're like, he freaking did it.
Yep.
And then to have this happen, all the teams pass on him, have the Seahawks actually pick him, then get to ask him questions about this experience. I mean, it's a dream, man. I'm blessed to be able to do this, and I'm super excited about what this means for this defense. Like, to your point, Nathan, they've got a lot of freaking dudes over there, and they've got maybe the best defensive head coach in the NFL. We could be seeing the next generation of top 5 defense in Seattle, and guess what? If you're not giving up points, you don't have to score as many points. So this is another way, like this, suppress points. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. It's pretty cool to hear him.
Especially once they take Omar Norman Lott at 50, right, Brian?
My God. How cool.
Then you got to wonder who's running the team.
No, you don't.
Brian, did you see any of the picks while you were talking?
I saw Tyler Shuck went to the Saints. Yeah,
he did.
Was that anything else I missed? That was
the Bills traded up. They're still on the clock here, but
it's got to be Will Johnson, right? Or did they?
Well, they took a corner last night.
They took Max Harrison. Yeah.
Also, Brian, you said we would tip picks till about pick 45 when the Seahawks were
that makes sense.
Somewhat close. Okay, it's TJ Sanders, defensive tackle from Carolina.
He's a nice player.
Yep.
What's your take on him, Nathan?
He's this is the guy I fall in love with every single year. The only year that I didn't fall in love with it was the dude that Kalijah Cansey. Clancy,
Clancy.
yeah, and he's actually awesome. A lot of these guys I fall in love with, and it doesn't quite work out. So we'll see about Sanders, but he's just one of those guys, slightly undersized, but just doing a lot of stuff, moving and shaking and wrecking pockets, and just, at least in college, he's one of those guys where like, oh my God, this guy is just, can we get him off the field? He's just always doing something, and it's a problem. So we'll see how he ends up, holding it up against the run and different stuff like that. But, the guy's a troublemaker for sure in the best way.
The Bills are kind of in a weird place, aren't they? Like,
yeah.
Did these two moves that they made, these two draft picks, is that going to help them beat Patrick Mahomes finally?
Not really.
I liked Hairston a lot.
Like, Nathan, go ahead, Deryck. Talk about Hairston, and Nathan, you should talk about our experience watching Hairston at the combine. But yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if that's good or bad. I mean, I think he ran like a 4.29, so he was fast, and it showed up on tape. Like the way that he broke on passes was really impressive.
That was exactly what we were seeing at the combine too, because he ran, and I had not heard of him before, and I was like, okay, like 150-pound cornerback ran a 4.2 whatever, neat. And then we're sitting there watching the drills, and it's like, wait, who is that? Oh, it's Hairston. Oh, who is that? Oh, it was Hairston. Like the guy just moved different, and not just in straight line speed, which I think was a really exciting thing. It wasn't just, oh, he's a 40-yard specialist. Like the guy was just, electric. It was super cool watching him.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the best athletes in the world together doing doing position drills that match their same level of testing of their athleticism, and one guy looks that different, that's freaking impressive. Like that's meaningful. And that was one of the most impactful like combine workouts that I think you and I watched. It's like, dude, who's that? I was like, that guy should be a first round pick at that point. And he ended up being one, but there are a lot of questions about him too, but I get back to it and like, I don't know, man, the Bills, is it defense that's the problem for them against the Chiefs? Like
I think both Jeff and I thought it was going to be Jalen Noel.
Yeah. I just saw the pick.
Yeah, I saw this pick as well.
Who is it?
It's Mason Taylor.
Mason Taylor.
You can't have them all. You can't.
No.
Well, they wanted a tight end last year. They didn't get Brock Bowers. They did pretty well for themselves getting Armand Membu and Mason Taylor.
Yeah.
That's one of the best.
And they were rumored to be in for Tyler Warren at potentially 7. So they didn't do that.
Membu and Taylor might be one of the best hauls so far. I mean, honestly, I think Sable and Emmanori is up there as well, but that's just me.
I do think this is a good draft for the Bills, though. Like, asking whether this helps them beat the Chiefs. I mean, if you look at the way the Chiefs have lost their Super Bowls, it's, getting after Mahomes. And I think Sanders is a guy that can give you that, especially up the middle, which is always the hardest pressure to deal with. And then, Hairston, just seeming like a really different type of athlete. And obviously, if you have to make a quarterback hold on to the ball longer, then you have more opportunity to get after him. So I feel like the Bills are just kind of in a weird spot, though, where they're really good, obviously. And so it's one of those where it's like, where do they have like true needs? It feels awkward to find places to, like, especially drafting later, which I think is just, this is kind of the problem when you're a really good team and you're drafting the end of the first round, the players aren't blue chips and you've already got good players. And so how do you find ways to add guys that get you the next, over the hump, right? And in this case, the hump is a Patrick Mahomes sized mountain. So like, what do you do?
Well, I mean, look at when he's lost, who has he lost to? He's lost to really good pass rushes and like overwhelmingly good pass rushes. And I mean, TJ Sanders is helpful. I think he's good, but I don't know that he's going to be a difference maker. And I think this is also, Jeff, like you and I talked about this. I was not high on this edge class. Everyone was talking about this edge class being so great. We're now pretty deep into the second round. Mike Green's still there. Ezraku's still there. Jordan Birch is still there. Olufemi Oladejo still there. Nick Scourton, Landon Jackson, JT Tuimalo from Ohio State, Braden Swinson, Prince Emmanuel. A lot of these guys that we were like, oh, that could be a first rounder. I think the NFL feels similarly that these are like okay pass rushers.
To me, it always seemed like a class that had a good amount of options. Round 3, round 4, not a lot of top end talent. I still think there's quite a few guys that I get excited about at the end of the 3rd round.
Really? Tell me a guy that you'd be excited about at the end of the 3rd round.
I will take you to SMU, and I forgot his name last night, and I'm forgetting his name again today.
Is an edge rusher?
Yeah, kind of a tweener.
Elijah Roberts.
Elijah Roberts, yeah. I just think he's disruptive. It was kind of weird, SMU scheme. He's like 280, and he was rushing from a 2-point stance, like an outside linebacker, which is odd. But I thought he was fairly twitchy and a good hand fighter, and I think he could contribute something to this team that you don't really have right now.
Are any of you kind of like thinking defensive tackle? Like this is such a defensive tackle class. Part of me is like, hey, just take Jay Toia, the nose tackle from UCLA, in like the 7th round or the 6th round or whatever it is. You don't have a 6th round pick, 7th round. And don't worry about it early. Other part of me is like, go get one of these guys. Like, go get Alfred Collins if you think he's great. I really want Tyleik Williams. He's not there anymore. So are there any of the defensive tackles where you guys are like, man, let's go there early?
No, because I think what they really need is a nose, and like the guys that I like feel redundant with the guys they already have, that like with Murphy and Williams and that kind of stuff. So that's the sticking point for, and like that's why Tyleik Williams would have been amazing. But that's the sticking point for me.
Yeah, like Darius Alexander, Omar Norman Lott, Ty Robinson. Those are kind of smaller guys that it's not really what they need. It'd be cool, it'd be fun, but what they really need is just a one tech, plug the hole kind of thing.
And I don't think Alfred Collins offers enough where you want to do something like that at 50. Tyleik Williams, the way he just controlled dude with his hands and like that was something that was exceptional to me. And Alfred Collins is probably going to be a quality or maybe very good or better, like who knows, nose tackle, but like I don't think he's going to be I think he's firmly in the this dude has to come off the field on 3rd downs.
Right.
And like Tyleik Williams, you probably don't want him on the field on 3rd downs, but if you're in one of those awkward spots or he's out there, like there's stuff he can do to still help.
The thing with Tyleik Williams was it's not even for me the snap counts and the down distances he could be out there. That was a guy, there's a certain level of dominance in moving the line, and he just controlled.
Oh, well, Alfred Collins just went to San Francisco.
Wow.
So the 49ers, they now have really prioritized run defense. Mykel Williams, that is his strength. He's a better run defender than he is a pass rusher, and now Alfred Collins was one of the best run defenders at the defensive tackle position in college football last year. So 49ers, they're going back to their old tricks, the defensive line.
You're going to hear this a million times, so let's see if I can be one of the first to say it. It's a real meat and potatoes type draft from the 49ers.
They needed it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm watching him right now, and I don't know, man. This was like Dane Brugler was high on Alfred Collins to the Seahawks. He was trying to convince. Alfred Collins used to be a 3-tech that moved into being a nose, and when I looked at his grading as an A-gap player, it wasn't very good. Like I think he's actually not a true nose, and that doesn't mean he's not a good player. But I think for what the Seahawks need, I'm not sure he was the greatest fit. But we'll see. I mean, 49ers. Rebuilding that defensive line after spending so much resources on it in the past. Can I get some super chats here? I got some questions for you guys. Is that all right?
Yeah, for sure.
Wally World, who's been a member for 4 months, says, how mad would you be with Jalen Milroe at 52?
I'd love it. Whoever's sitting at 52 right now should go ahead and take him.
At 50. Come
Yeah.
on, smart ass. How would you feel?
Nathan, go ahead.
No, I think your little reaction is how I would feel. Whatever
Yeah,
that was.
I wouldn't love it. I probably wouldn't even like it. I could see it though. Like the dude moves incredibly, and like we haven't really had that mobile quarterback probably since Russell in, I don't know, 2016. And obviously he's not playing this year, so you're not going to really see him unless, something bad happens to Darnold. So I do question taking a quarterback in the second round here, but if and when he does step on the field, it would be exciting.
Jeff?
I hate it, especially now that you don't have the third round pick. To not have any other picks until you're using a pick on a backup quarterback who's, I know he's got one amazing tool, but the opportunity cost of so many things, you've already given up one of your key picks in the top 80 or top 82. Now you're giving up that pick and having a backup quarterback. I would not like that. That feels bad to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy. I think there's too many other. It depends on also a little bit who's available, but I would rather them trade back and pick up another pick potentially, depending on who's available. But we'll see. All right. Possum Adventures says Zabel and Emmanori. I said they gave the most value with multiple positions flex. John Schneider is on fire. You hear that, Deryck? You hear that?
Number one fan right here. You're looking
Deryck,
at him.
number one fan of John Schneider. You heard it here first. Richie Brash, Dak Besh in the third round, maybe. Is he a fit? I've said my piece on Jack Besh. I think he's a physical player. I think he's got a little Puka Nacua to his game. He's not the most dynamic athlete, but I think he'd be a great ad, a good blocker. I think he's like Eric. He's a little like a Emmanori from Stanford, except he actually catches the ball, which might be a little bit different.
I think he's a little redundant, like you said, though, to Cooper Kupp and JSN. He's not going to vertically stretch the field too much.
Right.
So I don't know if you really have room for another guy like that.
I think he's a little bit more redundant with Jake Bobo, to be honest. I think he's a better version.
Because he's white, right?
He's not actually, I don't think. But I just think that he is a physical, outside receiver. I know he's played slot, but I think he can play on the boundary, and I think he's a guy that makes really good contested catches and is really, I think where he's different than Jake Bobo is I think he creates after the catch. He drags people down the field. And unlike DK Metcalf, he doesn't fumble the ball when he does it. So I like Jack Besh. And if you got him in the third round, I'd be happy about it. Anyone else have a Jack Besh take? All right. Yes, no?
Not really.
I do like him in the third round. I just don't know about the fit on this roster.
Yeah. All right. Nunya says, absolutely shocked. They would have taken this guy as everything I've read about his character concerns goes against what the Seahawks have said they want to do. My opinion, but not happy with this pick. I haven't really heard these character concerns about Nick Emmanori. Could you guys fill me in? I feel like I've read about this guy, but what are the character concerns?
Rob Staten has also mentioned this. I've not seen these reports. I'm not sure if it's just like a motivation thing, how much does he love football kind of thing. I'm not seeing like anything like serious in terms of like off the field concerns.
There was like in Bob McGinn's.
I think it was in the Bob McGinn article.
It was pretty minor though, right?
Well, I think, look, they did the 30 visit with him. Like they've done the research. You got to give them the benefit of the doubt in some level there, but I hadn't heard other than those like anonymous scouting reports. But yeah, Rob's been pretty consistent. That there's Donovan Ezra-Aku there.
Ezra-Aku to the Cowboys.
So they've taken Booker and Ezra-Aku. That's a pretty normal draft for them.
I mean, Booker makes sense for them.
It was high though.
Is pretty like underwhelming. I'm
So
not a big fan.
I'll just read the quote from the Bob McGinn
Yeah, go ahead.
article. It says, there's some inconsistency and possible character issues, more like football immaturity. He's naturally contrarian to most everything. He's got top 20 talent, but there's some bells and whistles that come with him. Just be sure you know, he can probably phrase some things. This guy, they say this guy is so strong-willed. If you get him onto your side, he'll save the world. If he's opposed to your views, he'll burn the world down.
That sounds a little
So-
dramatic.
I don't know. I don't know what to take from that.
That sounds a little dramatic. I don't know. And like we're talking character concerns. There's different grades of character concerns. We've got a guy on the board, edge rusher, that's had multiple sexual assault charges. Like, I don't know. That's my take.
One of the best players of all time, like one of the best Seahawks of all times, is Richard Sherman. So,
and Earl Thomas and Brandon Browner was pretty good. And like,
yeah. Well, and I mean, I think Browner, I don't know what his contrarianism was like, but Sherman, Earl definitely fit the bill of if they're with you, then you're gonna, conquer the world, and if they're not, you're just that.
And Marshawn Lynch,
strong-willed.
Like it kind of pisses me off, to be honest. Like, this is a young man, and if you're saying like he's not submissive to, like, he'll just do whatever the coach says, like, I don't know that that's a bad thing, especially on defense. And part of the job as a coach, as any leader, is to lead. And if you get the respect of the guy, and he will save the world or he'll burn it down. I mean, that's ridiculous, but I didn't hear anything in that other than maybe, to me, a little bit of questionable character assassination from some random scout. So poo. That's my.
If we want Ratledge, this is a big pick coming up because they don't have a right guard. And the Colts have historically taken a lot of the RAS guys. This is a big pick for us, for those who want Tate Ratledge.
And they don't need a center, though, right? They got Bortolini.
They don't.
So they don't need Jared Wilson.
Oh, JTT. Okay.
That's a Nathan guy.
Interesting.
Wow.
Nathan, you like this guy, this edge rusher, JT Tuimoloau from Ohio State?
Another meat and potatoes dude. Like, he is a lot like Micah Williams to me, but I don't know how old he is. I'm guessing he's at least 2 or 3 years older. But same thing, like, is he gonna like get you 10 sacks? Oh no, he's only 21. No, but is he gonna like kick ass against the run and like just do a lot of dirty work and play a lot of play different spots and all that kind of stuff? He is an enabler for everything else you have in your line. One of those guys that's like probably in year 4, everyone's gonna be talking about how he's a bust and why the Colts draft this dude, and then in his 12th year in the career, we're all talking about like, oh, that dude, he's just such a football player. He's that kind of thing. So
yeah, I mean, how do you compare him to Jack Sawyer?
I was not a Sawyer guy, and I feel like I probably needed to spend more time on Sawyer, but how big is Jack Sawyer? Because I think he actually ended up being maybe bigger than I realized.
I don't have it off the top, but
6'4", 260, and then so JTT only has like 10 pounds on him, but I don't know. They felt, and actually only 5 pounds by combine measurement. I don't know. I don't feel like I had a read on Sawyer. I wasn't into him, but he is kind of the same thing where I think you need to spend a minute with him and really try to understand what he's being asked to do and how he's working. But I didn't kind of at a glance see it with Sawyer very much.
Yeah. So the Rams are on the clock. That means the Seahawks are 4 picks away. This is pick 46. The Seahawks will be picking here in short order.
This feels like a Knoll or Royals pick.
This is their first pick of the draft.
Right.
Yeah.
And the word was, there was at least a rumor that there was all this trade up chatter. The Rams were trying to move up. And then when Emeka Egbuka got selected, all of the chatter stopped.
They got right out of the first round.
If that's true, there's two players. There's 2 ways they could go here. One would be quarterback. Is there any quarterback that they like? Does Shedeur Sanders go here? This is how I had taking Shedeur Sanders in the first round. The other would be receiver. Jalen Knoll. Like, that would make a lot of sense if Jalen Knoll went here. Could be corner. Like, they definitely need help at corner. Linebacker. Like, any thoughts, Jeff?
Maybe Arroyo. Like they were interested in Loveland apparently, but
yeah, that could make some sense.
what else could they? Yeah, the Ibuka thing. I actually picked them in our mock draft, but I didn't really know what to do with them because they're kind of okay everywhere, but they can use a lot. What about corner? Like one of the corners would make a lot of sense. No,
It would. Like Will Johnson could make sense here.
that would be so annoying if he turns out to be good and they come out of this with Will Johnson and a 1 next year. That would suck.
Well, I mean, Shedeur Sanders would be the bomb. Like that would be the firecracker if they did that.
This is one of the crazier drops ever. Like that guy was projected to go 2nd overall one point.
Mike Green would suck too.
Yeah, I don't want that D line getting better.
Maybe. Does Mike Green fit on there? Like, is he really a 4-3 end? Because they play 4 down.
I think he can do a lot of stuff that I don't think he's that much different in the way he moves and everything is from Verse, is he?
He's like, I think he's 20 or 30 pounds lighter is the thing. So I wonder, like, about his fit in their defense, but like, I mean, Jalen Walker, like an outside linebacker would have been an interesting thing for them, but I don't know, man.
He's definitely more of a speed guy than Verse. Verse has both.
Verse was 6'4", 2. The headless voice. Verse was
I'm eating, and I'll spare everyone the side of it. So.
I think they measured very similarly, actually. So Mike Green is 6'3", 251, and Verse was 6'4", 254.
Really?
Green's power just didn't show up like Verse's does. Verse had serious power for his size, and Green just you saw some bull rushes or attempted bull rushes where he just got stonewalled.
For sure, yeah. I'm just thinking as kind of how they move and size wise and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Softy's
I can hear Softy in the background.
Softy's fired up.
Softy's excited. He's got the South Carolina head coach on. If you want to listen to Nick Emmanori's.
How much coffee does that dude drink?
I don't know, but I don't think it's the coffee. It's just it's the physics, the biology, the echo chamber that he's been built with. If you guys want to hear, you could just hear the interview over.
Yeah, we don't even need to do a show. You can just listen to Softy.
There's no copyright issues there.
So we're up in 3 picks, by the way. Like
I know. I just texted Evan trying to get him to come back on so we can get it won't be quite as exciting as
you got to think Arizona, Vegas is going to take a receiver. You got to think that.
Yeah. I mean, Jalen Noel would make a lot of sense for them. I mean, Jalen Noel makes sense for a lot of teams, but Terrence Ferguson.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Well, Brian, it's a good day for your scouting acumen, saying he's in the same tier as Arroyo. You said the other day Jalen Walker's not that good.
That is so damn annoying.
You're a Husky, so you just don't like that the Oregon Duck got picked. But like,
I don't like that he's like fakes injuries every time they play the Huskies.
Because his coach tells him to. It's not like a player attribute to fake an injury. That is always a coach required thing. He just happens to be the guy that does it. Like, says nothing about him. It's a weird thing you got, dude.
It's like a little like in Madden, you've got the little player attribute that is fakes injury.
I think that's called the bitch attribute. And,
yeah.
And I don't think I think that's falsely applied here. But
you think Seattle might move down here?
Well,
there's a lot of guys.
There's a lot of guys left. Like everyone we've talked about, really, other than Higgins, is still here.
Mason Taylor's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's possible. It's possible. I mean, Savon Ravel, is that the guy that's probably the most exciting for them to potentially get? Jared Wilson.
Ravel's a 30 visit.
He's a start 30 visit. If you want to go here, you want me to read down the 30 visits that they still have available? One sec. All right. 30 visits that are still available. Savion Williams. I'm not going to read some of the guys that don't make sense. Savon Ravel, Jalen Milroe, Jared Wilson, Ty Robinson, Kyle Williams, if you think he'd go this high, Will Johnson. That's the list of 30 visits.
Oh, there he is. Will Johnson. Will Johnson just went.
We were talking about who did they take in the first round?
Walter Nolan, Derek's buddy.
That's right. Yeah.
When the three of us did the show, I think we had Will Johnson to the Cardinals.
That's pretty neat for them. I mean, obviously, I hate it, but I think he was like the most popular pick for them at 18, and now they're getting him way down here.
His knee's got to be really bad.
Yeah.
Let's go with that angle. He's got shot.
Yeah.
That's annoying.
There is an unconfirmed report that there's a new Seahawks uniform coming in 2025.
Josh has been pounding the table about this.
A new alternate.
So when they announced the new numbers, it was the throwback jersey, but with the modern numbers, is what I saw somebody say. I am not a jersey person, so maybe I just fell for it on the internet again, but maybe that's what it's going to be, is that it's like some weird mishmash.
So guys, I mean, if they get Savon Ravel Jr. here, I mean, forget needs. Isn't he like maybe he's a first round talent, right? Like he's that good of a corner.
I think so.
I don't know. Like Jeff, I know we like Jared Wilson and Tate Rowledge. I don't know. You could argue that those guys are first round talents.
No, you can't. Ravel, if he didn't get injured, would have probably gone in the first round. Like he was a pretty good pro. Well, the Raiders traded out again, second time. Texans are back up.
What are the Raiders doing?
So
it was Pete all along. They take a running back and then trade back constantly. It was always Pete.
What are they doing? They have the worst receiver room in the league right now.
Still a bunch of receivers that I like, though.
Yeah.
The pick is in for the Texans. You think they're going offensive line? That would make sense. I wouldn't.
Yeah, this could be Ratledge. Yeah, this could be Ratledge. They got Laken Tomlinson starting at guard right now.
They were probably trying to jump ahead of the Seahawks. That wouldn't surprise me. I'm going to guess it's Jared Wilson. I don't know their center situation. I'll pull it up. Let's see if I can do it before the pick gets announced.
Savon Ravel, though, like that's when this is just like that. This is a stupid draft,
right? Right.
What
That's
are you
kind of thinking?
Ravel, Emmanori, and Zabel are all guys that are like at 18, maybe. Like Ravel would have been high there, but like, and now you get them like just all. Obviously, they had to trade up, but like what, like. That's one of those where if I'm the Rams or something, a fan of another team, like, what are you letting the Seahawks do? NFL, you have to stop. Roger Goodell needs to step in immediately. What is going on?
Yeah, I think I feel the same way. So the Texans center is Jarrett Patterson. I feel like this is going to be Jared Wilson.
Who are the other O linemen on the board? Ratledge, Wilson.
Let me look.
Your buddy's still on the clock.
Arianti Ursary?
Yeah, he's still there.
Marcus Bowe, Marcus
Bowe.
I like Miles Frazier a lot. Wyatt Milam.
I don't know when that's not a name people are thinking about here, but
Jalen Rivers, Dylan Fairchild, the other Georgia guard. If we look at tackles, you do have Ursary, Ozzie Trapillo, Charles Grant, maybe Cam Williams.
He's a guard. I like Cam Williams a lot. That dude's a guard. Don't play, for the love of God, do not play that guy at tackle. CJ Stroud doesn't deserve that.
Yeah, well, CJ Stroud doesn't deserve what they've done in the offensive line in Texas, Houston in general.
But they got your boy.
What did they do?
Laken Tomlinson.
My God. One of the best parts of this offseason was yesterday, Evan admitting that the Seahawks were worse off without him. that even he's been signed to another team. Now that was before they drafted Gray Zabel. I don't think we'd feel that way anymore. But yeah, pick is in. Commercial break. We're just a couple picks, guys, away from the next Seahawks pick. How are you feeling? You guys all Deryck, you got your food, and you, Jeff. I'm feeling low energy from you. You feeling like a little bit unhappy?
I'm still conflicted about that trade. I'm gonna be honest. Like I love Emmanori, but like everyone I mentioned I liked before is still on the board. So I love the idea of the 5 picks. So I'm still conflicted. I'm struggling with it.
What's the conflict? Like, what would you what's the alternative that's going through your head that if they hadn't made the trade?
Wondering if anyone would have taken Emmanori or if they could have just taken 2 dudes here, like a Noel and kind of all the guys we talked about at the beginning of the show are all still here, other than like the Will Johnsons and Higgins, who wouldn't have been there anyway. So I'm still battling that in my head. I don't know if that's the right move or not.
That's a interesting point. So if you look at the positions that have been taken since Emmanori, running back, guard, running back, receiver, quarterback, defensive tackle, tight end, defensive tackle, edge, tight end, cornerback. So there's really only been one secondary player in general taken since then. I think it's a legitimate question. Like, I obviously you can't really play that out.
He's a bit of a unicorn, so you can't just say because he's this position. Like he's different than other safeties.
Mm-hmm.
But all the other safeties are still there.
That's what I was going to say. If you're sitting there at 50 now and Winston and Makuba are there, now you do have this question of, all right, I trust Mike. It's awesome he went and got his guy. Most athletic safety of all time. Better be right. You traded to go pick him over the other guys that would have been there at your natural pick.
Because now you lose 82 too.
Yep.
So, I think the point there, though, is the teams don't assess these players based off of every other team and every other scheme. They're grading for their own scheme, for their own needs. And so the Seahawks likely value him at a different level than other teams. So it's not even whether he'd still be available. It's just a fact.
There it is.
Oh, let's go.
Okay, this is the Brian draft so far. All the guys who one are going right before them.
All right. Who are the tier 1 choices for the Seahawks? I think we talked about Ravel, Savon Ravel,
Jalen
Noel,
Ratledge and Wilson.
Ratledge and Wilson for you. I wouldn't put Ratledge in there for me. He's not quite tier 1, but that's fine. I would put Omar Norman Lott in that list for me.
Oh, we know.
Tier 1.
What's that?
Tier 1? He's in your tier 1?
Oh yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, for sure. Other guys, like, is there anyone else that's in that tier 1 list? Because it is.
I mean, going back to the safeties thing, both of those safeties are in my tier 1 list. Obviously, I don't want them to take one now. Not now.
Now. Like, I think we're talking about this situation.
There's
Gunnar Helm.
Get him in the third
No,
round.
probably not in the tier 1.
He's at 92.
Yeah. So
since he took Shamar Stewart, are they going to take Green here?
that would make a lot of sense.
Or they could take Ravel.
And what? Ship Trey Hendrickson?
Well, I think he could be a rotational guy. Like, they don't have 3. They're not 3 deep or 4 deep.
Pick us in.
Is Darius Alexander a possibility here? Who'd they pick in the first round? You said
Shamar Stewart.
Yeah, I wonder about Darius Alexander, because I thought they would go Derek Harmon in the first round, and so they don't really have a defensive tackle. I think Darius Alexander could be an interesting.
Why does ESPN list wide receiver as a need?
Demetrius Knight.
Oh,
okay. Seahawks on the clock. I wouldn't hate.
Do you guys see that? Do you guys see that though? The ESPN lists wide receiver as a need for the Bengals. Like probably the last team that needs to receive.
That's weird. All right, turn off all your notifications. Pause the TV. Turn off to private chat. We are just focusing on. Nathan had this awesome smile freeze frame for a second. I wish that had stayed. Seahawks are on the clock, so all notifications off. Just looking at the screen here. I mean,
It feels like a trade down. It feels like a trade down spot.
I would trade down here.
I would too.
I'm taking
too.
Rebel.
What would you feel? How would you feel if they drafted Mike Green?
Bad.
I hope the allegations aren't true.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
What else can you do at that point?
We are not talking about it, but like there is a name on that 30 visit list that makes that. I mean, wouldn't be insane here in terms of range, I guess.
What, Jalen Milroe?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I guess we did talk about it a tiny bit, right? Yeah.
We did.
Yeah, I said I hate it.
Yeah.
Look, he was invited to the draft, so presumably some teams have him fairly high on their board.
I mean, Shedeur Sanders is still there too, guys. Like we keep forgetting.
That would be pick us in. Pick us in. They're not trading.
Wow.
All right. Let's see what happens here.
You know, it's gonna take like 20 minutes now.
ESPN says the best fit's Jared Wilson there, Jeff.
I would like that.
I don't think that. I think that would be great. My sense is that they like their centers enough that I don't know that they're gonna take him. But I'd be thrilled, man. That would be double down. 2 of the first 3 picks on the offensive line. No notes. Totally fine with that.
For all this trade down talk with John Schneider, they really haven't traded. I feel like every draft the last 3 years, we've been like, they should trade down here. They really haven't. They've stopped doing that.
They did it last year in the 4th round, right? Like,
I think the second pick of the 4th round.
Right. That was
But
it.
they turned this in pretty quick. This was like 2 minutes.
This is someone they seem excited for.
The crazy thing is, if it's defense, 2 out of the first, like Ravel feels like the biggest home run hit, but Arroyo would make a lot of sense for this offense, like playmaker wise. Noel, like is Noel still available?
Noel's still there. Noel would be cool.
Like there's a lot of pretty good names, guys. Like there's a lot of pretty good names.
Yeah, Noel would feel good here.
Because after this, we're waiting till 92.
92. Right? Ooh, it's a drop. I thought they'd move back for sure.
That's pretty high for Demetrius Knight, by the way.
That was shocking. He was like a late 3rd in all the Sims, and day 3 sometimes.
You know you mentioned the Sims. You go through our like general picks and our predictions, other than Nathan, not too far off, right? Like there haven't been a lot of shocks. I feel like the gap has closed between fans and prognosticators and what the front offices are actually doing. There haven't been like these shocking, like who the hell is that guy kind of picks, right?
Yeah, I think Knight is the first one where I'm really like, wow, that seems early.
Oh, right.
The Judkins thing was a surprise.
Yeah, that was shocking.
I guess not so much. I mean, not so much in terms of where he went, but that was a surprise. But also that he went before Henderson for sure.
Sorry, I'm reading chat in the private chat from last night. Evan makes me laugh even when he's not here. So, unfortunately, Evan cannot join us. Sorry, I'll mute since we're getting some very loud.
I'm terrified that this is Milroe.
Me too. Me too. I'm just staring.
I'll talk myself into it pretty quick, but boy, that would feel bad.
I think it's such a bad fit for the offense. I think it would really be a specialized role. I don't think it would be a pick to be your future quarterback, or at least anytime soon. It would be to essentially kind of be a sub-package, short yardage option, like
Taysom Hill
Wildcat.
until you hope he turns into Jalen.
Round 2, Taysom Hill.
I mean, you don't know what Kubiak has for the vision of his offense, right? Yes, he's from the Kubiak and Shanahan tree. He may have his own vision and spin on it where, hey, we can really make use of a mobile quarterback.
And Shanahan traded everything to go get Trey Lance.
He did.
So, like, even if he is
from North Dakota State.
I'm so nervous.
He's able.
All right,
Connection.
they're walking up to the podium, so I got to kind of like close my eyes again here, guys.
Oh,
Is
I'm
it
so
Sean
nervous.
Alexander? Is he the one doing it? Who's announcing this pick?
Sherman did the other one.
I think it's Sean Alexander. I can't quite. Yeah, I'm getting a nod.
Look
Elijah
down.
Arroyo!
Oh,
cool.
wow.
Arroyo, let's go.
Cool. Nathan doesn't like it. That's cool.
These are all the hits, guys. These are all the hits. Jeff, I got to hear the reaction from you, man. This is one of your guys.
Yeah, I thought this was a big drop off at this position. I thought the tight ends were someone you would talk about trading up for. If they didn't get him, they have the ability to get a field stretch. And if you watched Cam Ward last year, his film was really cool. There are real concerns there, though, with injuries. There are issues, but I thought it would be a receiver based on that. But I thought his one trait of being a seam stretcher could be exactly what this offense needs and what you can do. Because that was what Fant was supposed to be, and he kind of hasn't been.
Mm-hmm.
They must see that trait as unique.
He's a pretty special mover and route runner at that spot. The fact that he went fifth out of the 5 tight ends. Is that right? Graham, Loveland, Taylor, Ferguson, and then Arroyo. I don't think anybody would have guessed that heading into the draft. But like, this is, I'll tell you one thing. The Seahawks are going to get a very good draft grade from a lot of draft evaluators because this guy was a favorite, a darling of a lot of people. And so was Nick Emmanori, and so was Gray Zabel. So we know how important the tight end position is for the Clint Kubiak offense. Noah Fant in the last year of his deal. This makes a lot of sense. And I think there's a chance you could argue this is a more important offensive addition for them than a receiver, given how they're already got some guys at the receiver spot that are going to get most of the snaps. Derek, Nathan, your thoughts on Mr. Arroyo?
I don't really have any notes. I said I didn't watch any of the tight ends other than Loveland and Warren. So I'm like watching clips right now of him trying to get a read on him.
Clips, and I was going to tell you, I just want your immediate reaction. No, just kidding. Nathan, how about you? How do you feel about this?
I hate it.
Okay.
Yeah, I just hate it. He is not. I don't think he's in that tier 1 of guys that are available right now. Like, I think if you're looking for an offensive playmaker, and I know, like, yeah, tight end makes sense for them from a need perspective, but like Jalen Noel, Royals, even Trey Harris, I'm more excited about in terms of just what this team needs from a roster building perspective and a playmaking perspective. Talking about Savon Revel being potentially, a first round pick if he's not hurt. It just feels like not the worst of both worlds. That's too strong, but I don't know. Cool. Another Noah Fant. Neat.
I think it is a valid point of view to have. I've been pretty clear on this show. Like, I was higher on Mason Taylor. I had Arroyo in the same kind of conversation as Terrence Ferguson. And I probably had Ferguson a little bit ahead of him. But, like, there's questions. There's questions with Elijah Arroyo. There's questions about him, as a blocker. There's questions about him, as Jeff said, durability-wise. But the upside potential here is real. Like, he is a legitimate round 2 prospect and athlete. I think it's fair. The opportunity cost stuff that you're bringing up about whether Savon Revel Jr. would have been a bigger impact player. Jalen Noel, like, there's going to be some players we really like that we're going to now watch play elsewhere. That's going to be the hard part with this one. You guys want to hear what Lance Zierlein said about Elijah Arroyo?
Oh, there's Oli Oladejo.
Oladejo. One of the coolest guys in this class. Don't know how good he's going to be, but I do think he's a unbelievable guy. So here is what Lance Zierlein said about Elijah Arroyo. Arroyo enters the evaluation process with questions to answer after a knee injury took chunks of 2 seasons from him. He displayed a willingness as both a point of attack and move blocker, but his technique and play strength will need upgrading. He's an average athlete who struggles to beat man coverage, but appeared to get faster and more fluid as the 2024 season wore on. He plays with awareness in space and secures throws with sure hands in traffic. Arroyo is a move tight end whose medical and athletic testing need to check out to give him a legitimate shot at being a productive pro. I think there's a decent chance that Mason Taylor was going to be the guy or Terrence Ferguson. I got to go talk to Mr. Arroyo, but I will be back.
Yeah, everything from that sounds like third round pick.
I am watching him a little bit more. I mean, he does move well. Like, I don't think he's an exceptional athlete, but for a tight end, ball in his hand, that kind of stuff, he moves well.
So Jeremy Fowler said multiple teams had him as a top 25 talent, but there were durability questions.
Whoa.
You never know what to believe that, because if multiple teams thought that, why didn't they take him? And so
yeah,
it's always like, okay, that sounds good, but he lasted to 50 for a reason. So I don't know. There's some guys who I thought would be obvious picks that are slipping. Like Noel, they're talking that he was going to go like high 30s.
Mm-hmm.
I like
Would
Arroyo.
be an early second round pick.
Yeah. Well,
What do you guys think that this leaves Noah Fant? Like, is he off the roster?
I don't think you can afford to do that. I mean, one, he's a rookie. Arroyo's a rookie, and two, I think you need to see him stay healthy, right?
Yeah, and Brady Russell's not a tight end anymore.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so
that's fair.
the only other guy you would have would be, what's his name, Eric Subert or whatever that dude is, like the new Pharaoh Brown. So I think he's probably
spending a second round pick on a backup tight end to AJ Barner. I'm a founding member of the Barner Hive.
Wilson, I know, like I'm kind of with Brian on. I don't know that I want them to necessarily draft a center, but Tate Ratledge is still out there. That feels pretty bad. Yeah, I hopefully he's really good, but I feel like he has to be real. He has to be really good. There's so many other things that they could have done here, and yeah, this is risky, I think.
It's just such a different draft than how they've drafted. Like this feels way more like Ravensy in terms of like they always drafted tight ends high, they always drafted safeties a little higher. The Seahawks have been going with more of like the lower floor guys. It feels like this feels more McDonald than Schneider. I don't know if I'm reading that right.
I don't know.
Like they obviously don't value positional value a little differently with safety and tight end. Obviously, those are lower tier positions. Trading up for a defensive player. But this feels like people are going to love this draft in the media. It just feels very different than the Seahawks drafts.
And the upside with Arroyo is, I'm watching clips for like the first time. So I think to Jeff's point, he is a vertical stretcher from that tight end position. Like he can be your
from the tight end
slot
position or from the slot.
More from the slot, to be fair. So he's like a big slot, which you already have your fill of slot receivers, which is maybe a little complicated. But you know, if you're going to run a lot of 12 personnel, which Kubiak did with the Saints, I think they had the highest usage of 12 personnel of any team. You're going to need two guys out there for a good majority of snaps. And they're not always going to be both on the line. So I see the need for more of a move tight end. And if you're saying, well, Noah Fant's had his opportunities and he hasn't cut it out of contract at the end of this year, it's still a bit rich, I think, at pick 50. But I see the vision.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I think tight end something that we've all talked about with them quite a bit. So they just better be right.
I got a text from Griff, or not a text, a DM. All he wrote was "hell yeah" to Arroyo. Surprising because Griff was not an Emmanori guy, which is probably more, and then he really likes Arroyo. So it's been some polarizing players where some guys
Griff
really don't.
Griff wanted to draft Michael Myers, that the Raiders tight end,
Raiders guy
over JSN. So
you're
get out of here, Griff. We don't value your tight end takes around here.
That's good. Oh man, it's been an interesting day. There's going to be some very strong takes about this draft from either way.
Other than Sable, yeah, it feels like it's gone.
Just what's going on with Ravel? Like, this is crazy. It's just an ACL, isn't it? There's another corner who went. Ben Morris?
Yeah. So what? He tore his ACL. Okay, in September. Yeah. Seems like he would have no problem getting back for training camp unless it's worse than, if it's more like an Abe Lucas kind of ACL.
God, now I'm bitter not having that extra third round pick.
Well, it's a long wait to 92. 90 or 92?
They're up in 40 picks.
Okay.
Jesus. 40.
Got a couple hours here.
We're all like, all right, Brian, you take it from here. We're going to go.
Yeah, pause the stream. So, okay, let's talk position then. They've hit safety. They've now hit tight end. Presumably that fills their offensive playmaker position. Still feel they may take a receiver at some point.
I would guess.
Maybe won't feel the need to. Certainly at 92.
Defensive line is hard to not take here. If they have a lot of holes in terms of like snaps they need to fill.
Yeah.
But I just don't know what the board looks like at 92. I have no idea what you're looking at that point.
Yeah, I just trying to figure out who's going to be sitting there is tough.
Yeah, that's a fool's errand. But position-wise, would you guys feel okay about taking a nose there?
I don't know the noses well enough. So from actually who would it be? I don't know. But yes, I think at that point, really after the second round, I mean, and it gets pretty like the importance of positional value goes way down to me, even in the second round. So as long as you're not drafting a punter or something, you can kind of do whatever the hell you want. Are there noses that you guys like there? Do you guys have any?
Caldwell from Oregon?
I don't think he's a nose, though.
That's the thing. He's kind of a fringe. He's not the traditional big. I don't think he's 320, and he's more of an interior.
He's built like a nose, kind of, but he doesn't play like it. He gets pushed around.
He's not a gap. Yeah, he's not a block eater. So
yeah.
What about Cam Jackson from Florida? Not the guy that's 460. Not the 460-pound guy. The other.
Not in the third round.
Not the end of the third.
Just seems like a one trick that's not that valuable. Seems like it's like a Cam Young kind of pick.
Yeah. Who they just released, by the way. So.
Whoa, who is Anthony?
Oh,
Belton?
Anthony Belton. Wow, that's
a high. Yeah.
That's
wow.
very high for him. I will say he was a dude that caught my eye quite a bit at the combine. So that's a surprise. I don't think I heard about him being talked about in the second round at all.
No.
Wow, that's a shocker. Yes, it's also hard being on these shows to figure out like which teams drafted which players. There's so much going on so fast.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even figure out who's.
I don't know how. I don't think I've ever done day 3 with Jeff, you, and Brian. I think you guys usually do day 3 just yourselves, and that is like rapid fire because when the clock gets down to like 3 minutes a pick, it's just.
You can't really even track what's going on at that point. We're just trying to figure out. Like the Seahawks have had some high picks in day 3 the last couple of years, so we've been focused on that, and then we kind of fizzle off. This year, I think they're the last pick of round 4. So I think Brian's for a tough day tomorrow.
I don't. This again, trying to figure out where these guys end up going. If Kyle Kennard happens to be their third round pick, I'd be pretty pumped for that.
I don't know this name. Who? What position?
He's a tweener edge type out of South Carolina.
Gotcha.
Kind of the opposite of an Ezra, like similar to Ezraku, and it's like he's little, and how does he really get on the field? And then kind of the opposite of Ezraku, and where he's a little bit more twitched up, but a lot less polished.
Gotcha.
How old is Emmanori?
I think he's young, right?
This is the Deryck draft evaluation model.
21. Just turned 21.
Zabel lost on that one.
Yeah, Zabel's an old guy.
That's okay. He
Trey
can stick around for 10 years.
Ernst just went
Above Noel, and I guess Royals is not as controversial, but above Noel is interesting.
Yeah, no
so more detail. Emmanori is 21. He actually just turned 21 in February, so he is quite young. So Trey Harris above Noel. That's interesting.
It's kind of weird for like a Greg Roman offense too.
Yeah,
that's a weird fit.
They'd want more of a
traditional. They have McConkey there.
Yeah, a guy that can kind of be more shifty. Trey Harris seems very just deep threat-ish, deep crosser-ish.
Yeah, like they just showed him on TV.
Just based on what he did at Ole Miss, it was like 3 routes he ran. So, yeah, that's a.
That was not who I would have guessed as a Harbaugh guy. They've taken a running back and a receiver. That's different.
Were they the ones that took Judkins?
No, they took Amari and Hampton yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Chicago's up for their second pick. Well, they traded out of that other one.
Okay.
God, this.
So they took Loveland and Burden. They need some O-line help still, don't they?
Is there any tackles left?
Wyatt Millum, Jalen Rivers.
Pulling up best available.
Maybe an Aussie.
What about the other Texas, Cameron Williams? Nathan, is that the one you said he just needs to be a guard?
I think so. I mean, he was hurt. I think he was more hurt than, at least according to him, he was more hurt than people thought. But yeah, that feels like a big risk to think you're drafting a tackle there.
Yeah, who would this be?
ESPN also lists DT as a Bears need, and this is the range though for Darius Alexander, Omar Norman-Lott, Shamar Turner.
Yeah,
I think Turner honestly even had some first-round buzz. So this is in the range where some of these DTs could start to fall.
I like one of the left tackles you guys said. I think that's.
I
like the idea of a left tackle here. I don't know if I like many of the names that I said.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what the Bears need.
They could do a running back, right? I don't know.
Oh, they didn't take a running back, did they?
They were in for Genti allegedly.
Yeah, Travion
trying to trade up for him. So
Jaden Blue, Cam Scattaboo.
God, that could be the pickup. 92.
Okay, the Bears did take a tackle.
Really?
It's Ozzie Trapilo from Boston College.
All right, Nathan shouted him out.
Yeah.
That's a cool
one. Would that have been your best tackle available, Nathan?
I like Jalen Rivers a lot, but I think Ozzie he's perfectly fine here. I like him more than Millum or whatever his name is too. So
Wyatt Millum?
Yeah, Wyatt Millum.
Vegas still has not made their first pick tonight. They're still not up yet.
What are they doing?
Are they going to take a second running back?
This feels very it feels maybe like, okay, Pete got the first pick and now it's my all right, I gotta first of all, now it's my draft, and second of all, I gotta make up for that.
Gonna accumulate like 10 picks to hopefully fill the.
We threw away number 5. So we got to take a whole bunch of bites of this apple now. So we gotta wait till 92.
They should trade up for one of these Georgia O linemen.
I'd be for that.
Because this gap just might be massive.
You just come up,
Yeah,
pick Ratledge, and call it a draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be better than the 2021 draft where they walked away with 3 picks. So.
They'd have 4 this time.
Who were the 3? It was D. Eskridge.
It was D. Eskridge. That's all I remember. The rest is blur. Let's look it up.
Well, the Lions just traded into this next pick after Trapilo still isn't gone yet.
D. Eskridge, Trey Brown, and Stone Forsythe. I mean, at least they got, for a 6th-round pick, Stone Forsythe played a lot of games. So.
And Trey Brown was serviceable. I mean, what was he, like a 5th-round pick, right?
4th rounder.
I liked him until he lined up offside this year as a cornerback. That was the worst penalty I think I've ever seen in my life. That cost him the game.
He's gone, right?
Yeah, he's on the Niners.
Yeah. Also, Niners? Okay.
That first game he played as like a rookie against the Steelers. Like he looked like a dude, and then he got injured. It was never quite the same after that. But oh god, yeah, I would consider trading up here. I know Tay Rowledge is going to go somewhere here. He's going to be good, and I'm going to be miserable about it for years.
So we have time. I mean, I'll just throw out a question. What do you guys think then of the safety rotation between Emmanori and Kobe Bryant? Do you see it just fluid? Do you see Kobe Bryant maybe playing some more slot like he used to?
I doubt it. I mean, he wasn't very good doing that. Yeah. I think Emmanori is pretty specialized for a little while. Like, I think probably more than what Cam did as a rookie, but very similar to that type of role, where he's definitely like the third guy coming on, and Love and Brian are your starters. But there's like Brian was even saying, like, he's big enough that if you want to play him at linebacker, you can do a lot of different stuff with him.
You can. I would be a little concerned about the tackling. They're throwing him in the box. It's just
this is one of the things.
Second linebacker.
Are there what's with safeties? Like, I feel like all safeties, even Makuba, you can go and find highlights of him hitting dudes. But I don't think you really see. Does Emmanori have many highlights of him just coming up and laying a lick on a dude?
No, and that's he has the size of. Yeah, sorry, I'll let you go, Jeff. But like, he has the size of Cam Chancellor, but he's like not. That is like not a good comp for him.
Yeah, that's the thing. I keep watching it. I'm like, when's he gonna just like take somebody's head off? And it just never happens.
Yeah, it's not there.
No, it's like size speed combination, but like you see these comparisons of Wilson and Derwin James, and those guys are hitters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, I know a lot of the people who were a little skeptical of Emmanori have said the same thing. Like, where's the highlight of him tackling the dude? And like you hear Kyle Hamilton, and that dude is an elite tackler. And so his super strength is his speed almost. It's not like we have not seen him hit, and that's been where you wonder, like, can you teach that? Like, is that just innately who you are? I don't know. And that's where it's a little weird because those guys are usually hitters. And that's where it's like the Chancellor thing. Like, that's what Chancellor was.
Yeah. I think he's good in coverage, he definitely has the closing speed and can break on things. I did see some kind of rough clips, though, of him trying to mirror and, like, flip his hips. And it's just not – I think it's what you said, Nathan. He's not – the athleticism of, like, most athletic safety of all time. You don't see it when you're watching him.
I've seen him get outrun by dudes. Like, I've seen running backs, like, pop out, wide and run up the sideline. And
there's some bad angles. Yeah.
Like that all plays part of it. But like, I do get outrun by players sometimes, and it just feels weird.
I think that's why he fell out of the first round. because he's a very unique kind of chess piece, and a lot of teams probably just couldn't figure out how to fit him in. I thought Minnesota might take him because of Brian Flores. I thought that'd be a cool use of him.
Mhm.
But other than that, I was kind of going through it, and I'm like, where's he fit? And as he kept sliding down the board last night, I was just like, none of these teams are going to draft him. I thought maybe Washington, like they had lost Jeremy Chin. I thought they'd make a similar. But the Seahawks, probably McDonald driven. That's why I wondered, like, would he have gone that early in this round? That's where I got kind of quiet for a bit.
Yeah, because you're like, well, they probably could have just got him at 50. But it's not too dissimilar to like Obi Melifonwu, which I know is like a generic comp because like he was uber athletic too.
He wasn't good at football though.
Right, but I think Obi kind of got talked about like leading up to the draft. Oh, he could be a top 15 pick because he was 99th percentile athlete, and then he ended up going I think pretty much at the end of round 1 because it's similar questions of where does he fit, how do you use him. I will say to your point, Jeff, that Emmanori is more of a football player, more of a complete player than Obi was.
He went 56 actually.
Obi did?
Melifonwu, yeah.
Oh,
Melifonwu.
I thought he was in like the 30s.
Nope.
I stand corrected.
What draft was that? How long ago was that?
2016, 2017.
17?
Oh God!
You'll never guess who drafted him.
Oh no!
It was the Raiders.
It was the Raiders, yeah.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, there's Tate.
Lions.
Oh, he's gonna be good.
The Lions, right? Yeah, go for it.
Oh,
the Lions are Lionsing. The Eagles are Eaglesing. The Ravens are Ravensing.
The Ravens, yeah, Jeff, you weren't on. The Ravens taking Malachi Starks wasn't that just the most Ravens pick?
Yeah.
You can imagine.
And then like Tyreek Williams and Tate Ratledge and Dan Campbell's team. They lose Kevin Zeitler and they just slot this guy in. Oh, he's going to be good. Oh, it's going to be annoying.
Who got Donovan Jackson?
Minnesota.
That's right.
They've really revamped their line.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm seeing tweets from like several minutes ago already announcing the Raiders picks.
The Raiders
That
pick.
can't be true because the Raiders aren't picking. They just keep
never
back over.
Okay, I'll just say it because I've seen it. The Raiders are taking Jack Besh apparently.
Interesting.
So they're finally adding a receiver.
Jalen Knoll.
So they have.
Yeah, Besh ahead of Knoll is.
Yeah, it's weird because they have Jacoby Myers, who's kind of similar to Besh in skill set. They didn't sign Tyler Lockett, which was pretty surprising to me, considering Lockett got no money. He was like 1 year, $4 million.
Yeah.
Like with Gino and Pete there, I'm like, that seemed obvious. So they must think he's cooked. Yeah, I figured Knoll seemed like a perfect. Like they need explosion. Put him with Bowers, but Pete Carroll loves those like stories of overcoming stuff and Besh is a good player.
He's a great intermediate threat, physical. Like, I think it's great.
Yeah,
I'd take Knoll ahead of him for sure. But
so all that talk about Jarrett Wilson maybe sneaking into round 1, total bullshit. We're almost in round 3 now.
Oh wow. Okay, the picks are rolling in now.
So what happened?
Do you guys want to know the Ravens pick? Mike Green.
Oh,
Mike Green.
Ooh.
So Malachi Starks, they now add who some people thought was probably the best edge rusher in the class. I think people had him ahead of Shamar Stewart.
Well, Abdul Carter.
Oh, other than Abdul Carter.
But yes. But spending a little political capital on that one.
Yeah.
Just Arroyo thing bums me out. I'm trying really hard to talk myself into it, and it's just.
Who would you have wanted?
So yeah, Nathan, what's your main sticking point with? Is it the player? Is it the position?
The player, I think. Yeah, the player. I don't think he's I mean, clearly, like, Noel is still out there. Revel, those are the two guys I really liked. Wilson was an option. Ratledge is now gone. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, a little bit the player and a little bit just the opportunity cost compared to the other players that I liked a lot more out there.
If that was Mason Taylor, would you be excited?
I'd be much more
because he's more of a complete tight end.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Arroyo. I would have taken Noel.
Yeah. I don't think you lose that much going to Mason Taylor. Compare like the things that Arroyo does well, I don't think Mason Taylor is that far behind. So and yeah, the other thing is too, like, watching him, going back again, watching him, and yeah, he does some, like, he moves well for a tight end, like, he's not stiff. A lot of this stuff is really manufactured. Are we really going to want to be running like bubble screens and stuff, like designing motion and everything for Arroyo? Like, I just don't think he's going to be that player. And so then if he's not the guy that you're kind of feeding these opportunities to, then what is he?
Yeah.
Jeff, have they just been bumming you out about Arroyo the whole time?
No, we've actually been barely talking about him. A lot happened. A lot of players went that were interesting.
I saw Tate Ratledge go. How did you
So
feel?
that one hurt me. Him on the Lions is
the
just
Lions, of course.
He's going to be good. Like, they lose Kevin Zeitler, they just drop this guy in. Like, Dan Campbell gets Tyleek Williams and freaking Ratledge. That hurt me, man.
Well, and they had a guy they drafted last year that came in and played pretty well as well. So they just keep adding. They didn't necessarily need to add a guard, but Tate Ratledge, a guy that I think we all think pretty highly of. I don't think as highly of him as Jeff does, but or as Josh does, but a quality player. And so I think one of the questions becomes, yes, Arroyo, like, I think there's upside there, and I think that a lot of folks are excited about that. But if that pick had been an offensive lineman instead of a tight end, you're trading off playmakers for maybe a little bit more beef up front, a little more certainty on that offensive line. How do you guys feel about that trade-off that they made? Jeff, I'm going to actually go with you first because you like Arroyo, so I think it's a little bit more of a honest question.
For me, 100% O-line. I always would have wanted O-line first. I still think, obviously, the pick last night was great, and they probably had a higher grade on Arroyo. But to me, the ideal draft always, to me, was getting two offensive linemen in those first three picks. And it was always those Georgia guys. I always felt really good about either taking both of them in those two picks, pairing one up with Zabel. That was always my dream scenario. So I do like Arroyo. I was happy when that name flashed across the screen. And Jalen Knowles obviously slipping a little bit here. So that was the other guy I really liked. But to me, what could make an A or an A+ draft, to me, was always those two offensive line. Now they don't have the second, third. So that scenario just feels almost like dead.
Yeah. The counterpoint here, I mean, you and I have done this a bunch. The counterpoint here is you've now got Gray Zabel likely to be your left guard. And you've got three guys competing at right guard. And you've got two guys that you already, like, the coaching staff likes at center. And so you could argue that adding another player to that pile, like, I think we're all fans of that, because why not lift the room, like, get as many good guys in there as possible. But there's not exactly like a clear, like, this is going to be an upgrade, we're absolutely going to do that, versus some of these other position groups where they really are missing some of that playmaking on the offensive side of the ball, and Arroyo is one of those guys, or at least has the potential to be. Like, I don't know that Tate Ratledge specifically would have necessarily changed the fortunes of the team that much. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, I think the only thing is, like, they have a lot of bodies at right guard right now.
Mm-hmm.
Between Haynes and Lamea and Bradford, although none of them might be any good. So that's the only problem. I just love the idea of coming out with, like, an Eagles-style interior offensive line, being like, that's the theme of your draft. You change your whole team. But Look, I love the idea. I thought they were going to move up for a tight end. I've been saying that in the chat and he was one of the two I thought was in range. So I can't kill him for that pick. I really like those guys.
And I don't think I think I can share. I mean, when you go out and grab some food at the VMAC, you never know who you're going to run into. But I think Arroyo was pretty high for them. I think he was high up on their board. I'm not sure that he wouldn't have been their first tight end picked. Take that for what it's worth. I'm not sure that that's the case.
I think you just almost sent Nathan to another universe.
I'm not sure. But like,
did you see like a mini John Schneider at the buffet or what, Brian?
I'm not going to share, but yes, I did run into a couple people at the buffet, but I think he was high up, and I'm not saying he's higher than Tyler Warren or Colson Lovewood.
Okay.
I'm talking about the guys available for.
Okay, that's
yeah. No.
Okay, that's why I thought Nathan was going to get like yanked out of his seat.
We're back on the fire John Schneider train.
Yeah.
Let me change my subtitle real quick.
Yeah.
And I'm not positive that that's the case, but like the implication I got from the conversation is they're pretty excited that he fell to them. They didn't expect him to be available there. And the other thing is Mike McDonald is really excited about Nick Emmanori, like really excited. And I think that should make everybody else really excited about him. Because look, all the people that are having questions about him, I got to be honest, my respect of their opinion of how Mike McDonald will use a safety is a lot lower than my opinion of Mike McDonald's perspective on how he's going to use a safety. So if they went up and they moved up to make that to get that player, I honestly don't think that there's a reason to be anything but excited about that move, other than opportunity cost. If you really feel like they gave up something else that they shouldn't have, and I need to see
who's there in 22 picks or whatever. That's going to determine a lot for me.
I mean, God, guys, it's crazy. Like the player's still available. I mean, Mike Green still there.
Mike Green is the pick here.
Mike Green goes here. Yeah.
Oh, he does.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
And Brian, Jack Besh went to the Raiders. I didn't know if you see that.
I did see that. Happy for Jack Besh. I always liked Jack Besh. I was never sure that was a great fit. Savon Ravel Jr. still there. Shedeur Sanders, crazy.
That's crazy. I'm glad. Like, I don't have Mel Kiper on. He's probably talking about that every pick.
Jeff, that is like so perfect. It would be like just every pick. Oh my gosh, Shedeur Sanders still there.
They're 100% doing that. Like back in the day, they did that with Geno. Like when Geno fell, and then they did it a couple years ago with can't remember who fell in the draft. The quarterback Levis.
Yeah.
Kiper loved Will Levis. I think he had him 2 overall or something.
Yeah, he'll bring it up like every pick. Like this guy's my number 6 on the board.
Like these teams do not know what they're doing. Brian, I don't know if you heard when you were gone, but like I said, like the positions they've drafted feels very more McDonald than Schneider. Like Baltimore always had tight ends. Like that was a big deal with them. Safety, guard. It doesn't feel like a lot of the old Seahawks drafts, and like the upside feels way higher. But do you have that feel?
Sorry, say that again.
Like the 3 picks they made so far feels way more McDonald than Schneider. Like it feels a lot what they had in Baltimore. They always had multiple tight ends. They always had multiple safeties. Big. They're very big and fast. It doesn't feel like a lot of the old Seahawks drafts.
Well, I think there's kind of an interesting false dichotomy there. Like, I think every general manager drafts for their coaching staff and for their roster. And I think that there's a melding that's going on. And I absolutely would agree, Jeff, that this draft is going to be more representative of Mike McDonald's perspective than last year's draft. We know for a fact that Tyrese Knight was, quote, a Mike McDonald pick. That was an isolated incident. We also know Satawa Lamea was a Scott Huff pick because he recruited him at University of Washington. So coaches absolutely play a pretty big role in what they're doing here. And that's part of what I've been excited about John Schneider hiring Mike McDonald, is because I think that he complements a lot of the things. Mike McDonald is strong in analytics. Mike McDonald is like strategically very good. He understands, like, I guarantee he's spending time on the model for this. I guarantee he's spending time on trade value, like all those things. I think Mike Macdonald geeks out on those things. And I think that's a great melding with John Schneider. So I agree with you, Jeff, but I think it's a little bit of a false thing to say it's one or the other. I think it's the combination of those two guys doing their jobs together.
Well, we definitely know Mike Macdonald is a geek because he mentioned that he was excited because not Tate Ratledge, my goodness, Gray Zabel had Settlers of Catan next to him on the Zoom call or something. I don't know. Did you guys see that picture of Gray Zabel and his family playing Settlers of Catan?
McDonald talked about it in the press conference.
He was excited. Yeah, he was.
He was very stiff in that press conference. McDonald.
Well, Mike's always a little stiff.
Yeah, he seemed so uncomfortable last night.
Can I show you guys something I'm excited about that's not a draft pick? This is a VMAC chocolate chip cookie. How are we feeling about it?
At first, I thought that was a burger.
Can we break it open? I gotta see.
Like that's
pretty good.
You're not making it to 92. That's 32 more picks.
It's warm. It's warm. I like that. So I'll be having chocolate smeared all over.
Whoa, that's a pick. Holy crap! That was a day 3 guy.
He's kind of a fun guy though.
Danny Jeremiah loves this guy.
Yeah.
Trevor Sikkema. Trevor Sikkema called him his favorite player in the draft during that.
That's how I found out about him. Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
So then I watched his highlights and I was like, okay, I can see he's fun.
What have the Broncos done so far? That's a kind of an interesting team. I'm looking at them right now.
I think Loveland and Harvey.
It was Loveland, not the Broncos.
They got
it was Barron.
I don't know. I mean, they're both good players, but I don't know about the Broncos. Like, I think they wanted a Loveland. I think they wanted a Genty or a
Yeah, it's kind of a weird draft, actually.
Leading into the week, I think Ibuka was rumored that was their target. So the Buccaneers taking him at 19.
That was one of the weirder picks of the draft last night.
Yeah, it's like you got Godwin, Evans, and Jalen McMillan, who they drafted last year.
Like they just signed
pretty
Godwin.
darn good finish to his rookie season. And yeah, you're right, Jeff. They just signed Godwin too.
So that's 4 receivers, and 3 of them are kind of similar. I found that very odd.
I think the NFL just loved that dude.
Yeah, it must have been.
Like they must have just felt like he was too good not to draft, and then you have other teams that are trying to go up and get him, and the Rams bail out of the first round when they can't. Like it might have just been teams fell in love with him.
He had everything outside of the receiver. Like he was a really good blocker. Apparently, he absolutely crushed all the interviews and off the field stuff. Like, didn't surprise me that he was a round 1 guy.
Yeah,
but he does seem pretty redundant to what Jalen McMillan does, which is win underneath and in the slot. So,
are you guys?
I agree. Surprised? It's an odd fit.
No, here's a
surprise. What? Oh,
Trey Amos just went. Still no Revel.
Some people had him in the first round. Trey Amos, the quarterback.
Yeah.
Who'd they take? So they took Connerly and Amos. It's kind of a.
Yeah, I'm not a big Connerly guy. He's definitely a project, but seems like a good kid. But I was not impressed with what I saw. A lot of people that know offensive line way better than I do are high on his potential, but I didn't see it.
Well, it was unfortunate. The most famous clip of him was getting run. Was it Mike Green?
Mike Green. In his defense, that was his first rep at right tackle ever, and he got him, and then he stoned him the next time. He also was voted the best lineman from the from the defense that was going against him in Senior Bowl week. So he recovered, but
he got drafted around earlier than Mike Green too. So he got the last laugh.
He did. I know you guys don't care about the Shadur Sanders thing, and I don't really either, but I am a little fascinated. Like, this guy was the number 2 overall pick for a lot of the draft season. He's dropping like a stone. Where does he go at this point? Is there a chance that do the Eagles draft him as a backup? Is that possible? Is there one of these teams that already have a quarterback that just
the Browns still haven't taken a quarterback though?
Yeah,
they're up at 67, so that could be.
That would be such a Browns thing to do too. But I'm kind of
quarterback room in history.
Yeah, I liked my Dolphins idea earlier. I'm a little attached to that one.
It's not a bad call.
Yeah, I really thought the Rams might go there.
He feels so different than Stafford. I guess he's Goff-esque.
He's I think he's similar to Jimmy G.
That's derogatory.
I know. I don't think he's very good, but like that's the player that they have signed, and that if Matt Stafford had not been like restructured or whatever they did with his contract, the rumor was that's who they were going to go with.
I don't hate the Tua kind of comparison.
Yeah.
But Tua's probably like a faster processor or just faster in terms of like getting rid of the ball. Like Shador will hang on to the ball, and
Yeah.
that's why he got sacked 70 times. Like,
That's 100%. Tua is the fastest quarterback to release football in the entire NFL. He's like a 2.36 guy, and Shador Sanders is like a 17.
He's a 6'3" guy.
He's a Russ Wilson.
Yeah, there might be some fives in front of that number sometimes. I mean, yeah, he's a hold on to the ball guy. So we're almost 3 picks left in the second round, and then we turn things over to the third. Any chance the Seahawks move up again?
We talked about it.
I said I would for Wilson, but
Yeah.
I mean, they're all the way down at 92.
it's a big jump.
Like, that's barely in the third round.
I mean,
You could
Nolan
do
Royals
it
is
here.
still alive.
Once you're at like 75-ish,
Yeah.
you can maybe make it work.
So what do you give up at that point? A 4? Our future 3?
Probably a 4.
Man, guys, I don't know. Like, what's going to be left for them at that point?
Well, what do they need? I mean, they've taken the
D-line.
safety. They've taken they've taken the safety. They've taken their offensive weapon. Presumably, they may still go after a receiver, but
They could definitely go for an X. Here,
Yeah.
let me pull
I don't
open.
know who that is out there right now, though.
Well, there's actually some X's I like in day 3. I like Isaac Tesla as a really interesting project there. I think that Dante Thornton is an interesting project there. Where's the guy from?
Alec Eilman is still there, and
Uh-huh.
I think he might sit there.
Who's
And like
got
if you're talking to him at 92,
who's got the squeaky chair, man? We got it.
I think
Is it
I don't
me?
want to shout it out. I think it's Jeff.
It's a squeaky chair, dude.
Or
I'm on a
table,
lazy
maybe?
boy.
You have it on like a table?
I think I must be kicking something. I might have like Jimmy legs or something.
The Jimmy legs. That's a great Seinfeld reference.
Yeah.
Andrew
I don't know.
Armstrong's another X kind of project. Maybe Nick Nash. I don't know. I like some of the day 3 guys. It's just like project. Dante Thornton to me is Marquez Valdez-Scantling. He's not like an amazing X, but he is a 4.3 40, 6'4 and a half. Absolutely, like, you just run him to open up space. I wouldn't hate that day 3.
You got Torrey Horton also, who
Torrey Horton. I like Torrey Horton a lot.
has some fans I know.
Wait, what?
The chat you put up.
That was me.
More like noisy boy. Oh, it was Nathan. Okay. I didn't know we had the ability to.
No,
to
only
have it.
Nathan. Nathan's.
Oh, only Nathan. Okay.
Could someone just take Quinn Ewers in the next 30 picks so we don't have to think about that?
Oh my god! If they do that would end me. I would really.
What if they do it, but he goes before Shador? Is that worth it? Is the Schadenfreude worth the
No,
burning a pick? No. Okay.
never when it's a bad thing for the Seahawks. If they traded up for Quinn Ewers, that would be even worse. That would be.
You got to think those talks were kind of bullshit. That the Seahawks were like dying to take a quarterback. Like they traded the 3rd rounder, and now they're sitting at 92.
Is
don't
it
really
though, or maybe they just accurately see the class and they're hoping that. I mean, if they could get Jalen Milroe in the 4th round or the 5th round,
Yeah, then you do it. But like there was this talk like that Schefter's like they're dying to take a quarterback in day 2. And
has Schefter been right about anything relative to the draft? Like he's right about player movement, but is he right about anything?
Yeah.
It
I don't
feels like
think
he gets kind of abused by the teams. Like they feed him a bunch of false information to throw people off.
Bears took Shamar Turner.
Shmore Turner.
Yeah, I'm not a big Smart.
He had some fans. I saw some mocks that had him at the end of the first round. So
he is a former DeSoto High School teammate of Byron Murphy Jr. For what it's worth. All right, so we're looking at best available here. Charles Grant, I like. Nathan likes Cam Williams. I like Caleb Rogers. I like Chase Lunt, Jalen Travis, Jack Nelson, Holland Pierce, Carson Vincent. Like, I think there's still a lot of tackles that are interesting. They met with Logan Brown. Guard wise, I think there's a lot of guys. I like Bo Frazier. You like Jalen Rivers. I haven't seen as much of him. Jackson Slater, they met with a couple times. Clay Webb, Luke Kandra. Like, I think there's some pretty interesting linemen still left. And Jared Wilson's still sitting there. So I don't know. Like, I think offensive line is still going to be. That feels like something that could be available for them. If
Brian,
what?
Do you need some consoling?
Oh yeah, it just happened, didn't it? It just happened. Nope. Omar Norman Lott goes
to the Chiefs. Oh man. Ratledge to the Lions.
Watch you guys watching TV somewhere? You watching his highlights right now?
No.
Oh man, he's a bundle, man. He's going to be a good player.
And watch, the Eagles are going to get Ravel now.
Oh yeah, that would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? What did the Eagles do so far? They got Jahad Campbell, and then
I think that was it.
That was it. The number one defense in the NFL adds Jahad Campbell and Savon Ravel. That'd be rough.
That would piss me off.
Well, I can at least claim victory about that. Someone else in the NFL agrees with me about Omar Norman Lott.
Oh, you were not alone on that. He had some people that really liked him.
I just saw the Eagles pick.
Who they
got? Nathan's gonna love this pick.
Oh, is it one of my safeties?
One of the safeties from
Kevin Winston.
Let's go with the other safety.
Makuba.
They got Makuba.
He's such a good player. He's awesome.
Makuba and Jahad Campbell just dump them into the Super Bowl chain. Oh God.
All right, we were behind on super chats. Can we get to some of these? See if there's some questions on the board here for us.
Big one right there.
Yeah, I just saw that. Let's see. I think this is where we left off. Gabriel Johnson says, surprised that John Schneider admitted Booker #1 on his interior offensive line board. That is not what he said. He said, and I think I saw some people talk about this. They misunderstood him. He was very clear that Gray Zabel was #1 on their interior offensive line board. Then he was asked about Tyler Booker. He did not want to compare. He didn't want to talk about Tyler Booker. And he just said, I like the athleticism. We like the athleticism of Gray Zabel, which was a way of saying why he was #1 on their board was because he's a better athlete than Tyler Booker without actually throwing shade at Tyler Booker. So he was not. Tyler Booker was not the #1 on their board.
And he never said Donovan Jackson by name, right?
He never did.
But it felt like that was the other. Maybe that's just me. And you know, that's where he was the next one to go. But it felt like he talked about Book and Book going high. And he talked about Zabel. And I also had the same read that Zabel was the #1 guy. And then but it felt like he said there was another guy or something like that they had. And I was kind of thinking it was Jackson.
To be clear, it's not a read. Like, he very clearly multiple times stated Gray Zabel was the #1. Like, so it's not interpretation. It's just like what he said. But I think you're right. Either Donovan Jackson or Jonah Savaiinaea. I think those are the two guys that they were potentially okay with if they traded back. All right. Jose Rodriguez. Good to see you, Jose. Says, last night we got our veggies. Today we started with dessert, LFG. So there's someone who's excited. Greg Whitworth has gifted 20 Hawk Blogger memberships. Thank you so much, Greg, for your generosity. Make sure you like the show, click subscribe to get a chance to get one of these free memberships. Odium, congrats to Brian for figuring out how to live his dream. Pretty effing cool. Well, thanks, man. It's pretty fun, I'll admit. I'm having a great time. And this cookie's damn good. Okay, Odium says, I feel cheated that we didn't get Dana's live reaction to the Emmanori pick. She is camping and has really bad cell reception. We would have liked to have had her on as well. And then A Brown's 47. As every year, appreciate you all. And now it's fun to watch Brian flex the quote, sorry guys, gotta interview our new player. I'm not trying to flex, but I mean I see them all running over there and I'm like, oh man, I gotta do that too. That looks fun.
Brian, is it just like everyone in a big conference room with like the
all right, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna pan the camera. I think I can get away with doing this. Hold on one sec.
in the media room at the VMAC?
Softies out of his mind.
Oh wow, okay.
Oh wow, you're that close. Is that their draft board? No.
I don't think so.
Imagine they just let the media in. Yeah. Oh, he point us.
So the Shedeur spot's got to be 67 to the Browns here.
Or Vegas, maybe.
I really don't think I don't think Pete's in on him.
On who?
Shedeur.
Really? It feels like that would be a good match. Like Pete would love that kind of energy.
I don't know. I like we talked about this, and I think about like the Hoosh thing and like some of that stuff. And you can have whatever personality you want for Pete, but you have to be about Pete. I think ultimately, right? You have to be bought in. And I don't think like whatever it ultimately means for Shedeur, like a lot of this, like oh, it's all about me stuff. I don't always care so much about that, but I don't know that Shedeur is going to be a guy that like Pete feels is pulling in the same direction with him. And I think that's a big deal.
And like protect the team, right? That's Pete's
good point.
Motto. And like Shedeur's thrown his offensive line under the bus on
I think more
than one occasion.
That too.
Yeah, that seems iffy.
Yeah, I don't know how that would go. I mean, thinking that Geno Smith's like best friends with Drew Lock, you know, I don't know that Shedeur Sanders and Drew Lock could it be any more different personality wise. I don't know. I look at Shedeur Sanders and I'm like, this is a guy that slow to process, slow to get rid of the ball, average arm strength, average athleticism. Like there's not a lot other than he is an accurate quarterback, seems like a smart kid, seems like a competitor. I mean, there's a lot of red flags. And can you guys think of another player that was literally like very commonly mocked to be the second overall pick? There were some times he was the first overall pick, by the way. It wasn't always Cam Ward. And now to be like all the way into the third round? Can you think of another situation? It's not injury related?
Not this close. Will Levis was like, he had some people that were like top 10 pick.
Sure.
Like top 10 pick.
But he was the
it wasn't as universal though either. I don't think on Levis.
And he was top of the second round. We're talking about like Shedeur might end up being like a fourth round pick. I don't think that's crazy at all at this point.
We'll see. I think the Browns are at 67 are kind of the last hope for the next little while.
Oh man. I mean, I think it's a little surprising that the Raiders picked Besh over Jalen Noel. Like Noel seems like such a better, like more dynamic playmaker. And if I just needed another receiver and it wasn't position specific, I'm going Jalen Noel like every time. And I like Jack Besh.
I had the same reaction while you were getting chocolate chip cookie. So they have Jacoby Myers too, which is like a very similar stylistic player. They have Bowers who can stretch the field, but they didn't. I thought they were going to sign Tyler Lockett, but they obviously didn't. They didn't match the 1 year, $4 million deal. They couldn't define much of him internally. So Besh seems similar to Myers to me, and so I was confused by that as well. I thought Noel with his explosion pairing with Bowers, I thought that would be a really cool offense.
You brought up Tyler Lockett, and I think I haven't had a chance to talk to you guys about that. He signs like a $5 million deal.
$4 million with max of $6 million.
And Tutu Atwell signed a $10 million deal, right? So, did he think that was going to be his market? And he signs in Tennessee. Like the rumor was he'd go to Texas to Dallas because he's got a real estate license there and he could practice there as well, or that he'd go to Vegas with Pete. They clearly didn't want him enough because it wasn't like it was expensive. The Seahawks.
That's so cringe.
What?
Can I just the whole like real estate license thing? Like you're like an active NFL player, dude. Like you're making tens of millions of dollars. Like,
what's cringe about it? He's planning his future life after football.
He doesn't need a future life after football. He has $100 million.
Let me tell you, you need a life after football. Like sitting around is not a way to spend time. Like he's building a business. I respect it. So, but like the fact that the Seahawks also didn't bring him back.
Darius Alexander.
Yep. Good player. Had a great Senior Bowl. Anyway, any thoughts on Tyler not coming back for that price and what the implications are?
I wonder if a lot of teams were telling him, we'll get back to you after the draft.
Yeah.
And the Titans were like, here's a deal. And he's just like, I'm going to take the sure thing.
He and Cam Ward. That'd be interesting.
Cam Ward's going to have to adjust his favorite receivers list.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that clip where he's like, Calvin Ridley?
Yeah. I felt kind of
Go ahead.
bad for Lockett. I felt bad for Lockett. Like the Titans have been historically like where your career goes to die. Like I called the retirement home last year where they've signed like Quandre Diggs, who's DeAndre Hopkins, Jamal Adams, Julio Jones. It's like been maybe Cam Ward and the new coach can change it, but like the Seahawks used to be that. They had Jerry Rice and Edgerrin James, but it felt like to see that money and to see like there were some people who still think he had a lot left. It was Grubb that misused him, and like the league obviously didn't think much of. I was kind of sad to see that kind of deal and him end up on that team that's kind of irrelevant and going nowhere. Like some people thought the Chiefs might sign him. He's from there. I don't know. I was kind of bummed.
Yeah, I felt bad for him too. Ashton Gillette, edge rusher. Jeff, will you talk about this? I liked Ashton Gillette better than a lot of the edge rushers that were getting a lot of play.
So you are a Chiefs guy here. Oh, Norman Lott, Gillette.
Yeah.
Wow. They must have a really good head coach or something making all these good picks.
Josh Simmons.
Yeah. I mean,
Gillette over Landon Jackson,
Jordan Birch,
Jack Sawyer, Birch,
Samuel Jones.
Yep. I don't know. I guess I don't really know where Kyle Kennard is expected to go, but that's a little surprising to me. Boy, Nick Scourton is just plummeting at this point.
No, he went a while ago.
He went.
Oh,
I think Carolina. I think it was Carolina.
These are the edge players.
I missed like the first 3 or so picks of the second round.
Pick is in for the Browns.
All right.
Is it Shador time?
I've not seen the pick yet.
Man. It would be the worst quarterback. Like, do you think that they could sell the fan base on that? I mean, Jalen Milroe would be something that people could get behind more than Shador.
That would make sense here, no?
I think so. Like he's I think for a team that's trying to be a defense-oriented team and a running team, like why not? Third round.
Milroe to the Raiders. I don't know who said that earlier, but that to me seems like a good fit.
How could you add Shador Sanders to that quarterback room? Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco.
2 firsts next year, you're probably going to suck. The Jags have a good chance of sucking. Like, you've got a great shot at whatever you want at the top of the draft next year.
Yeah. So you're saying don't take QB now?
Right. It just would feel weird to tie yourself to Sanders at this point.
I don't know. I don't know Shador Sanders. I've never had a conversation with him. I don't know people that know him. So I feel bad for the kid, like what he's going through. At the same time, like the drama of this, I admit I kind of want to see how far he falls. Like,
did you
that makes me a terrible person, but that's kind of what I want to see.
Did you see his personalized draft room that he had?
I heard about it, but no. I honestly have paid attention to almost none of the Shedeur Sanders content because I just don't care. But what was it? What was the deal?
It was just, I mean, kind of what you expected. It was really, I mean, it looked really nice. It was over the top. He had I think it was like a shelf system with a hat for every NFL team, so he could kind of do the college recruit thing and like put the hat on or whatever. All them hats still just sitting there getting dust.
Do you think they're still sitting there, or has he started to
he dismantled the draft room?
Maybe.
And it's in a room too. It's in this like little kind of like walk-in closet type deal that has like legend written all over it. Like it's oof.
Like I said,
to look at right now.
I don't know him, haven't met him, would not pass judgment without having a chance to do that. But from what I've seen, not exactly. I don't think he would probably be a big fan of mine either, but not a great fit. Jordan Farrell, Super Chat says, if we don't draft another O lineman, don't forget about the potential to add Wyatt Teller for that veteran right guard spot, maybe. If the Browns add an offensive lineman here, I don't think that's crazy. Remember, John Schneider told me at the owners meeting when I asked him about trades, he's like, yeah, after the draft, first week to 2 after the draft is when we'd be expecting to make some trades, and that they expected to be doing that. If you knew that they were going to get Wyatt Teller, does that change your perspective on this draft at all?
I just need to take a victory lap though, because I believe Jeff and I were like, Seahawks have a lot of cap left over. And Brian wanted to shut down the conversation about a trade happening.
That's Brian guy sounds like a dick.
Oh, Harold Fannin Jr.
Fannin.
Old knock knees, right?
I thought this guy came into the Senior Bowl as everyone was like, this guy is the small school athlete. He was like the Mike Green or even the Gray Zabel, right? He was not impressive, dude. I've not been impressed with Harold Fannin Jr.
No, there were some guys who were like, he's the best blocker in the class, and get this guy in a Kyle Shanahan system. He's going to unlock. And I said on our show a couple weeks ago, Brian, I was like, he was on my, I'm way lower on consensus. I didn't really get that one. And that's where I was saying there was that gap at tight end. He feels like they've had kind of an odd day with Judkins and Schlesinger and not taking Hunter and Fannin Jr. I don't really understand what they are, what they're trying to be.
What is he for them? They've got David Njoku still, right?
I don't really get it.
What is this? Is it gonna be a 2 tight end team? Is it gonna be a fullback H-back for them? And if so, why would you take a H-back in the 3rd round?
Yeah,
I don't know, man. Can I tell you guys quickly? When I was flying to the combine, sitting next to me was a Browns analytics guy. He actually reminded me of Deryck quite a bit. Deryck should be working in the NFL.
Derogatory.
No, that's not what it was. But he was like, I guarantee Deryck and him would have hit it off. And he said, he asked me, what's the deal with the Seahawks picks? We don't get what Seattle does in the draft. And that was derogatory. And we talked for a while, and they're a very analytics driven organization. This guy that I was talking to won one of the big data bowl at one of the things, super smart. That's what I say. Reminds me of Deryck. I gotta say, the Browns, have they had a good draft record for being all analytics?
Oh, there's your buddy. There's your buddy. YouTube's favorite.
Boy, Pete heating it up. Pete can't not Pete.
A very Pete
corner.
Yep.
Talk about it. People that aren't watching, tell them what happened.
This was a guy, I think.
Give him the name.
Huh?
The name.
Darian Porter, and Azariah Thompson was his name. Who's the Florida State corner?
Oh, Zoff Frazier. Azariah Thomas.
Yeah. Azariah Thomas. Me and you at the combine really wanted to buy into those two dudes, and it was the opposite of Maxwell Hairston, where we'd be like, "Oh, who was that? That was awful." Oh, it was Thomas. Oh, that looked stiff. This dude can't. Oh, it's Darian Porter. And like Porter put up what a 4.31 or something like that in his 40. So the speed is there, but like polar opposite from Maxwell Harrison, where Harrison constantly just electrically jitterbugging everywhere, and Porter, if he wasn't running a 40, it was bad times. So, but couldn't have found a better coach to go to.
You know when Mike Holmgren said that Matt Hasselbeck looked like a giraffe on ice? Remember that?
Yes.
That's what I felt like watching Darian Porter. I was really intrigued by Darian Porter, and then I watched him move, and it was like his arms and legs just didn't seem in sync. His movement in and out of breaks, like I didn't love it. At the same time, Pete Carroll has way better history of finding former wide receivers converted to corners that are of this size and speed and turn them into really good players. So he'll probably end up being really good. I hope he does end up being really good. But I walked out of there, Nathan, way more impressed with Zoff Frazier, who ran a very similar 40 at a very similar size than I did of Darian Porter.
For sure.
So back to the Browns.
Brian, can we go back? I'll go back to your Wyatt Teller question real quick.
Yeah.
I'd be excited about that. I mean, I don't know what the compensation would look like, but that would be freaking awesome.
A 5th round pick.
Oh, easy. That would be awesome.
I mean, he's in the last year of his deal. He's 30. Yeah. Like Joe Tooney got a 2026 4th.
Yeah.
So
that would be awesome. I'd take that. Absolutely.
I'm going to answer my own question and look up the Browns draft history. Because
Kyle Williams.
Patriots to the Pats. Well, they're just drafting all the Washington receivers. They got what
Caleb Polk last year.
Softy's threatening mischief over here. Yeah. So they got the Huskies receiver last year. They got the Washington State receiver this year. Now they got to be teammates. I'm probably the only person interested in this, but I'm going to say it anyway. So here's the Browns last year's draft: Michael Hall, Zach Zinter, Jamari Thrash, Nathaniel Watson, Miles Harden, Juwan Briggs. Not great.
A lot of us like Michael Hall, though, right?
I liked it. I liked him.
Yeah.
I mean, the year before, Cedric Tillman, Siaki Ika, DeJuan Jones, he did all right. Isaiah McGuire, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, Cam Mitchell, Luke Whippler. Not great. Year before that, Martin Emerson, Alex Wright, David Bell, Perrion Winfrey, Cade York, Jerome Ford, Michael Woods, Isaiah Thomas, Dawson Deaton. These are awful. Am I wrong?
Other than DTR, Brian, you were a DTR guy, weren't you?
I was a DTR guy, and they got him in the 5th round. I think
that's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Shot.
Yeah, take a shot.
Yeah, if you're the Browns, like glass houses, man.
Yes, exactly. I feel like you could put the Seahawks draft record over the last since 2022 up with pretty much anybody. Like, I don't think it's the best, but it's in the top 3rd. I think it's easily in the top 3rd.
That's why the Browns are confused.
Sorry, what's I completely blanked. What'd you say is in the top 3rd?
I think the Seahawks draft record since 2022 in the NFL is in the top 3rd.
Oh, since 22 for sure. Yeah.
Because it's a pretty clear demarcation from the Charles Cross draft.
21 was bad. So
21 there, they had like one pick. They had like
it was we talked about when you were gone. It was D. Eskridge, Trey Brown, and Stone Forsythe.
Yikes, man. That was rough. I like Trey Brown, but yeah.
There's your boy, Isaac Tesla.
Is it Tesla or Tesla?
I don't know.
No idea.
This guy's got really interesting movement skills for a receiver that did not produce that much. What are you laughing at?
I'm sorry, but Tesla just sounds like a forced European accent.
No, like, it's spelled capital T.
It might. There is a capital S.
LAA.
Nathan, you might be right, but it just sounds like a forced European accent. Tesla.
Can we get a ruling on whether Isaac Tesla is white or not, Brian?
Oh, he is.
Okay.
He absolutely is. Did you guys check? I mean, I don't think Jack Besh is white.
I looked up his parents. They look pretty pale.
Wow, he's tan.
Anyways,
This is a bad conversation to go to.
Yeah, it's probably only bad places this could go. I was just questioning the assumption.
That's fair. That's fair.
So,
I felt bad for Megan after you said that. So
you guys are
tearing
getting
up twice in
punchy.
2 nights.
You're getting punchy. So yeah, I mean, he goes before. I think Tesla goes before Jalen Noel, right?
yeah.
What the hell's going on? Like,
Injury?
Is there an injury with
there's
Noel?
got to be something weird happening there because that guy is universally loved, at least outside of the front offices of NFL. Here's the receivers that occur. I mean, Jalen Royal's got a lot of love.
That one's surprising to me too.
So I just caught on the last few picks.
Royals. Jeff, I'll let you go, but like Royals doesn't surprise me too much. He always felt like more of a 3rd round guy to me.
I wasn't as high on Royals either. Like from what I saw, like he's not. I don't know. It wasn't my favorite. He's like a lesser Jalen Noel.
So we're picked just done 70 now. They picked last at what, 50?
Yeah.
The 3 guys I think we all thought would be Noel, Jared Wilson, some I liked, and then Ravel. They're all still there. So kind of makes me feel better about Arroyo. I'm going to be honest.
Jared Wilson is a little like that was one to me that like I'd see you guys do the mocks, I'd do the mocks. He was always there in the 3rd round, and I was like, it seems like this guy's the consensus best center. Someone's going to take him before the 3rd round, and here we are, still there.
Yeah, I mean, I will say to your point, like, while I really don't love the Arroyo pick, if they nail how this draft falls, and like 3 or 4 of those guys that I was talking about instead of Arroyo are there at the next pick, then it's really hard to complain too much about it.
So should we? We'll watch this pick come in, but then I want to start going through some of the draft classes so far, how we're feeling about how different teams are doing. So maybe if you guys want to start looking around at different draft classes that you like so far. I kind of like the quarterback part of this draft is fascinating to me, even though I don't really care that much about it. Tyler Shuck going where he did. Jalen Milroe still be sticking around, even though he went to the draft, didn't he? Did Jalen Milroe go to attend the draft? When's the latest a player has been selected who attended the draft? Anybody?
It's got to be this.
I would have to think like.
I mean, DK was what the Seahawks take him at?
Late second,
59?
64, I think.
Okay.
And I mean, Gino was top of the second. I don't know, man. Jackson Dart ends up going, what, is he QB2?
He was QB2. Yeah, he went 25.
I don't know.
I'll start, and I know this just because it's my guy, but the Cardinals taking Walter Nolan and Will Johnson. If Will Johnson pans out from an injury perspective, that's a starting corner day one. And Walter Nolan, if he can develop, a better pass rush arsenal, that's a dominant interior player potentially.
Jeff, on that point, you know how much we've just absolutely trashed the Cardinals for their drafts the last few years with all the draft capital they've had?
Who is that?
Vernon Brown.
That's the first player drafted I've not
132
really?
Ranked, going 70.
He was just one of the Texas guys on that D line. They had a lot.
Yeah, he was not a guy. What I was going to say is, Jeff, like with less draft capital, are the Cardinals having a better draft this year than they've had with multiple first round picks and second round picks than they've had the last couple of years?
Yeah. Will Johnson is obviously like the biggest boomer bust player right now in the draft because if he fell that far, there's got to be something there medically. And I had shared with you guys, I had heard he's got a bad medical that went in the media. But like, I like him as a prospect way better than Max Melton, who they took like 34th last year. And last year felt like a wasted opportunity. Walter Nolan's also kind of a boomer bust player. Not who I pegged Arizona for at all. I thought they would take, but they're going to have him around Calais Campbell. But yeah, I see far more upside in this draft than last year where the media was like slurping over them. And I felt like we were in crazy pills or something. We're like, their draft sucked. What are you talking about? They took a backup tight end and a backup running back. But yeah, you got to give them credit. Like that's the kind of guys they should have taken last year.
Have the Seahawks had the best draft so far?
I would go Philly.
Philly got Campbell and Makuba.
Yeah.
Just
because of like the context of where they picked.
The Ravens have done really well too, but it's hard to give them credit for the green thing. Or it doesn't feel good to praise them for the green thing.
But the Seahawks have got to be like, they got potentially like consensus. If you look at that consensus board where those three guys were, like Zabel might be lower than some of the guys they got today. But those three guys are pretty fun. Like that, this is as good of a draft after 3 picks as they've had in a while.
I just went through every team, and there are like the Lions, pretty cool. There's definitely teams in here that I like what they've done. Although like Tesla that early in the third is kind of interesting. But I don't know. Yeah, other than maybe Philly, it's hard to look at any other team and be like, oh yeah, they're just definitely better.
I like what the Jets did with their first 2 picks with Membu and Mason Taylor. They're on the clock now, so that's.
Oh yeah, yeah. The Jets did have a really good one.
The Jets lost DJ Reed. Do they go Savon Ravel here?
Maybe
pair him with.
If they get Ravel here, I would probably pick them over Seattle pretty easily. But also, they were picking so far ahead of Seattle.
Yeah.
And what about their receivers position, right? Like Jalen Noel would make sense here as well.
Yeah.
You add Justin Fields to be your quarterback. Is there any chance they go quarterback here?
We could. Milrow would pair very well with him.
Yeah, right? That would make sense.
And if you're a teenager drafting for an NFL team, you got to be pretty into Shedeur Sanders, I think.
Yeah. This is Brick's legacy right here.
Yeah. Brick's killing it, actually.
What are we talking about?
You don't know the thing about how Woody Johnson's kid runs the team, basically?
Oh, no, not one of you guys' favorites.
They go corner, but they go Azariah Thomas. Like Savon Ravel's medicals must be really worrisome.
Yeah, real bad.
It's like an Lucas injury.
You didn't hear the story, Deryck, about how they wanted – who did they want to trade for? They wanted to trade for Judy, right? Jerry Judy.
Yeah, it was Jerry Judy.
And this is just one of the stories about how Woody Johnson's like 20-year-old son is kids are way too involved. And they shot it down because Judy's Madden awareness rating was too low. And that is what led them to, I think, the Devontae Adams trade, right? Isn't that what they ended up doing? Yeah, a lot of those types of stories that like his 19 and 22-year-old sons are just running it. And when they showed the draft room for the Membu pick, they were in there.
Interesting.
That's amazing. I didn't know that story.
Yeah.
Well, the Jags GM looks like he's 20 years old, so
there is that too.
He's got red flags all over him. That guy.
His press conference was a little just.
It was comical.
Forced, it was odd.
Is there anyone that's a Jack Sawyer? We got a super chat asking about Jack Sawyer. Is anyone a Jack Sawyer advocate?
At this point,
is there a round? Fine. Is there a round where you'd be like, yeah, Jack Sawyer?
Yeah, here.
Yeah, honestly,
third round
would be fine.
No,
I think
not for me. He's too
I think
I would, athlete.
I would take Jared Wilson. I would take maybe even a D tackle.
Jalen Noel.
Yeah, sure, I'd take Ravel or Noel.
Everyone we said last pick is still there.
There's a lot of guys I'd probably take ahead of him, but I wouldn't be mad about it. they could still use an edge rusher to rotate in.
I think that you got to start thinking, at least thinking about defensive tackle here. I don't think it's crazy. Josh Farmer is an interesting player at Florida State. When I talked to Willie Lampkin, he said that was the toughest guy for him to block. And with all the jokes about Willie Lampkin, he was voted the best blocker in the ACC. Ty Robinson, interesting guy that
I could see that.
They've had a 30 visit with. JJ Pegues, interesting guy. Ole Miss can play
Third round
and defense. I'm just saying. CJ West is a guy that I'm higher on. Jamari Caldwell, Jordan Phillips are all guys I like. I think it's probably a little early for those guys, but maybe they start going off in round 4, round 5. But at some point, they're going to start disappearing.
There are edges here I like. I wouldn't mind Sawyer. I wouldn't mind Kennard. I'm a came on record guy, but I don't know where he ends up going. I think he's much later probably. There's a lot of those guys. Josiah Stewart.
Oh yeah, him.
Super into, but also not completely hate here.
Jeff, did you have, like you said, your favorite draft? Let's have that conversation while we're at it. Which draft do you guys like the best? So we heard Arizona. We heard the Jets.
I didn't love that pick though.
Yeah. Baltimore, Malachi Starks and Mike Green. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I was saying that one's good, but it feels bad to praise them for the Mike Green pick.
Mm-hmm.
Like Detroit didn't get like a first round guy, but I love what they've done so far.
What did
I'm with you.
What did Houston get for trading out of the first?
I think 2-3. I think it was 2 3s, a 3 this year and a 3 next year.
Yeah, to get I like Higgins. I don't hate Ursery where they got him, but to trade out of the first and have those two guys and some extra thirds doesn't feel good.
All right, let me read. I'm going to keep reading some of these teams and what they've got. So Carolina got Tet McMillan, Nick Scourton. The Bears got Colston Loveland, Luther Burden, Ozzie Trapillo, and Shamar Turner.
Mm-hmm.
That's
good, but not great.
Could be interesting.
I kind of like that a lot, actually. I think that's up there with the best ones.
Bengals got Shamar Stewart and Demetrius Knight. That's a high risk, potentially high reward. Cleveland got Mason Graham, Carson Schwessinger, Quinshawn Judkins, and Harold Fannin.
I hate it.
Yeah, not a big fan. Dallas gets Tyler Booker, Donovan Ezeraku. Not a huge fan, personally.
The Browns thing is insane, too, because, you have to factor in the trade.
Mm-hmm.
So they do get the Jags first next year. They get Mason Graham. They get Carson Schwessinger. I'm into this. And then it's like Quinshawn Judkins and Harold Fannin. I'm probably over-indexing on those two relative to the first-round pick, but it's something like, I don't know.
That's fair. They went off the rails a little bit.
Yeah.
The Broncos got Jahdae Barron, RJ Harvey. It feels like, Harvey is a bit of a risk, but we talked about Detroit. Tyleek Williams, the defensive tackle, Tate Ratledge, the guard, and Isaac Tesla, the receiver. Isaac Tesla,
Wait, Brian, why are you saying like Nathan now?
Because I'm right, damn it.
You got him. It's Tesla.
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
I'm looking up this pronunciation now.
So I think the Lions are up there. I think that's a really well done draft. Green Bay, Matthew Golden, Anthony Belton. Ugh. I don't know. How do you guys feel about Green Bay? That's a team that's they're kind of plateaued, right?
But they're a team that I don't.
Pat Bryant over Noel.
Whoa!
Wow,
that's shocking. 163.
Sorry, it is Tesla. It says like coleslaw, so I stand corrected.
Nathan for the win.
Houston got Jaden Higgins and Arianti Ursery.
Who was the one that we were just talking about?
Green Bay, Matthew Golden and Anthony Belton.
They're what just about Shador to the Niners. Sorry.
I Did we talk
Please,
about this?
please make that happen.
I mean, skip paying Brock Purdy like $55 million a year.
Oh, I don't think that's what it would mean.
I want it for the Grant content alone.
Yeah, I was gonna say Grant.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, can you imagine Kyle Shanahan with Shedeur Sanders? Like,
No. My
What about
I don't
Broncos?
know.
The Broncos had a weird draft.
they have had a weird draft.
Barron, Harvey, and Pat Bryant.
The Colts get Tyler Warren and JT Tuimoloau. I don't know how to pronounce
That's so them. Ugh.
49ers
Tuimoloau.
picks about Tumalo.
Tuimoloau, yeah. He's a local kid also.
KC, Kansas City, the Chiefs have got to be up there. Josh Simmons.
Nick Martin.
Yeah, linebacker.
They have
Chiefs-
not. They have
Chiefs
not
get
done very well.
Josh Simmons, Omar Norman-Lott, Ashton Gillette. I think that's got to be up there.
Yeah, I'm not a big Gillette guy, but yeah, that one's really good.
All right, yes, and you can talk about Nick Martin now.
Again, he's the 185th ranked player on here. I have not seen him with a day 2 guy in very many scenarios. Early round 3. With the capital they've had, they've gotten 2 run stuffing kind of players and overdrafted linebacker. That's
Isn't he kind of a darling though of a lot of a lot of draft guys? I think he's like, I mean, he's tiny, but I think he's, I don't know. I haven't watched him, but my understanding is I think he's pretty twitched up or something. I don't know.
If you look at the 49ers draft class, Micah Williams, Alfred Collins, Nick Martin. I just wonder about the ceiling.
Yeah, that feels Tim Ruskell.
Yeah, a little bit.
But, like, is Nick Martin, like, look, with 49ers, when they draft linebackers, I think you should generally pay attention, right?
Yeah, they got solid back,
Figuring
I
that.
guess.
They haven't missed on many, like Greenlaw, what's the guy that went to Houston?
What? Everyone's hugging Sala right now, so yeah, I think it's giving emphasis to what you're saying.
Yeah. They even like Winters, like they've had, like, they're not all great, but they seem to know what they're looking for in a linebacker. And if they're taking someone in the 3rd round, I wouldn't scoff at it.
Oh, there it is.
Dang.
There he
They've
goes.
had it. That helps their draft a little bit.
Savon Ravel Jr., the cornerback, goes to Dallas. Here.
Ravel, Ezeraku, and Booker. That's a lot of high character.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good pickup.
But you have not mentioned a draft right now that I think is objectively better than the Seahawks. Have you?
Not that I think the Chiefs is pretty good.
The Jets.
Yeah, because they get bamboo hits.
I haven't gotten there yet. So the Chargers have got Omarion Hampton, Trey Harris. I don't know if I love that for the Chargers. The Rams have just drafted Terrence Ferguson. That's their only pick in this draft. The Raiders have Ashton Genty, Jack Besh, and Darian Porter. That could work. That could end up being a pretty good draft. The Dolphins have got Kenneth Grant and Jonah Savainaya. I don't know, man. I think that could end up being pretty good.
I just have very low opinion of like their whole organization, what they're doing. I don't really see where they're going.
Minnesota has only picked one, Donovan Jackson. The Patriots have Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, and Kyle Williams.
That's not bad. I don't love the first pick, but that's pretty good. I like what they did today.
The Saints, and there goes Princely Emmanuel to the Panthers. The Saints did Kelvin Banks, Tyler Shuck, and Vernon Broughton. How do we feel about the Saints draft?
What was the one? What was their first pick?
Kelvin Banks, Tyler
Banks, yeah.
Shuck, and Vernon Broughton.
I mean, Banks is cool.
The Shuck at 40 is like, and then like, I think I was the only one who'd heard of Vernon Broughton.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say like day one, like B plus. Day 2, close to an F.
The Cardinals are back on the clock, by the way. The Giants, Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart, Darius Alexander. I think Joe Shane's cooking a little bit there.
Trading up for Dart.
Oh, wait, hold on. What pick are we on here?
We're on
78.
Yeah, we're
Where-
on 92.
Where are the Cowboys?
They just went.
Okay, they took you guys saw they took Siobhan Bell.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It was Savon
Okay.
Ravel. Yeah.
Siobhan.
So the Giants, Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart, Darius Alexander. I think that's a pretty solid, and they kind of have to take Dart, right? Like they've got to take a quarterback.
But they traded up to go get him.
I don't think it's either they would have taken him or they would have taken Shuck. So I don't know. I don't hate that. The Jets, Membu, Mason Taylor, Azarae Thomas. That's got to be pretty high, right?
Yep.
Eagles, Jahad Campbell, Makuba. Steelers, Derek Harmon is the only pick they've made. 49ers, Micah Williams, Alfred Collins, Nick Martin. Tampa Bay, Igbuka and Benjamin Morrison. The Titans, Cam Ward and Olufemi Oladejo. The Commanders, Josh Connerly Jr. and Trey Amos. I think the Seahawks might have the best draft.
You guys are too nice. It's like the Seahawks, the Eagles, and
Chiefs.
I would throw in the Cardinals for me.
I put the Cowboys in there. I like what the Cowboys did today.
Sure.
Did they get a receiver
No.
yet? Yeah, see, that feels like a miss. I mean, that said, there are still plenty of guys left.
Yeah, the Seahawks might have the best draft right now.
I mean, it's top 5 at the very least.
Yeah.
And a lot of, and like we're talking about a couple teams like the Jets and stuff that are
Had
you know,
way
picking
higher
way
picks.
higher.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
What?
I just saw
Who
something
won?
annoying.
What did you
Who
see?
win? Jared
Jalen
Wilson?
Noel goes next pick to Houston. So they get Higgins and Noel.
That's
Wait,
cool.
Houston got both?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Wow, that's
So who did
and Nico
Cardinals
Collins.
I don't know. I didn't see it. Just popped up on my notifications.
Wow, that Houston was getting full.
So
Higgins and Noel.
that's bizarre.
And they already have Nico Collins and Tank Dell.
They signed
Odell.
Christian Kirk. Kind of
Yeah,
weird.
Wow.
Their only O-line addition is Ernst.
What are they thinking? Like offensive line, man. Why are they not drafting offensive line? I mean,
They got Laken Tomlinson.
Yeah. Who's the me of Houston that is
CJ Stroud's getting the RG3 experience.
oh my god. That's rough.
Yeah, the Seahawks. It's pretty hard to find a team that objectively is better than them so far.
I think it's pretty damn good, guys. Omega Clan has gifted a Hawk Blogger membership. Thank you for doing that. Kevin XZ says, how would everyone feel if the Six took Emmanori at 18, then Ratledge and Arroyo at 50-52, and still had both their thirds?
Bad.
Yeah,
Or not bad. I would be fine with that. Like I would be okay with it. But knowing what they were able to do, that feels much worse. I think.
Wait, that's like swapping out. That's just swapping out Zabel and Ratledge at the end of the day.
It is. That's the
You'd
point.
still- you'd still-
Getting your third round pick back.
Yeah. No thanks.
It's interesting you guys all feel that way. That's how I feel. That was actually like a fear of mine, is that they would just take the lowest, like take the guy that was available to them at the offensive line instead of getting their best player on the offensive line. I feel objectively better that they got a guy they feel really good about. The floor is higher with Zabel. I think Ratledge has a similar ceiling maybe, but I just like Zabel a lot better.
I think if they were going to go that route and wait on a Ratledge or something like that, you have to double dip.
Yeah.
And that's like where that third round pick maybe comes in, or maybe you don't end up getting Arroyo, which I mean I've been fine with. But yeah, I think that would have been an okay scenario, but I think the one that they had was significantly better.
Jordan Birch goes to the
Yes.
Cardinals. Edge rusher from the University of Oregon. This is a guy that I was pretty high on until like saw his like combine. I thought he was gonna be a better athlete than he is, but he's an interesting player. Like I think the Cardinals are having a decent draft. Like, let's go back to their draft now, guys. I think
it's Walter Nolan and Will Johnson.
Walter Nolan, Will Johnson, Jordan Birch.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good.
What are the sorry, this is a complete sidetrack, but what are the odds John says that they had a first round grade on Emmanori?
Oh, 100%.
At the presser. Like he's got to be the guy that he was like getting giddy about last night, saying there's still some really good football players.
I'll go you one more. He's going to say this was the guy we were thinking about taking at 18.
Yeah.
Not even first round. Like I think they might even say that they had a top 10 grade on him.
Albert Breer reported on Tuesday that the two guys they were debating were Emmanori and Zabel. And I think Loveland was the outside shot. So that wouldn't just be GM talk. That was out there.
I think it's legit. I don't think it's the typical John Schneider thing.
No, I agree with that. Honestly, I don't think John Schneider like when he said, I don't know, whatever, like if he said they had a first round grade on LJ Collier, like I believe it. I don't think he's lying.
No, he lies.
He was lying there.
They said about Derek Hall. That's who you're thinking of. Because LJ Collier was a first round pick, unfortunately. Which is much worse.
Chris, who is the receiver out of Georgia? Chris something or other.
Chris Durham.
Chris Durham?
Yeah. And John's like, oh, yeah, other teams were telling us what a good pick. Like, shut up.
Well, that was like the Rashad Penny thing, right? He was like, right after they drafted Rashad Penny, some team called to trade for him.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, can we trade for him now? Yeah.
They really should have done that.
Which it sounds like the Browns maybe were doing that, but still, it's a funny thing to say.
There's Jalen Noel to Houston.
Yeah. Good for Jalen Noel, man. Like, I'm glad he didn't go to like the Rams or something like that. That would have sucked. We've got to be getting close to the Rams again, right? They have to have another pick somewhere. They pick 2 picks before the Seahawks. What do you think the chances are that the Rams snaked the tight end that Seahawks wanted, Terrence Ferguson, a few picks before they picked Elijah Arroyo?
Possible. I'm glad.
Who the hell?
Justin Wally, the cornerback, goes to the Colts.
Based on the information you heard, very low. Like Arroyo seems like a way more of a fit in like the Kubiak style, what they need. I would be surprised. I would be very surprised. I'd come close to like under 5%.
So
I am surprised that they didn't go for more of a blocking tight end though, or not like a blocking tight end, but they went for a guy with some significant questions. It seems as a blocker.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about day 3. So the Seahawks have – what do the Seahawks have? They have 137, so you have to wait a long time. Like, there's a big gap between 92 and 137. And then they've got 2 fifth-round picks, but it's like 172, 175. So another really big gap. No 6th-round pick, and then 2 7ths. I think that's where they're going to add offensive linemen. I think they're going to add a tackle, and they're going to add a guard, I think, on day 3. And I think it'll be later in day 3. I think they'll also add a nose tackle on day 3.
So what do you think this next pick?
So that's what I'm trying to back into. If that's the case, maybe Jared Wilson, if he's still there, like he may be so high on the board that you just take him. But I think receiver would make a lot of sense.
Who are the receivers now?
That's what I'm about to look at here.
Torrey Horton.
Io Manor and Torrey Horton, I think, would be the top 2.
Royals?
Yeah.
Maybe Savion Williams.
I can see that.
Guy.
Wow, Fairchild goes before Wilson.
If you're going to keep Savion Williams, I'm going to start talking about Ricky White every time now, too.
I think that's fine.
I like Ricky White.
I would take Ricky White over Savion Williams.
So would I.
You guys, when I'm bringing him up, I'm not a proponent.
He is a top 30 visit. Yeah.
He's a top 30 visit. He is undoubtedly a crazy athlete. And you got to at least wonder. He's a weapon of some sort. I think he's much more likely to be Laviska Shenault than he is to be Cordero Patterson.
Is Cordero Patterson that like good of a ceiling? Is that what we're chasing?
By the time he turned 30, he was a couple positions.
What's that, Nathan?
By the time that Cordero Patterson was like 30, he figured out how
Oh,
to
yeah. He was great. Yeah, he was a great running back for the Falcons. Yeah.
Yeah, he was like an Arthur Smith like chess piece that no one else could figure out. That took Bijan Robinson off the field.
I hear you. I think he's a really I definitely left the combine kind of down or out on him. But he's in the conversation. I mean, where else could they go? They could go quarterback. I think the Jalen Milroe thing is possible. They could go linebacker.
Colin Lindstrom in the chat just threw out a name that I've thought John would be absolutely in love with this whole time.
Oh,
Scattaboo time.
Scattaboo.
Oh, yeah, I wondered about that too. When we did our John Schneider prediction mock draft, I took him third round.
I think that's crazy.
Real quick, the Titans took Kevin Winston Jr. here. Nathan, another one of your favorites.
Yeah. So that puts the Steelers on the clock. Are they going to take Shedeur?
I know. If they were going to take him, they would have taken him already. I don't think so.
Unless they had a good feel that he would really just not be loved.
Man, him going on day 3 would be nuts.
It's crazy because a lot of, it seemed like the last couple of days, a lot of people had him mocked to the Steelers at 22 or 21, wherever they were.
I'm wondering about edge rushers at this point. Like David Walker, I like. Savion Jones, Braden Swinson. Is there
Jack Sawyer's still out there?
Yeah, I mean Zoff Frazier. Like, is there a corner that they would take this high? Like Noel Williams, maybe from Cal. I don't know.
Josiah Stewart does feel like I could see that pick.
How would you feel about that?
I like him. He's so small. I don't know. I have a hard time with the small edge rushers this year, and I don't know if it's just something with me this year or what. But
no, that's totally legitimate. Like, there's not a lot of small, short edge rushers. That's just not a thing.
I think if you're looking for the next Nick Benito, I think that was Ezraku, and I don't know that I get that with any of the other guys. Kyle Kennard is the edge, I think, at this point that I would be most excited about.
All right, we've got some first super. Go ahead, Deryck.
No, go ahead. No, go
ahead. PSP Dice says Ian Rappaport is saying it out loud that teams didn't find his SA explanation satisfactory. What is
about
SA?
Mike Green.
Oh,
sexual assault.
Yeah, well. KJG says dream 3rd round pick. Also, Brian, what's your favorite golf course? Do you guys have a dream 3rd round pick at this point? Is there someone that qualifies as a dream 3rd round pick?
Jared Wilson. Jared Wilson.
I'd throw out Jared Wilson.
Yeah.
I want him at like 40 if they moved up. Like,
I think that'd be pretty cool. And my favorite golf course? I mean, I gotta say, I play Snoqualmie Ridge a lot. I love that course. I also really love Gamble Sands, and I love all the Bandon courses. Probably Pacific Dunes, or maybe Bandon Dunes. No, I'll go with Bandon Dunes. Bandon Dunes is probably my favorite course. Do you guys have favorite golf courses? Any of you guys golfers enough that you have a favorite course?
Nope.
All right. A Brown 47 says, "Is Nair a late pick? Anyone know who Nair is? Anybody?"
There's Kevin Winston. So who have the Titans taken?
Is it Jalen? Nope. Jalen Naylor is somebody else.
I don't know who Nair is. Sorry, Browns. You got to give us a full name and make sure the spelling's correct, and then we can look it up.
Isaiah Nair?
I mean, I'm sure there's only one Nair.
He's Tesla's cousin. Isaiah's Tesla.
Tesla. Yeah.
Tesla.
Like coleslaw.
Nair is a wide receiver from Nebraska.
So I don't know. Don't have any info on him. Sorry.
We're huge on him. Next great thing.
Dream 3rd round pick.
Yep.
Super Sauce XL says, who even takes Shedeur Sanders at this point?
This is the big pick for him right here.
What if he goes undrafted?
Then you should never watch ESPN again.
Do the
Real quick
Cowboys? What about the Cowboys? The
I don't
Cowboys would
know.
make some sense for him.
I think there's a lot of teams that make sense for him. Like, he's not a terrible player, but at this point,
Yeah,
you
he's
have to
not.
wonder how much about it is just all of the other stuff. And it feels like the longer it goes on, the harder it becomes to take him. Unlike if he was just a random dude, a random quarterback, where it just becomes easier because, well, you're whatever, it's a 5th-round pick, right? But now, like Shedeur Sanders' 5th-round pick, it just, there's so much that comes with it. And I don't know. I
not
think
just that. There's talk about that, like the board work in the interviews with him just were not good. Like, it's not just like the name and
Yeah.
his dad. It's potentially just like personality stuff, or even how much does he study the game.
But this does, I do think there's I mean, I don't know if we've already got it tipped or not, but if it doesn't happen here, it gets really dicey, I think.
Oh, running back.
Oh, Iowa.
He's a cool player.
Oh,
but
that guy's cool.
he's a very
that's
cool
cool.
player.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how DK Metcalf's feeling about his new team right now.
Mason Rudolph, baby, enjoy.
Real quick, Brian, can we go back to the super chat about the Nebraska wide receiver? He's a 6'4", 215-pound receiver. I'm not going to say I've watched him at all, but he is going to be that big-bodied ex-receiver. On ESPN's board, he is right behind Dante Thornton.
Well, then I don't like him because I like Thornton better. Whatever ESPN says, I just take them face value. Thank you for looking that up. We've talked about this. Look at PSP Dice says, look at what the Lions gave up to grab Tesla. Did you guys look at the trade that they made? Tesla.
Brian, you need to really put the emphasis on it.
Slaw.
The slaw.
Yeah, the slaw. Look, what did you guys know what the trade was? Because I don't think I saw the comp. What did the Lions give up to move up?
I didn't see it either.
I did not.
Well,
I will do my best.
Some Googling capabilities.
I will do my best.
We're getting closer to the Seahawks, man. They're like
3
2026 thirds.
What? Did they give?
The Lions dealt their 3rd-round pick and 2 2026 3rd-round picks to the Jags in exchange for a 6th-round pick and and another 6th.
No, that can't be right.
Who the hell?
Detroit Free Press.
Jacob Parrish.
Oh, did they not have a 3rd-rounder this year?
No, so they
No,
dealt
the
their
Lions had
3rd-round choice.
102.
Yeah.
They went
up 32 picks.
Is that corner?
and gave up 2 3rd-rounders next year.
That's insane.
wild.
How
Okay,
would they
the Lions
already
do not
a
have-
3rd-rounder for next year.
We had a
How would
super
they
chat
already have
about
a
Jacob Parrish.
What's that?
We had a super chat about Jacob Parrish, I think.
Did we?
They've lost their best draft status.
What trade did they make though to get an extra 3rd-rounder next year?
I don't know, but the fact that that's a crazy amount of they have to really like that receiver.
Yeah, because maybe it was like Aaron Glenn leaving. Is that one? Is that awarded yet? Is that awarded?
I don't know.
I'm guessing that's it because they haven't traded for anyone's 3rd.
Colin Lundstrom says one of my K-State brothers, Jacob Parrish, well worth it. So Jacob Parrish does go, but he goes to
The Tampa took back-to-back corner, so the Chiefs just traded into this spot.
Angry Bucket asks, how would you guys be if Seattle took Sanders at 92? Well, I think we've all been pretty clear about that. I think we're all out on that. Yes, or is anyone in on that?
I'm not any more out on him at 92 than any other quarterback, but yeah, I wouldn't want a quarterback.
I'm more out on him than Jalen Milroe for sure.
Yeah. I'd agree with that.
There's no Williams.
I may take him over Ewers though, 92.
Oh,
sure.
100%.
Sure, I'm with you there. You hit the spot.
Yeah.
I kind of like Kyle McCord, so that wouldn't hit that, but I do like that I'm in this room saying Angry Bucket just out loud and Italian soda. Now I'm saying that. Love this, you guys. Thanks for taking the time. What is everyone's pick at 92 to tip the Hawk draft more positively? If you think it's a B now, what gets it to an A? Also, Brian, is there a press conference tonight? I do believe Mike McDonald and John Schneider will be available again. I'm not positive, but I think they will be.
They have to be.
Generous super chat. So let's answer the question, guys. If you think it's a B now, what gets it to an A?
I'm already an A. I mean, maybe an A minus, but no, I don't think there's anything that they're going to do at this point to really tip it. I mean, Jared Wilson's the thing I think that really makes this like, whoa, okay. But other than that, I think they've really set a good foundation for this draft to be really, really good.
I'm totally in agreement there. I'm probably at like a B plus right now, just because the trade up that it costs to get Emmanori. Jared Wilson would be an A. Shows real dedication to getting the interior right after not doing it in free agency.
Yeah.
So if it's not Wilson, who do we want here?
Well, it could be Marcus Bowe.
Marcus Bowe. I forgot about him.
Is a big fan of his.
Griff loved him and Josiah Stewart.
There are, you could, get Gunnar Helm, dude. He's still out there. I like Charles Grant a lot as a swing tackle. I'm not saying I still really do like Miles Frazier as a guard, but they're all behind Jared Wilson. Jared Wilson for me is higher. I like Zoff Frazier a lot. I would not hate him even this high.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there's anybody else. I'm looking through the list of names.
Who else?
Ari Caldwell. I like him a lot, but this feels early.
Josh Farmer,
interesting. Maybe one of the linebackers like Bassa or Kaiser or I don't know. I think it's Jared Wilson, and I don't know if he's going to be available. We've got how many more picks until the Seahawks go?
See, only 6. It's not that many.
It's not crazy. Houston's in there.
Who would take a center between the Chargers, the Packers, the Jags, the Texans maybe?
Yeah, the Texans feel scary.
The Packers could.
Yeah, I think any of those teams, right?
Right?
Yeah, there's a lot.
The Packers lose the center.
Rams with the Ravens.
But I think they're moving Elkin Jenkins to center or something. They have 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nathan, would Royals kick this up to an A for you?
I would love that.
Would it heal over the Arroyo pain?
Yes. Although, objectively, I don't know. But yeah, Royals is kind of one of those. He's one of my dudes, so I would absolutely love that.
All right, runaway. It's Lubu. Would you all be okay with Milrow at 92? We talked about that. I guess just quickly, would anyone be really against that?
It wouldn't feel good, but it's hard to. I mean, it's very easy to be like, well, he's a quarterback and he's super duper athletic.
That's the thing. I'm not a big believer. Go ahead, Jeff. I've talked a lot. Go ahead.
I would have hated him in the last round. At this point, we're struggling to pick out names after Jared Wilson. His one skill is just his running skill is special. You've talked about it. It's an elite trait. Even at this point in the 3rd round, if you can just use them in packages, it's still – and then the upside of development, it's still worth it. If there was a lot of guys sitting here and they passed him for other guys, I would have a lot of trouble with that. But at this point, the risk reward, it's pretty worth it.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm at. It's just the positional value if he hits is just a absolute
franchise altering.
Anything else out of the water. So as critical as I've been, the guy throws a beautiful deep ball. It's not just that he's a great runner. He throws a beautiful.
Oh, there's Jamari Caldwell.
I really liked him.
That feels more like a Harbaugh pick.
Yeah. Darn it. I'm going to try to console myself about that, but good for him, man. He had such a good Senior Bowl. I had no idea who he was before then, and he just blew up. Like Gray Zabel got a lot of conversation for good reason. But when I asked Gray Zabel who was the toughest guy to block at the Senior Bowl, he was like, number 90. That guy has really quick twitch for a 350-pound dude. And when I looked at his performance as an A-gap player, he was one of the best A-gap nose tackle, like true A-gap players in this draft. So this is the Harbaugh defense. That probably is a good sign that I would bet he would be pretty high on the Seahawks list as well. The Chargers and the Seahawks for a while are probably going to be stealing each other's guys on defense. All right. Nathan B, a different Nathan, it says trade up already and grab Jared Wilson. I can't wait anymore. I don't know
what a trade up cost at this point.
Would you want at this point? Probably not that much. A few picks in the
like
third,
4 picks.
a fifth round pick.
Don't do it.
Derek's like, no.
You already did it once. Don't burn.
Would you trade a fifth round pick to get Jared Wilson, Jeff?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I would too. I think it would be worth it.
Can I say one thing I don't want John Schneider to do that he's done a couple times in the past?
100%.
When he gives up like the next year's 6th round pick to get like pick 247, and it's like, why? What are you doing?
Why do you care?
Half the time, the guy doesn't even make the team.
I know. John Schneider's favorite day of the draft is day 3. He said that yesterday.
I do wonder, thinking about that now, like how much of that is him doing a scout a solid or a coach a solid, where they're like he knows like because ultimately the other thing is too like that 6th round pick next year is trash too. So what does it matter if there's like if he's got a scout who's just in love with someone? He's like,
here's a weird quirk.
That's a very good point, Nathan.
All right, guys, let's switch over. Let's stop tipping picks. All right, we're close enough. We're close enough. Let's stop tipping picks because if Jared Wilson goes, let's all see it together. I don't want anyone jumping to react beforehand. All right.
Well, something interesting just happened.
Okay, that's fine. You can tell us.
Houston just traded out. Jacksonville now.
Oh, there goes Savion Williams.
Yes, we're not picking him. Yes.
Green Bay takes Savion Williams, so he's not coming.
What's Green Bay doing?
Yeah, Golden and Williams.
With Wicks and Watson and Dobbs and Reed.
I saw a couple Packers fans talking like Watson may be on the trade block.
All right. Still.
So.
All right. So turn off all your Jeff.
Yeah.
You're gonna.
Jeff, what were you saying? The Jags traded up here.
So the Jags traded up with Houston. They have back-to-back picks here.
Yep.
So Houston just keeps trading down.
Don't take our guy, you asshole Jags.
Yeah, so it's Jags, Rams, Ravens, Seahawks. The Jags are probably the team that would potentially take Jared Wilson, right?
Yeah, I'm worried about that. I'm looking at their depth chart quickly.
Yeah, like I don't think the Rams would, and I don't think the Ravens.
They signed Robert Haynes in free agency.
All right, let's keep working through some of these super chats. Michael Hendricks did too. And you guys have something positive to say about Quinn Ewers. He led Texas to consecutive playoff appearance and made some big plays. Anybody have something positive to say?
Like, you can joke about grit and all that kind of stuff, but like this dude was beat up constantly, injured, and gave everything to get out there. And if you want to like dissect it for a prospect perspective, I think there's a lot that you find wanting, but they won games, and I think he deserves the whole thing with him and Arch Manning and what he is as an NFL prospect. I think does him a huge disservice to what he gave that school and what he was as a college player, even if it wasn't incredible. Just like I think there's something really admirable about how he sacrificed his body and played through injury and still managed to find ways to win games. And it's a super talented Texas team and on and on. But
I don't know who that is.
I love this dude. That's super cool.
Caleb
this was another guy that watching Hairston and watching Upton Stout and watching who's the dude out of UCF that we like too?
Mac McWilliams.
Yep, and then it was Caleb Bransaw was the other one.
Oh, the corner. It's been a crazy corner run.
He's a safety
Yeah,
slash corner.
Nathan, I just want to commend you on that after school special level speech you just gave about Quinn Ewers. That was pretty impressive too. I was impressed. And look, I'll tell you the two reasons. I'm doing the opposite of what the person asked, but I'll tell you the two reasons why I just really struggle with Quinn Ewers and why I can't get past it. One, when I watch him play, I've just seen such terrible inaccuracy of passes that just should not be that inaccurate that consistently. And two, Byron Murphy, this is a little bit of a stretch, but listen to Byron Murphy on Jonathan Hankins' podcast last year. It was not a widely listened to podcast, but he asked him about the backup quarterback, who everybody knows, Arch Manning, and Byron Murphy's lit up. He's like, "Oh, he's that dude. He's like, we see that every day in practice, blah, blah, blah." And then he's like, is asked about Quinn Ewers, and you could just see it. Like, he didn't say anything bad, but it was so clear that he did not think highly of Quinn Ewers. And this is a teammate who went to a college football playoffs with him. If you're that dude as a quarterback and you're going to playoff games and your teammates don't feel like, I think all those guys probably think that Arch Manning is the guy. It's just not a good sign, man. So like it's just hard for me to like say, yeah, spend a draft pick on him. He's probably a great kid. Like you said, gritty, played through injury, but that's why I struggle. I struggle to get behind him.
And
I struggle to get behind Arch Manning. Let me just throw a 2026 NFL draft.
Whoa!
Wow.
Early.
I don't even think he'll be in the 2026 draft.
Yeah, I got the same thing from Texas players at the Combine too, where they were just not excited to talk about Quinn Ewers. And I don't know how much of that is about Quinn, how much of that is about Arch, how much of that is about just the constant media.
Oh, they're a different offensive lineman.
Wow.
Okay.
Good, dude. I was not impressed with him in the Senior Bowl. All right, so I think Jared Wilson's got a decent chance to be there. Now, are you guys all ready for them not to pick him?
No.
That's what's going to happen, probably.
Oh, I hate it.
Oh, that is the probability. Absolutely. Jags are up again in like 6 picks.
So the Rams are on the clock. Case Soon says too early for Chase. Chase Lunt, I assume you're talking about. I like Chase Lunt.
Chase.
I think it's a little early for Chase Lunt, but maybe. David Hubbard, what's D drinking? What are you drinking, Deryck?
I was drinking Elmer T. Lee bourbon.
Oh, cool.
What?
If he's a bourbon head, he'll know.
Okay. Michael Fawcett says, do you guys believe we are drafting a fullback at some point today or tomorrow?
That might be now if it's Scatterboo.
That's an interesting name. I'd be excited about Cam Scatterboo, guys. I could get behind that. He's such a John Schneider pick. I mean, come on.
Would not help a certain reputation the Seahawks have developed this offseason.
Yes, there is no question about his race. That is true.
Yes.
I would hate that. I wouldn't hate that. He's also, I mean, to say he's a fullback is a little disparaging because he's like 219. He'd have to put on 20 pounds to really play fullback. But Kyle Juszczyk, I think of as like the Cam Scatterboo type of fullback. He weighs 240.
Well, and we got Brady Russell as fullback.
Brady Russell also had concussions. I like Brady Russell.
Did he? I didn't know that.
I think so. I think the fit of a guy. I don't know. I didn't think Brady Russell actually picked the right holes very often, like had good vision when he was playing fullback. I don't know. We'll see.
How do we have more people here for the 3rd round pick than I think we had for 18 last night?
It's just people just come on and like later in the evening and they turn on, like 20,000 people watched yesterday. We'll probably be up towards, and we see like the current aggregate, like the current concurrent is like 12,000 people. we've probably already had 20,000 plus people watch today, which is crazy. Why the hell do they care what we have to say about it? I barely care what I have to say about this. I care what you guys have to say about it. All right. So last one here, detail oriented member for 11 months. Hello, detail. He says, Brian and crew, I just wanted to take the time to say thank you. You guys have made this so fun. And to all the JS should be fired peeps, how you feeling now? Grin.
Well, give us a few picks.
I'm the number one fan.
Deryck, I actually want to ask, you joke about it. What would it take you to actually change your opinion and say he's a good GM and we should keep him?
Look, I'll be honest. The last few drafts have remarkably turned him around my opinion on his drafting ability. I still think there's a couple things. One, free agency, like he whiffed on O-line this year. He had one target and didn't do it. He has gotten a little better, to his credit, about the one-year deals. I think he used to basically piss away a lot of money by just doing one-year deals. Never wanted to take a risk and sign a guy on a multi-year contract where you can actually see a benefit because you're signing them for what they're worth in the market. But then if they play better, you're getting a value then. So continued there. And then signing guys to longer contracts on extensions. I know that's maybe seems like a small deal, but adding a fourth year, adding a fifth year when you're extending guys, you can really backload the cap that way. And it just seems like a thing that he hasn't wanted to do for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
They did it with the Sam Darnold deal. They threw in 2 void years.
Guy seems to be doing really well.
Yeah, absolutely. So John's making the right moves. I need
to keep seeing
it. Yeah.
All right. I want to have this conversation. I want to hear what Nathan and Jeff have to say on this. I want to reiterate. No notifications. Pause your TV. We are in the Jeff. I know this is hard for you.
I just hit pause. I hit pause.
Turn it all off. We're too close. We really have to share this experience together. Okay, that's a big part of this moment. So make sure you've got all that stuff turned off. Private chat only. All right, Nathan, you're going to say something about Mr. Schneider or what Deryck said.
Yeah, I think Deryck laid out all the criticisms well. At the end of the day, he has to build a team that can win playoff games again.
Mm-hmm.
He has not done that yet. Everything looks good and everything looks like it's building in that direction. But I don't there's question marks with Sam Darnold. So they have there's stuff that has to work out here still. The Graves Zabel pick is awesome. Every prospect here has bust potential. So
Josiah Stewart, goes to the Rams.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, I think whatever the critics are, at the end of the day, he has to put a playoff game winning team back on the field.
That's so well said, because I know they have drafted well, but there's two different skills. There's accumulating talent and there's team building. And I think John's team building, even though they have accumulated a lot more talent the last 3 drafts, has still been deeply flawed. And they've gone better at the last few drafts have been more trench heavy, guard, defensive tackle last year, even guard in round 3 last year. But until I see John, what Nathan said, build a team rather than just accumulate players, it's hard for me to feel great about where they're going. And just I kind of want to be inspired and more confidence. Sometimes when I hear him talk, it's just doesn't inspire a lot of confidence when he talks. And so that's a small thing, but sometimes he'll say things that it just gives me it makes me uncomfortable.
I love that he's goofy. That part, if we have this goofy ass GM who puts together a team that makes the NFC Championship game every so often, sign me up for that.
Well, when he wore the championship belt after the Super Bowl, that.
Yeah,
that's John. Yeah, that's part of who he is, and it's awesome. I wish
the one that Evan was told not to post. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. I wish he didn't hate that, because the fact that he's a Chris Farley and Will Ferrell and
that stuff is cool.
I like that about him. We are 1 pick away, by the way. We are at
Emmanori Jones.
Wow. Emmanori Jones. Okay, guys.
Wow. Jared Wilson's there. He's
available. Take him. Do not be stupid.
I mean, I'm this is the first time other than Jared Wilson, it's a little hard to we've gone over some of the names, but I'm struggling a little bit to think of who it would be. otherwise.
Well, yes, Scattaboo, Milrow.
Royals.
Milrow. Yeah.
The two I thought were just the ones that Stewart and Savion Williams.
But they're
Oh,
gone.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, those are the two I thought, so they're off the board.
What do you think about Stewart? The Rams have been batting a high average with their pass rush picks and their day 2, day 3, like Kobe Turner, Byron Young. If Josiah Stewart ends up being anything close to what he was in college, and you add him to Jared Verse and Byron Young and Kobe Turner, that's like maybe the best pass rush in football, or it's like it's getting into that conversation, right?
And he compliments those guys well too.
And they got the guy from Washington State last year, didn't they? They got
Brennan
Jackson.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think Stewart is a
like
very good fit there as like the complementary change of pace, high effort guy to kind of really build what they already have. On a team like Seattle that's missing like the guy where everyone else is kind of the second tier pass rusher, I didn't love it. But for the Rams, I think it's an excellent
The
pick.
pick is in, guys.
Oh, let's go. Let's
Pick
go.
is
Come on, center.
Why do you guys? It's kind of crazy. Jared Wilson lasted this long.
Well, there could be a medical.
It's also just center. Like, has there been a single center drafted so far?
No.
Lower, like positional value wise, metrics wise, contract value wise.
Still think someone like, I don't know, tail end of the second
Dude,
round.
if he takes Jared Wilson,
A+.
I mean, this would be such a change for John Schneider.
A-, but yeah.
Jalen Milrow, like.
Oh my God!
It's Jalen Milrow.
Oh my God!
I'm okay with it.
Oh my God!
I'm okay with it.
Oh my God!
It's a defendable pick. I don't think it's a defendable pick. It's
guys. This is a 4-3 QB.
It's also their 43rd QB on the roster.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Oh my God!
He finally did it.
Josh Cashman's having the best day of his life.
He finally did it.
Guys, I'm kind of excited.
Tell us why.
He like Brian, you mentioned the deep ball. Like, he can throw the damn deep ball. He can also run. Like, he's an uber athlete. Like, I mentioned this last night. Seahawks haven't had a mobile quarterback since Russ in, like, I don't know, 2016, 2017 kind of era. This is the first time we're going to see another mobile quarterback who can legitimately threaten a defense with his legs. And, like, who knows what Kubiak has, in his ideas for him. Like, look what Jaden Daniels did to the Commanders overnight, right? Just because of the read option. And, like, defenses have gotten better about the read option, but it's still a damn tough play to defend.
I'm looking
you heard
at
it here first, folks. They just drafted
draft room. They're high five and they're pretty excited in there. Go ahead, Nathan. What you're saying?
They just drafted Jaden Williams.
Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
I didn't say that.
That's where you look what Jaden Daniels did. That's what Milrow.
They're fired. They're showing the Seahawks.
Look at Lamar Jackson. Like, yeah, that's what you're getting here.
I'm telling you, they're building the Ravens.
But seriously, guys, as much as we all wanted Jared Wilson, I think there's good reason that we wanted him. I think you can make the case really clearly that the best way to help the offense in terms of like adding a weapon was not receiver or any of these other things we talked about. It is Jalen Milrow. Like, even as a sub package player, if he's just a wildcat quarterback that comes in for them, he's going to be a guy that can affect short yardage. He's a guy that can affect fourth down. It's a guy that can affect red zone. And he's going to be learning. He's under, Sam Darnold and Drew Lock. Like, I wonder what this means. What does this mean for Drew Lock? Say Sam Howell, I think we know what it means.
Probably not much. Like, I think Milrow's going to be more of just like a weapon year one. Like, I don't know if he's your backup quarterback even. I think next year maybe it affects. I don't know.
The national people are going to love the Seahawks draft, guys. Like, it's got everything. It's got a little bit of everything in this draft.
And all the rumors are that, like, he was a really good interview. Like, teams
he's a
love
great
the guy.
Kid. Great worker. 100%. Nathan, what are you thinking? Yes, Richie Brash. There's no one more excited than Richie Brash.
What about Josh Cashman?
Josh Cashman. That's right. Josh has got to be really excited as well.
Where's Evan? Get Evan on here.
And then the other side of it is our favorite troll. Where is he in this? I saw him respond.
He wants oh my God. Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, there's our favorite troll. So the two sides.
And like, this is the first John Schneider quarterback pick really since Russ. Like, okay, they drafted Magoo. I know they drafted Alex
Magoo right now
in the 7th round. I know, Nathan, you wouldn't let that slip. But like, as a viable starting quarter, or as someone who they're hoping can develop into a starting quarterback, this is the first one since Russ.
Nathan, you've been too quiet on this. What is your feeling about this?
QB go room. I don't know. I mean, like, it's. I don't think I didn't like Jalen Hurts, and I don't like Milroe. I still think Jalen Hurts was probably quite a bit further along as a passer.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the same thing like with Arroyo. Like, I don't like that pick very much. I get it. I know what they're trying to do. I know what they see in the player. I know and all the stuff that we're saying. Wildcat. What can he contribute right away if he does work out? Sure. So it hurts a little, the Wilson thing. That does make me. But I also kind of love that they're in on Sundell maybe, and that's kind of exciting too. So. I love that they gave us something to react to and think about and dream about, I guess, more than anything.
Well, we can on one hand for years criticize him for you never spend on a quarterback. You say you want to take a quarterback every year. You've taken 2 quarterbacks, only one of them before like the 6th round. And then when he takes a 3rd round pick, a late 3rd round pick, a guy who everybody agrees has the most elite trait of any quarterback in this draft. Say, like, what are you doing? Like, that's kind of what you got to do. Like, there's nobody who's been more critical of Jalen Milroe through the draft process than me. I think he's got a long way. I think he's a really bad fit for this offense. I think he's not an intermediate passer. He is not an under center passer. He's not he's not a play action. Like, there's a lot of things that doesn't make sense. But I can still see that if it works, if everything does work out and he can be behind Sam Darnold for a year, 2 years, develop, figure it out, this might be the best pick in the entire draft. Like, I don't think that's crazy to say at all. If this works out, this will have been the best pick in the entire draft.
Well, I wonder if it's going to be a Taysom Hill style role for the next little bit.
That's what I think.
And at that point in the draft, it's not great. Like, again, I said a couple of hours ago, I don't remember. I said I'd hate it. And so at this point, though, like, Jared Wilson's fallen pretty heavily. So at this point, the risk reward has got to be there. And it is absolutely there. But if he used a Taysom Hill package earlier, like, his running ability and his short yardage ability. And apparently Sean Alexander is his uncle and just announced the pick.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Sean Alexander, did you go to Alabama?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he did go.
Okay. Yeah.
I need to run
to go talk to him in a second. What do you guys want to know from him? I didn't have many good questions for Elijah Arroyo. What do you want to know from Jalen Milroe?
Did he was he a 30 visit?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
and for the person that kept telling me that 30 visits are smoke screens, stop.
Sometimes they are. Sometimes
they're not. They are not smoke screens. They absolutely indicate interest in the player. It doesn't mean they're going to take him, but it's not a smoke screen. Anyway, go on. Sorry. What were you going to say?
Well, I'll say 2 other things. The 2 best things about this is, one, Quinn Ewers is not going to be drafted by the Seahawks. That's dead. That is dead now forever. And 2, preseason games just got way better. Like, the hardest thing about watching the preseason is when you have, like, the worst backup quarterbacks. And the Seahawks have had the worst backup quarterbacks for a long time. The only fun part of preseason is watching rookie quarterbacks. And Jalen Milroe is now, like, the most interesting preseason player.
It also gives us something to do for like the next month is watch Alabama games. So,
Dude, does he immediately become the second, third? Like, where does he rank as far as the best running quarterbacks in the NFL right away? Because that doesn't take, you don't have to learn how to run. Where does he rank in the NFL? Who's a better running quarterback? Lamar Jackson.
fourth, I would say Lamar Jackson, Dane Daniels, Hurts, and then
Hurts,
maybe
I would not
fourth.
put Hurts over him. No way.
Malik Willis.
Totally will fight you on that.
Malik
Willis. What?
Yeah.
If he ever sees the field.
Well, will Jalen Milrow ever see the field? Like, let's calm down about like where these guys are. Like, I think Jalen Milrow has gone after Malik Willis and draft pick wise, right?
Well, maybe.
Malik
I don't
Willis
know
was
that.
legitimately a extremely good runner, and is still a very good runner.
I will.
And he did play when Jordan Love was hurt.
This is the most interesting Seahawks draft in years. Like,
I mean,
don't know if it's good.
Brian, I'm sure someone's going to ask it, but like, had they talked to him about what his role could look like?
Another quarterback.
Dylan Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel.
Oh,
Whoa, though.
Shadur Sanders.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
We didn't even talk about that with the Seahawks taking Milrow. That
I know.
It's another QB with Shador sitting there.
So Shadur had to be off their board completely.
Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah. I think he's going to get on the field right away. I really do. I think they're going to find a role. Like when I asked Clint Kubiak why they were so successful in short yardage last year in New Orleans, he said we had a weapon. It was Taysom Hill. And everyone says they're the same. I don't think they're the same. I think they have similar height and weight. I get that. But Taysom Hill is a bruising between the tackles guy. Jalen Milrow is a cheetah. Like, I'm not saying he can't run between the tackles, but I don't think that's the best use of Jalen Milrow is doing tush pushes. So I think he's a way more interesting weapon. I think about it much more as a wildcat quarterback at this stage, and that can also legitimately throw a deep ball. That's a pretty interesting weapon to be able to deploy.
Yep. I gotta go. I gotta run. I just want to say to the people in chat who are getting mad at me for hating this draft, I said it was maybe the best draft of any team. Yeah. I gave it an A. So can y'all listen and chill out, please? But no, this is super cool. I think, do I love every single pick? No, they didn't pick every guy I would have picked, but the vision here is really cool. Everything you're saying about Milrow and the upside and what they can do with him is super cool. So, this is really, really exciting. I'm way more excited today for the season than I was, before the draft.
That's really cool. Deryck and Jeff, can you guys stick around while I talk to Jalen so the screen's not blank while I'm gone? Is that cool?
Sure.
Yeah, well, at this point, we're here. We might as well.
All right, I appreciate it. I'll be back.
It's been on for 4 hours.
Yes. Here, I'm gonna put you guys in this.
Okay, that's fine.
Be a little bit better. And actually, do you want me to put you in this view?
Yeah, that's even better.
Yeah, that's probably this.
Yeah,
okay.
We don't need this zoomed in.
All right, I will be. Well, so far they haven't called me yet. So you guys keep talking. So where do you guys rank this draft relative to?
Oh, there it is. Oh, man.
Jared Wilson goes to the Patriots. A couple picks later.
They've had a nice draft.
This will be the comparison.
Yeah, if he slid a lot more, it'd be easier to be like, okay, they're sliding off the bottom. But oh damn.
Yeah.
Does that make you upset about the pick, Jeff?
No. Like I would have loved Jared Wilson. I want him at 50. But he went 95. I get look, I think what you said is dead on. We've been crushing this team for years for not taking shots on quarterback. I don't think Jalen Milrow is going to be a great quarterback. I don't think he's even going to be a good quarterback. But at this point in the draft, these are the shots you have to take. And even if he's just a Taysom Hill player, I think it's worth it at the end of the third round. You look at who's left at receiver and corner and D-line. There's not much here. So if Jared Wilson went in the 70s, I think it'd be I don't know. Just the fact that he went this late, I don't know if that alludes to like a guy who's just gonna crush like their hope. So I would have taken Wilson. I don't have the information they do, but you can't crush them for taking a shot at pick 92.
Guys, actually, it's okay if we want to. I want to do the super chats. Is the reason I want to keep the thing going. If you guys want to drop off, I can put that. I'll be right back on air. Like it's up to you guys if you want to stick around.
I was gonna say, I mean, the round's over, right? Or I guess
I've got it. I want to make sure I get the super chats people paid for those. I can't do them right now. So, let me try to quickly go through a couple of things super chat wise. Canadian Hawk says y'all kick ass. That's why 20 people
Canada
will tune in. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much.
Julian Love is excited. Julian Love just tweeted John Cookin.
Awesome.
John has gifted 10 Hawk Blogger memberships. Thank you so much, John, for doing that. Lawrence Richardson, as long as we avoid the circus that is with Sanders, we can't lose.
Xavier Watts, forgot about him.
Jonathan King says, Deryck, I have a birthday card signed by John Schneider. I got you beat, and I have been diagnosed with autism and love what he's done for Seattle and the community. Ha ha, Deryck. Take that.
All right. Hey, I'm number one fan.
Yes. Richie Brash, very excited. Kevin XZ says Taysom Hill 2.0. 12 for Life says LFG Hawks. Schneider hits it out of the park today. Saucy Sasquatch says Seahawks take a mobile QB who throws a good deep ball in the third round after signing a QB who played in the NFC North last year. Where have we seen that before? It's a little bit of shades of Matt Flynn and Russell Wilson for those that don't know. Possum Adventure says Seahawks are now a Madden franchise team. Dave Esp says, thank you for all your work and the entertainment. Well, thank you, Dave. Appreciate the generous super chat. William Osco says, member for 9 months, says, why can't Milroe be our Taysom Hill? He can. I just think he's not a bruising runner the way Taysom Hill is. I think Taysom Hill's like a tight end that can play quarterback. I think Jalen Milroe's a running back that can play quarterback. Possum Adventures Wilson was also a third-round pick, correct? Yes, he was. Dave Esp has gifted 10 Hawk Blogger memberships. Thank you, Dave. Oli Zvert. So we can now say we traded Geno for Milroe.
That's interesting. That is interesting.
How do you feel about that? How does that change your opinion?
Yeah, it was a third-round pick, wasn't it?
Troy Fowler is a new YouTube member. Thanks for joining, Troy. Yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, on its face, it's not good. Like, Geno's I think even his critics would say he's like an average NFL QB.
Yeah.
Milroe is probably not that at this point.
Guys, I'm going to wrap it there so that you guys can take off. Jeff or whoever, if you're wanting, I'll be back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. To do day 3. I'm going to be here for every single pick that the Seahawks make.
You're going the whole day 3?
I'm planning on it. Yeah.
So I'll come in at some point. I don't know if I can do right at 9.
Yeah. Whenever works for you.
I'll probably come in end of 4th round so we can get the 5th round and do those picks there.
Yeah. Yeah, I might come in. I might come in closer to the end of the 4th round. We'll see it.
So let's. Yeah, there's only 4 picks left here. God, I've been on.
You guys got to
5 hours
because I'm about to
too
leave.
long.
I'm gonna watch these 2 Vegas picks.
I'm gonna get off.
All right, guys. I'm gonna
guys.
end it. So thank you guys. Take care. Thanks for everyone that tuned in. Have a great rest.